Yeah, I think it's stopped kicking me now.
What up, Pang?
How you doing?
Good. I was in the other lobby, but they were going too far on the competition stuff. I had to get out.
Well, now that this room's finally stabilized, I'm getting ready to leave. So
Oh shit.
I think Speg's lobby's gonna be in any minute now. So
Yeah, that's what I was in. It's a good lobby. Just a lot of people. I'm gonna run out to the bathroom. I'll just stay in here. If people come over, great. If not, whatever.
okay.
You still there? You still there?
Yep.
Now, are you Priest over on Gun Channels?
Yeah, man.
Okay. I thought I recognized the picture.
Hey.
Hey, Priest.
There's more people jumping in
Why did we decide to come over here?
because this is the live one.
Oh, gotcha.
So,
Damn, how'd you guys all beat me over here so fast? I was the one that had the idea to come over here.
I know you left. I'm like, wait, and then I literally said it for like 5 seconds. I'm like, what did he say?
yeah.
I laughed. So I'm like, there's gonna be more people.
Hey, Smegs.
What's up?
Hey, you said you were having problems the other day. Was it when your chat window was like in its own separate window?
Yeah. I always do that. Or no. It was in. Oh fuck! I'm lagging right now because I'm outside.
I can hear you fine.
Oh,
Whenever it creates a hangout, it always opens up into its own window.
right. No, yeah, I copy that over into my other one.
Yeah, as soon as I did that, it settled down and started going.
Oh, yeah, no, mine was in like the other, like the regular one that I open all my tabs in, and it was just saying like internet connections and stuff and whatever. It would just I'd drop and it'd say try to recall. Like a lot of times it rejoined itself, and a couple times I had to like hit the refresh button and join again.
Okay. Yeah. See, that's never done that for me before. It's always opened up into a second window and always ran just fine.
So, anyways, yeah, cash payback. We were talking about in the offer chat for the prizes for USPSA. Pretty much cash payback is the best. It's what everybody likes, and I think that's the way it should go to.
Because you get what you want,
It's based on participation participation per class.
So you don't just like it doesn't pay off then to show up and like look around and say, oh, there's only 2 people shooting revolver optics. I'm going to do that. Like then I'm automatically 3rd place.
Right. Yeah, they don't do that either because if there's not enough division, they won't even recognize it.
Right.
For
and some people will take. But let's say someone comes in and signs up for, pre-signs up for revolver, and they go there and go, there's only 3 there. I want to shoot single stack or limited or production, and they have another gun. They can change their sign up to whatever division they're in that day.
Let me tell you something just about in general about prizes with the shooting. Any kind of hobby, usually you're not doing it for the prize. You're doing it because the fun. So that's why all these people. Let me tell you, they're not there for the money. No one is there for the money.
Right, but that's the idea of being a professional shooter, though. I mean, I wish it was a big enough sport that you could
that would be
just
awesome.
do it as a job.
Oh, for sure.
Professional shooter, maybe 20 people in the U.S. with
and it's not really that they're shooters.
That are compete, actual competitors.
They're trainers and marketing.
Right, because then they have sponsors on their jersey and all that stuff. I think of it like race cars, right? Like there's a track near me that you can go down and just whatever you pay to get in, you do like a drag race or whatever. And a lot of the guys do it as a hobby, and they might make money off it. I'm sure they bet and shit, but it's not like making tons of money. Whereas NASCAR, obviously, those guys they're set. Once you get in, you're making enough money that it's not like I think I might go race my car this weekend. It's, well, that's my job.
Yeah. Right. I mean, like, Max Michelle, he does it. He does it for a living. Julie Gobb, I bet you she does it for a living. I bet you there's
Max Michelle.
Yeah, I just said Max Michelle.
But there's a handful of pros.
There's maybe 20 that shoot for a living and teach on occasion. Like Ben Steger, his job is teaching classes. That's what he does. He flies around the country teaching classes.
of those, like, let's say 50 people that are professional gun, like IDPA pros and everything, how many of those people are like from a family of IDPA pros? Like, look at Robbie Leatham, who I've shot with. Like, his dad's basically started all this shit, and then now his wife's doing it. Same thing with the Micheliks and the Golubs.
Let me tell you, the only person who's successful that I've seen with it actually being a family is the Micheliks. Everybody else, yeah, their parents were shooters, whatever,
Right.
but it wasn't like they were like as big as their kids, like full on. I mean, practical
Right,
shooting
because
hasn't
the
been around that long.
sport wasn't. It's a brand new sport,
Right,
but you
yeah,
know what I mean.
right.
Like now, it's like, so if you want to compare it to NASCAR or something like that, right now we're in like the 1970s or late 60s of NASCAR.
The petties are going on.
Right.
Yarboroughs are going on. Stuff like that where
Right.
it's daddy was there. Okay,
I'm gonna drive real
Daddy
fast
was-
and turn left.
Eventually, people are gonna
Dad's
come out.
still, Dad's still driving. So I'm driving, and I have so much experience driving because I've been driving since I've been 2 or 3. So of course they're going to be good, and then they're going to get sponsorships at a younger age and go on up. Just like if you are a very good-looking woman that can handle themselves on the range, you'll have better sponsorships than a top 5 guy in the nation.
So,
Yeah, but I'm
are
saying
you
the
saying
cool
shooting
thing
is
about it,
sexist?
though- the cool thing about it though is that the sport's like still evolving. So like people like Ballistic and you and everything, like you guys like are getting into it at a ground floor like level. So you can start establishing those like family dynasties, or like the sport is not the sport pretty much right now is not about family dynasties anymore. Like so many more people are coming in just like off the streets per se that are like wrecking house.
Yeah, if anything, there's like maybe a second generation that's not that big, and that's it. There's a small second generation, like from people like you said, Robbie Leatham and Jay Mitchell, like Max Michelle. Those kind of people are just getting into it, and they kind of were ushered into it from their parents. But Robbie was like one of the starters of it, so he was the first generation. I would say because he was one of the first people that started USPSA, that helped start it or whatever, and got it big. Him and Brian Enos, people like that.
Yeah, but what other sport can you name right now that we're on like the ground floor of it? Like, granted, I only do competition, I don't know, once a month for fun, but like you guys are kind of into it. So what other sport can you think of that we're just like, it's emerging, like it's growing right now. It's going to be a thing.
Well, actually, I don't think USPSA will ever be the thing out there. I think a 3-gun has the best potential to be the thing.
Oh, man.
But I mean, we have like we have less than 2,500 or 25,000 USPSA members.
There's probably a lot more. There's probably a lot of people who are handgun guys and people who are handgun, rifle, and shotgun guys.
That's true.
So
that is true, but marketable to
the public. Yeah,
you're going to have the shotgun, rifle, and pistol guys.
For viewership, yeah, it's like that. The 3-gun's better for that. But, yeah, like for televising something, 3-gun. Obviously, we already have 3-gun Nation on TV. So which actually I think it's boring because it's the same courses over and over again. But
it is so damn boring.
The Steel Challenge thing where they do it.
Yeah,
it was cool for a few months, and it's like, okay, I'm tired of seeing this.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that's what makes USPSA like so interesting, or 3-gun too, because it's like it's so unique. It's a unique problem every time, and you're required to solve it. And that's what's so amazing watching these top guys shoot it. It's like, oh my gosh, like look how fast they just shredded through it.
Yeah,
and that is just the skill, the discipline to do that.
Or you may shoot it just as fast, but they have snake eyes everywhere.
Yeah, good act.
And you're like, how the hell were you able to, pick your sights and get it up?
Honestly, that's what I'm scared of when I get faster is keep maintaining my points. I guess it'll come along with it, but it's crazy now because I'll shoot close times to like people who are a class, 2 classes ahead of me, like master class. I'm like, dang, I was only 2-3 seconds behind him. And I was like, but I'm like, oh my god, look at his hits. They're like they were like pretty much my hits or better, and he was shooting faster too. It's like, oh great.
Sure.
It's like, how am I gonna do that? But I guess it's just practice really.
And I'm starting to hit, master level, of course. But at the one that's an hour away, I'm consistently beating someone that's a master, that's been master for a while, and I've on a couple stages here and there, I'll beat our grandmaster. It's just one of those things, and I haven't been practicing this year, and I think it's because I'm more relaxed whenever I go out there because I don't expect anything of myself. I just shoot the damn sights and go. Whereas before I was so used to dry firing, 2 real quick rounds, and I was double tapping instead of 2 controlled shots.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any input to say on
wait a minute.
the shooting market or anything, but I do have some input on as far as athletic competition. So I played football like in college and everything. And I'll tell you, when you go into a game or a match nervous and expecting everything, you're gonna play your fucking worst. When you go in,
absolutely,
loose and just being like, "What the fuck ever," you're gonna shoot or tackle or whatever your best.
Right. Yeah, I played sports in high school and college as well, so yeah, I totally understand that. But yeah, it's
Okay, how about now?
You're good.
Okay, good. I thought you guys were just being super, super rude to me, and then I realized that like the little bar down the side wasn't lighting up because I was talking like that whole time, and I'm like, "What the fuck? Why does everyone keep ignoring me?" What I was gonna say is, the far as like you were saying, you go fast, you might start missing or whatever. It's like that comes with when you just go the speed you have to go to get all the hits, and then like practice or whatever, just go a little bit faster than that, and then you're gonna miss some until go that speed until you get all the hits, and then go a little bit faster.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like with drumming. When I was learning to drum, it's like everyone wants to just be like super awesome drummer, like crazy solo right off the bat, and it's like instead, like especially if you're learning a specific thing, like do it so you know it, and go slow, and then you start speeding yourself up until you start making mistakes, but you just like keep going, and then you keep going at that speed until you don't, hit the rim or like miss or whatever.
Right.
And then you go a little bit faster, and then next thing you know, you're doing fucking like crazy ass drum solos and stuff.
And if you notice you're making a mistake in the same spot, then you practice that one spot over and over again until you get it right, and then put it back in with the rest.
And then whenever you have to realize that whenever you're practicing, you're pushing times, you're pushing everything, but in a competition, you don't push your times, you shoot your sights. And, they say in competition, you shoot 95% of your potential because you're not pushing. And, the time is the time, whatever it'll end up being. And your points are points, and you have to keep those separate. So, practice and training, training teaches you how to practice. Practice gets you to a point to where you get better, but that's where you want to make your mistakes. That's where you want to push yourself. If you pull an alpha mic on a headshot, you want to do it in practice in 1 second. You don't want to be doing it in a match in 1 second and do an alpha mic. You want to take that 1.2 seconds and get 2 alphas.
Right, and those principles, those principles.
Well, I gotta go, guys. So I'll talk to you later.
Say those principles are the same whether you're shooting or like I'm a big power lifter now. Like whether you're shooting or powerlifting or playing sports or anything else, the principles are always the same. You just you hit up to that level, and then you kind of neck down a little bit so you can get the form right and everything, and then you kind of bump up the level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and in powerlifting, you only have 3 reps to hit your max, so you don't want to go all out and maybe miss your last rep and have a shitty weight. So you got to go to something you know you can hit.
I have a question real quick for you guys. Have y'all ever ordered from Freedom Munitions website?
No.
Yeah, all the time.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever used a gift card on there?
Never had a gift card. No.
God, it's so annoying. I got this gift card at a match, and then there's nowhere to put it. Okay, you go. I went through the order process to see like where you put your payment info in. If I could put it in there, I couldn't. And then even on the gift card, it says go to my account and go to, what does it say? To activate this gift certificate, enter the gift code in my account section. And I went there to account dashboard, and there was this thing that said gift certificate. And I clicked on it, like a little side tab, and there's nothing on the page. It's just empty.
Call them.
Yeah, it's just an IT issue, dude. Call it.
God, the website's so crappy. Freedom Munitions, if you ever hear this, fix your website. It's like, God, the only thing that makes me mad. Or at least combine it with the Extreme Bullets website. The Extreme Bullets website is better. It's halfway competent.
Yeah.
But I'm ordering some awesome ammo for them. I'm excited. I'm ordering the 223 VMAX bullets. And then I'm ordering 44 mag with a 240 grain round nose flat point.
Cool.
I'm gonna use the 223. I'll probably do a video on both of them, like an ammo review. So I have 50 rounds of each, should be enough. I'm gonna buy some. I'm thinking what I'll do is I'll buy some like regular bulk 55 grain at like the store or whatever for my AR, slide it in, and then shoot that VMAX and see how it does. Maybe save some of it for hunting. Put down some hogs with it.
Ballistic, you're new to this, or I think you're new to it. What are you gonna start carrying?
Oh yeah, I am new to it. When I get my permit, remember? Didn't you hear me a second ago when I said I applied for it?
Yeah, I want to know what you're gonna carry.
Well, obviously I was gonna go with 19 because that's what.
His edge.
Yeah, I'm gonna carry my competition gun, my $2,000 competition gun. I totally want to carry that. It weighs like 4.5 pounds. I was gonna carry a 19 because I was like, I'm just gonna carry a 9mm because it's cheap to shoot, and I really don't see that much of an advantage in 40. But I got a connection because I'm cool like that on some police Glocks, and I'm getting them for really cheap. Like,
well,
insanely cheap. Like, so I'm probably gonna buy like 2 or 3 of them, and they're all 40 cal because the department's selling the 40s and going to 9. So I'm gonna buy a 23.
Since you roll your own,
great gun.
I'd go ahead and go 40 since you roll your own. And just use your competition loads as practice.
Well, honestly, I don't know how well I can shoot 40 self-defense loads. So when I get the 23, I'm going to buy a few different kinds of 40 self-defense ammo and just see how well I can shoot it. Like how
easy, whenever you roll some of your own, pull out, 100 and put more powder in it and go.
Oh yeah, I'll do that too when I practice for sure. That's what I was going to do with 9mm too. But I'm going to, as soon as I get the gun, I'll get some 40 ammo that I would want to carry. And just see how it feels shooting it through it. I'm sure it'll be fine. I mean, I can handle it. I just want to see how quick I can get with it and how accurate.
So I have this PO1 for carry now, and my ammo doesn't fit in it. The throat's too short.
Oh.
So I'm getting a throat reamer, and I'm going to ream the throat of it a little bit.
You're going to ream it?
Yeah.
Well, that's scary.
No, there's a guide that goes down the barrel to make sure you're straight.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it's because my SPO1 Shadow that has a long throat. My regular Shadow, my SPO1 that has a shorter one, and I've had to shorten everything up for it, and I would have to shorten them up even longer for this. So that means my SPO1 would have a ginormous jump. So I said, screw it, I'm going to get a reamer, and I'm going to ream this one out till my ammo fits. And whatever gun I have, I'm going to make sure that ammo fits the gun. So I could have one load for all my 9mm and just go.
Yep. I'm going to laugh when you throw it, and you're like, yep, ammo works good now. It's like 5-inch groups, 10 yards.
Well, what I'm going to do, I'm going to practice on my SPO1, my backup gun. It's my It's basically it's my dry fire gun, my practice gun. I'm going to use it on that
I
one.
know, that's a much more expensive gun.
Okay, then how about I know what I could do.
Just buy
I could use it on my.
Just do it on your regular gun. If you swing the barrel, buy a gun. If you swing the barrel, buy a barrel. Or do you take it to Vincent at that point? So, but.
I have an Israeli trade-in that just sits up there. I'll do it on that gun. That was a $300 gun. I'll do that one, and then I'll do this one. But I mean, there's a guy I shoot with. He does it to all of his. He does it so he can load a long 147 in his.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, but anyway,
he has a 40
the department selling 22s, 23s, and 27s, and some of them are unissued. And my cousin is the one who works in the department. Well, with the department, it's the same state agency, but he doesn't work in the law enforcement department. But he knows the people in it, obviously, and so he's just going to buy them direct from them. And I think I might get one of each kind.
So
the best way to buy guns. Well, what gun do you want? One of each kind, please.
So the 23 is 19 size?
Yeah, it's exactly the same thing, same size.
What is it, 10 plus 1?
No, 13. I might just buy two 23s, honestly.
I'll tell you the truth, man. My duty gun was a Glock 23, which is kind of rare for a duty gun. It was in Michigan, but I had no problems with it. I even CCW'd it. It was fine.
Well, yeah, that's what these agents were carrying. They had the option between the 22 and the 23, and then they could also carry the 27. I guess I'm like for backup or whatever. I don't know. I really don't think I want the 27.
These numbers are always so confusing. I never know what y'all are talking about. Like I don't know.
23 is mid-size, 27. So pretty much it goes the lowest number is the biggest gun. In this case, anyways.
and you know,
I know the 42 and the 43 are super small. So there you go.
Well, my SPO1 here is only a 14 plus 1. It's 9mm. It's Glock size.
Oh, guess what?
Glock 19 size.
I'm shooting my Glock in production next week. I said I'm shooting production next weekend.
Good deal.
Yep, I gotta start some dry fire. Tomorrow I'm going hunting, and then when I get back, I'm gonna build some dry fire target stands. Cause I'm gonna set up like a dry fire target area in my backyard, because like I don't have enough room inside to do it, so I'm just gonna do it outside.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to move my car out of the garage so I can get movement in my dry fire.
Yeah, I mean, how ridiculous is that? Though, standing out in the yard, running around with an empty gun.
I was just gonna say your neighbor's gonna be like, "Oh, geez, there he goes again, playing Army Man or some shit."
I don't have neighbors that can see that.
He's out of the country.
My neighbors can see me shoot though. On my live range, like literally their house is directly to, like when I'm facing down range, their house is directly up range, like 150. Well, it's like 200 yards.
I thought you were gonna say directly behind, like as in like behind the backstop of your range.
Yep,
I'm like, that's probably not a good place to set up.
Don't aim high. If you aim high,
don't have an ND when you're reloading.
If you aim high, aim really high. I think Air Force. That's what my friend always says whenever we would shoot together and like I'd be hitting low or something or having problems with my sights or whatever or anything. He'd be like, "Yep." He'd be like, "You need to shoot higher right here." He's like, "Think Air Force." That's what he would say. That's funny.
Nice.
But yeah,
it's supposed to rain all weekend here, so I'm gonna clean my house a little bit. I need to dry fire. I haven't dry fired in forever.
I'm going dove hunting in the morning.
Nice.
Early,
I contacted Tim, and I'm supposed to be heading up to Kansas City sometime next month for a day or two.
Oh, you're going to practice with him?
Yeah.
Nice. Getting fancy.
I need to do something to.
I'm just trying to get
to show myself. What?
Go ahead and finish what you're going to say. Show yourself what?
I need to, because right now I'm like, okay, what do I need to practice on? I can't see what I need to do better, so I want to have someone else watch me and see what the hell.
I've never had that problem. I'm always like, I got to work on that. I've never had that problem. I was overwhelmed by stuff. I'm like, I got to work on this, and this, and this.
Well, that's why you're a B.
Well, I'm
just
high
fucking-
B.
Oh,
I'm just fucking
shots
with you.
fired.
Listen, I'm not one of the stuck in B class shooters because I definitely can definitely see the room that I need to grow. Like I have no problem getting out of B. I don't see how people get stuck in B. Like I honestly don't.
Well, I had what was my last classifier? I can't remember what my hit factor was, but we did a gaming count,
Yeah.
and it was like a 13 something.
I'll make A
My
pretty quick.
classifier.
Whenever I get my gun, see that's the thing. I made B at like the worst time possible. That's why it seems like you're stuck in B. I made B in like February or March. I bought a brand new gun in April. I bought it.
Oh,
in February.
yeah.
Actually, I take that back. I was B in January or something like that. Like during the middle of time when I wasn't even shooting hardly any. I didn't even I literally hadn't been on the USPSA website in like a month. And my friend texts me, he's like, "Congratulations, B class shooter." I'm like, "What?" I went and checked and I bumped up to B. I was like, "Dang." And so I started shooting again. And then I got my gun, and then I started like trying to get used to it because I've been shooting one at 2011, but it wasn't the same. It was a short dust cover, and the grip was. Everything's gonna be different.
Right.
So I was getting used to it, and everything, trying to figure everything out, and then I started putting different parts in it, trying to upgrade it how I liked it, and then I've been doing all that, and then I started having that trigger issue and crap where the hammer follow, and so that was holding me back, and so that kind of discouraged me from practicing. I will say I did get kind of lazy with practice for a while there, and I didn't practice much. I haven't been practicing much because of that. I'm like, well, there's no point if my gun's not freaking working. It's going to fail on me. It's going to screw me anyways.
Right.
So I was trying to focus on that, and now when I get it fixed, nothing holding me back other than my own mental motivation.
Right. Well,
Have you guys
on
seen
this
that video of like the different types of shooters?
yes.
I feel like Ballistic is the like always excuse guy. Like the dude comes up and he's like, he shoots and he's
It's
like,
the ammo.
God
It's the
damn,
gun.
Reloads, and then he shoots the next one. He's
Okay,
like,
when the
stupid
gun-
factory ammo.
When the gun is malfunctioning, like literally locking up, that's not an excuse.
Yeah, I know. I'm just teasing, dude. But like, my favorite part, he's like, oh, these fucking sights are always shooting way too high. I gotta fix them. And like the other guy's like, oh, let me see. He grabs it and he goes, ding, 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 ding. Seems to work fine to me.
Yeah.
I never had that problem, like that kind of stuff. This is really the only thing I've ever had a big issue with.
That happened to me today. My first mag that I shot, I was shooting kind of low, and I was like, "Damn, I'm like shooting low." And then I let my buddy shoot my gun, and he grabs it. It was like blink, 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 blink. It was like right the fuck on there. I was like, well, I guess I can't blame it on my gun.
What were you shooting? What kind of gun were you shooting?
The SPO one.
Oh, cool. The full metal.
You should have shot my SPO one.
Hey, I outshot you on that one little target with your.
I know, that's what I'm saying. You should have shot mine. You're better with me.
Yeah.
You're better with it.
Y'all shot together, didn't you?
Yeah.
Last
A while back.
November.
Yeah, it was fun as hell.
Yeah.
But
Last year?
Yeah.
I don't know, it's been that long. I thought you said you were going up there to shoot with him just like recently or something.
That was last
They haven't
year.
picked somebody else. I don't know.
Yeah, it was funny. He's like, oh, this is out of ammo. I'm like, oh, here's another one. This is out of ammo. Here's another one.
well,
I
that's
just kept pulling mags out of my
the
bag.
one. So like I shot the once, and then like it was your turn to shoot because we were just sharing a lane or whatever. And so I grabbed like the empty mag, and I'm like, hey, where did you have some bullets? Like he's like, why? I'm like, so I can reload this magazine because I'm used to like the guy who's not shooting stands behind and loads up the magazine. So then when it's his turn, he has a full mag, and like you only need 2 mags. You just keep changing out. And he was like, why are you putting bullets in the mag? Just throw the empty one away and grab another one. I think we shot that entire time and never had to put bullets in a mag.
Yeah, I would definitely be like
I
that
mean-
if I shot a lot more. I'd buy mags. So I wouldn't have to reload mags.
Oh yeah, he had like 20 loaded mags with him. Like
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, here you go. Here. I think the only mags we loaded for was that 32 or that CZ Model 27 that shot at 32.
Yeah.
ACP that didn't run quite right. I think that's the only.
That was cool though. I like that little gun. That was.
I lubed it up a little bit more, and I shot probably another 20, 30 rounds out of it since you and I shot, and it just needed more lube.
How much do you think that a Glock 23 would sell for? New or like pretty much brand new? Like what, 450, 400?
Oh, I thought there were 5.
Yeah, like from the store though. Right.
Right. So yeah, I'd say 450ish.
Okay.
450ish.
Yeah.
So there's this shop next close to me. They have a bronze Glock 17 for $650, and right next to it is a black one for like $5.50.
Yeah, I'm sorry, get somebody Cerakote for less than that. Well, I mean, I don't know.
I know. I was like, that'd be nice to have, but I was like, no.
I don't think
it should be the exact same price.
I don't think I'd ever pay money for a finish on a firearm unless it's like something that was very practical. Like,
yeah, but I've only shot a Glock 17. I've never owned a Glock.
You know, the coating I'd like to have on my competition gun is the black DLC coating. Looks awesome. It's also expensive.
Yeah, if I ever get a limited gun, I'm not sure. I think I'm going to do a single.
This is what was funny. When we went to North Carolina, we left here Friday at 7 p.m., so it's like a 4-hour drive.
Yeah.
And we got to our hotel room like at 11:30, 11:45, whatever, 12, and got in our room, and I was like, messing with my gun. I'm like, let me see you guys' guns. So I was like, I just want to look at what, I mean, I'm shooting the STI. One of them was shooting a Glock 34, and the other one was shooting 10 Foglio Stock 2, which I've shot all those guns before anyway, so I've actually shot that guy's 10 Foglio, but we were just screwing around, with the guns and everything. I was like, Taylor, check out mine. And they were like sitting there, he like racked the slide. He's like, oh, that's nice. And like racked it again. He's like, I could do some damage with one of these. He's like, what's your power factor and recoil spring? Because he'd been shooting a Glock. He's been shooting a Glock in production, this guy that I was letting look at it. And they're like, I'm going to have to get one of these. I'm like, yep. He's been bit by the 2011 bug.
Yeah. Yeah. And I've heard that, I mean, Robbie's told me this, and several other open shooters have told me this. Never shoot an open gun unless you have about $3 to $4 grand burning a hole in your pocket for an open gun.
God, I know. I want to shoot one so bad. I'm afraid as soon as I do this, going to make one. I want one already, and I've never even shot one. I've handled them. I mean, I've dry fired with them. I'm like, oh my God, I could just like tear it up with this thing.
I haven't even dry fired.
I mean, it's like race. It's like high speed fuel, man. It's like the top speed. It's just like pedal to the metal.
Yeah, you're shooting a major power factor, and it feels like a 22.
Well, it doesn't feel like a 22. The recoil's like a 22. Put it that way.
Right. That's what I meant. Recoil's like 22.
And that's kind of, I guess, the allure of it, because you still have that power. You can feel the power of the gun, but it doesn't. But you can still control it. Like,
yeah,
that's what it's just built for perfection.
Yeah.
Well, I shot my buddy's 22. It's a Smith & Wesson something or other, I forget. But it's like one of those where, like the whole slide doesn't move. It's just like the chamber opens,
Victory?
Just that little back piece.
Not Victory. The what's the new pistol they just made? Is it semi-auto?
Yeah, semi-auto.
Oh wait, is it an old?
They have like a tradesman. They have like a tradesman or something.
Wait, is it Smeggy? Is it like a really old one?
I don't know if it's really old. I think he got it a few years back, like 2 or 3.
Oh, it's probably a 622 or a 422.
Yeah, I don't know.
But is that it?
You said Smith & Wesson, didn't you?
That's what I thought you said, yeah.
Okay, never mind.
It's not the big.
Sorry, Howdy.
Let me flip the image of the gun I think you're talking about. And if it is, I've shot one and they're awesome.
But it's like you hear it go bang, you see a hole in the target, but you're like, did this like just shoot? Like, I'm not sure that it even fired.
Look at this. Look at this, Maggie. Can you see my screen share? Did it look like this? And the barrel's down here on the bottom?
No.
No. I don't know whether it's semi-automatic. See, there's one with suppressor on it. That's neat. These are really nice to shoot. They don't make them anymore. They call them the 422 and the 622. 622 obviously was a 6-inch barrel. And they're awesome to shoot. My friend has 2 of them. He has both models, and I shot one of them. One of them had a decent trigger, and one of them had a really good trigger in it. I was like, man, this thing is sick, super accurate. But if that's what you're talking about, I don't know.
I'm not sure. It was neat though.
The only other one that it has is the Victory, which is the new one they just came out with.
I have a Smith & Wesson MP99.
Now, how does that thing feed the gun that you were just showing, Ballistic?
Through magazine in the
I
bottom.
don't know.
Well, you're talking the barrel's on the lower part of the slide, correct?
Right. Yeah. Well, it's not a slide. It's part of the. Yeah. It doesn't move. The barrel just sits in one spot.
So is the magazine like put the bullets in a flush position, basically, so where they're not feeding up, but they're feeding, straight.
Well, it's just a shorter magazine.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm sure they still feed ramp a little bit.
Yeah.
Look, let me find that
Like
one. There was a diagram of that one and taken up.
Like the 22 I have, it's a Smith & Wesson MP22. It's basically like the full. It looks like a full size M&P, but it's chambered in 22. That thing runs and runs and runs. The entire slide and everything moves.
Let me put my
entire slide's made out of
my screen share back on so I can kind of explain it here.
Okay.
To Hottie, whatever his name is.
Howdy.
Yeah, so here is the, let's see. There's the
barrel side of that one.
magazine's right there,
Oh, no, it isn't.
and there's the feed ramp.
Yeah.
And then I guess this is somehow what the slide reciprocates on or something. What houses the fire?
Yeah, that's where
the bolt and everything hangs. The bolt hangs down on the slide. I've never taken one apart actually, so. Yeah, see how the slides kind of like hollowed out and everything.
It's an aluminum slide.
Yeah, I now that I see the diagram, I can see how it works. I mean, it's that your slide's coming back and it's actually coming down, and your bolt face is picking up the next round.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not coming down, but just the placement of your bolt face is picking up your next round.
Supposed to go dove hunting tomorrow. Oh, Foose, I dropped my gun off at the gunsmith.
Which one?
The
STI?
Yeah, for the final trigger job. This is it. It better get fixed this time, or else I'm not gonna. Something's gonna happen if it doesn't get fixed. Put it that way. There's gonna be some talk about me not having to pay because I'm not paying for nothing. Again. Yeah.
So does it still ride the slide?
Hammer follow?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what it's been doing. And I took it to him, and he's like, "Let me see if I can get these parts to work." And the parts that were in it was like the trigger kit that I bought, and then took the first gunsmith put in.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, "No," he's like, "That's not gonna work with these parts." And he's like, "We'll have to order more parts." And it's like Georgia State was coming up, and then North Carolina State was like a week after that. So I was just like, "Well, just give me the gun back, and then I'll bring it back later in the next month, which is this month." And he's like, "All right." So he didn't even charge me anything then, which is cool because he did. I mean, he spent time on it, and he actually did recut the sear, trying to make it where it wouldn't fall as much. But it got worse because he was trying to do it so it'd catch it better.
Right.
And he did that, and he pinned the grip safety for me. And I was like, "Well, I'll bring it back, and you can switch whatever parts you need." So this time I take it back to him. He's like, "You just write me a check for what you think I should spend on parts." And I was like, "Well, I want you to be able to replace everything." So I'm like, "Here, I wrote him a check for $200." And I'm like, "Fix it.
Here,
Call me when you're done."
this is that pistol. So it's the model like 22S Sport Series.
That's interesting. I've never heard of that.
Okay.
See how like just this part moves, like all of this stays,
Right.
and then it's a rail that goes all the way down. He's got a red dot on it, and
Does
the
that
thing,
rail like touch? It doesn't touch the slide at all at the back.
no, it was cantilevered over from like up here.
That's interesting.
So it's kind of weird because you can't like overhand it. You have to like pinch the side, to pull this part back. But it's not like the spring's stiff or anything. I mean, you look at it, you can rack it. And the other weird thing, the mag release is a button on the front of the grip.
Ugh.
Like, I got done shooting, and my thumb, went like right here-ish and kind of pushed on the side. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. And then I see a couple little levers up here. There's a safety back here and the slide stop. And I'm like, wait a minute. Where the hell's the mag release? I looked at the bottom, thought maybe it was European.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't see it. And he goes, it's a button. And he's like, it's a button. And I'm like, yeah, they normally are. I don't see one. It's in the front of the grip. So it's recessed.
Jeez.
Like, speed shit going on here. But, man, I swear, you're just like, bloop, 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 and you don't even feel it. It's like nothing. Now, his isn't this color either, though. His was all black. But
Now, Smith & Wesson just put out their gun at last year's SHOT Show that's kind of like that. You can change barrels, but it's got that same design, does it not?
Yeah, the Victory. Yeah, which is like the Ruger. The 2245 is sort of like that. It just has an internal bolt. You pull directly on the bolt, which is the Ruger bolts are super tough to pull back on the 2245. It hurts your fingers even. But
I'm getting out of here, guys.
Browning Buck Mark is.
Going to bed.
all right, see you, Foos.
Hey, guys.
You got the Browning Buck Mark, which is also that same sort of design, and then the Colt
Alright.
Woodsman.
You said
Colt Woodsman is the same too.
Did you say the 2245s are hard to pull the bolt back?
Yeah, the new ones are the Mark IIIs, anyways.
Huh.
Yeah, the spring. I've always thought about clipping my spring. I know it's a stiff spring because when I bought it brand new, the only thing it would cycle was like CCI freaking mini mags, and even then it would still not cycle all of them. Took me a while of shooting it and racking it to get it to where it'd shoot anything. Now it's really reliable.
Yeah, they're notorious. They're notorious for wanting to put a draw to it.
I don't mind clipping the spring in it, but I don't think I can because it's like on a guide rod type thing. It's weird. I don't know. This freaking Freedom Edition.
There you go. Okay, model 22A. So maybe that.
Oh, I've heard of those. God, that sounds so familiar. I don't know if I've shot one of those or not. I don't think I've shot that one. I think I've seen one though. That sounds super familiar.
It's cool. It's a cool little thing.
Yeah.
Let's see if there's other pictures.
Oh, I need to get some rest, guys. I gotta get up early. We're going hunting in the morning.
All right.
I'll see you guys later.
All right, take it easy, man. Wait, where's the stop button for you are screen sharing? The fuck? Am I like stuck screen sharing forever now?
The little green thing, isn't it?
Well, normally there's a little thing up. Oh, there's stop. There's a thing at the top that says stop. Like, it says you are screen sharing. Then off to the right, there's a button that says stop. You click that and it stops it. But for some reason, it wasn't there. But I just clicked over on the left and it seemed to take care of it.
Google.
Whatever.
So what you up to tonight, Smegs?
Not a whole lot now.
Go get yourself that 7-Eleven check yet?
Oh, so developments in that. So I wasn't going to go because I'm like, dude, I'm not going to freaking go to 7-Eleven every day, whatever. So I went to the range with my buddy. Then we went out to dinner. And then he left. And I got him to sign up for Gun Channel. So that's awesome.
Right on. Where'd you go? Can't hear you. Can't hear you, Smeggy.
I think the deplorable basket got him.
Must have. God, it must be coming for all of us, huh?
Tinfoil hat time, children.
So apparently my network doesn't like random long ass stories. So long story short, my buddy was like, "Hey man, you want to go for a walk? Like I could use some fresh air." I'm like, "Yeah, sure, let's go for a walk." So we ended up walking up to 7-Eleven. I was able to buy a soda, which was good because I didn't have anything to drink. And we're talking to the girl there because she was working. And we were just sitting there talking for a minute, and then she was like, she said something about my boyfriend, right? She's like, "Oh, my boyfriend got mad at me the other day or something." I was like, "Oh, damn, she has a boyfriend." And then, like, out of the blue, she's like, "Yeah, and I found out I was pregnant 2 weeks ago." And I'm like, "Damn." So, never mind.
Check and see you later.
So I will continue to buy Slurpees and say hello to you, but, you know, that's not going to work out anytime soon.
Right.
Oh, well.
Funny the things, little conversations.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I don't know if she dropped that because she was, like, sick of seeing me or something or what. She still seemed friendly and nice, so.
Yeah, I don't know, dude.
You're taking that all wrong, Smeggy. That's actually a good thing. Because, first of all, you don't have to worry about a commitment because she's already in a commitment. And second, you don't ever have to worry about getting her pregnant because she's already pregnant. So it's like a win-win. Like, what aren't you seeing here?
The part where I don't want to be a home wrecker for a pregnant lady.
You're not a home wrecker. She just has a boyfriend, not a husband. So that's not a home wrecker.
You should have put a ring on it, is what you're saying?
Exactly.
I don't know, man. I don't think I could do that. It's bad enough that I'm a pansy as it is, let alone, like, I don't think I could be with someone if I, like, knowingly that they were cheating on someone.
You just haven't had enough alcohol yet.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe.
All right, we need to get Smiggy some liquid courage and send him back to 7-Eleven.
No,
No thanks.
I mean Smeggy's right. I don't like going there either. If they're in a relationship, it's not worth it. I mean, but then again, sometimes.
No, see, you missed all the signs. She was like, "Oh, like, you know, I have a boyfriend, and we fought." So she's telling you that right there that the relationship's on the rocks. And then she was like, you know, "And I'm pregnant." That's telling you, like, you know, like you want to be a baby daddy. Like, yeah, she was giving you all the signs, dude.
I guess so. Well, it tells you that at least she's DTF.
True.
Yep.
God, I got things to say on this subject, but
oh well.
Yeah.
I'll meet a nice girl someday.
Yeah, I think I've been that dude like once, and I told myself never again. But
anyways, so guns are neat.
Guns are fucking awesome.
I'm excited to get my 17. It sucks though because I have to have it shipped to the store. Like it wasn't in stock. They had it on their website, and it was okay. So I ordered it like 8:30 tonight.
Would you buy a Vickers?
No, I got a Marlin 17 HMR.
Oh, okay.
And anyways, it says like, okay, your shipment should be at the store like 5 to 8 days. But if you figure it's not counting weekends, so that's not even next week. That's like the following week, Wednesday would be 8 days. Like, damn it. I'm hoping it's sooner than that because I'm going up north like that following weekend. So I'd like to get it like a little bit beforehand to play around with it before I go up north.
Yeah, it sounds more like a 10-day to 14-day thing.
Yeah, I'm hoping like the warehouse is near the store, so it doesn't take so long to get there. I don't know where it's coming from. It's from Cabela's.
They're usually pretty good. And is that a gun that's usually in stock at most stores, or was that a used gun that you bought?
No, it's. I think they do normally have it because it's the same one my buddy has because he's the one that was telling me about it, and then I was like, click, click, click. Okay, I bought one too. But anyways, like, because I think the guy, like, he was in there and he was saying, yeah, I was kind of looking at getting something, blah blah blah, whatever, and the guy in there kind of recommended it, and then he was looking, he's like, oh, we don't have any in stock right now. He's like, but I'm pretty sure it's on sale on our website. You can have it shipped here. So that's what my buddy did as well, like last week. And then it was like still on sale today, so 10% off and all that shit. It was like $230, $220 something.
Little Marlin bolt gun.
Yeah. And then free shipping because it's going to the store or whatever. And then when I'm in there, I'm just gonna buy some mounts and a scope. And I'm pretty sure they'll like laser like bore sight it if you buy stuff from them, like if you buy the scope from them.
Heck, I'm pretty sure if you bring your rifle in and give it to them, they'll bore sight and zero it. Or
so I'm hoping.
Who's gonna laser bore sight at Cabela's?
Yeah.
Why? And this is a 17 HMR bolt gun.
Yeah.
Why are you even bothering having a bolt gun bore sighted?
So that the scope's lined up right?
No, like, okay, first of all, bore sighting never gives you a 0. Okay, it just gets you on paper. That's all bore sighting does.
Right.
And you can do the same exact thing with any bolt gun by taking out the bolt, looking down the barrel, putting the barrel on the target while looking down it, and then looking in your scope. Is my scope on paper too? Okay, look down the barrel. It's on paper. Boom, you're bore sighted. Like that's all. That's how you bore sight every single bolt action gun. Is you just like literally look down the fucking barrel. That's it. Like no joke. Like because all bore sighting does is get you on paper, and it does not zero any gun.
True.
So on any bolt gun ever, doesn't matter the caliber. Just look, especially a 17 HMR is even way easier to do that with than like a 30-06 or something. It's like whatever range you want it zeroed out, or you want to get on paper at 50 yards, 100 yards. Whatever.
You know what I could do? Oh fuck, this is awesome! I just thought of it. So I have that little camera that I can stick in all sorts of shit. It might. Yeah, you know what? No, it might be too big for it. But I could take the bolt out and probably stick it in the chamber or whatever. But I could like look through the camera at where the barrel's pointed and look at a target and then look at the scope. So I could look from between the scope and my phone, like back and forth, and get it lined up perfect.
Mm-hmm. That's all I've ever done, Smiggy, on any single bolt action gun to get it on paper is just look right down the barrel.
And actually, you know what? I'm a dumbass because that's what I did with my Ruger American. Because same kind of thing. I got the gun and the scope at the same time. So he actually put the scope on for me, which was nice because then I don't have to worry about it or whatever. But then he's like, "Oh, he's like something with he's like, yeah, we'll bore sight it for you. And he's like, oh, the guy's not here, or like we're short staffed, so I don't have time to do it. Like, but if you come back later, bring your receipt, they'll do it for you. And I was like, okay, cool. And I left, and actually, it's like all coming back to me. I laid prone on the top stairs of like my second level, and then I looked down at like my lower level wall. I had put something like a picture or something up there, and I did just that. I looked through the barrel, and then I looked through the scope.
Yep, and that's all you need to do to get on paper.
And then when I got up north, I shot it at like, I don't remember, something close, like 15 yards or something, and got the left-right dialed in right away, and just made sure that I was shooting like a little bit low. And then I moved back to 50 yards and zeroed it like the final way.
Yep. And the 17 HMR will even be easier.
Yeah, because it shoots like fucking like a laser beam, right?
Yeah, it's really flat out to like 200 yards. And then not only that, but the diameter of the bore is so small that, you put that on the center of the target, you'll actually be able to get pretty close to zero,
Right. So here's a question. I don't know how familiar you are with that. I know you do a lot of 22 shiv or whatever, but what should I zero it at? Like what distance?
I zeroed mine at 100, my 17 HMR.
And is that still like, it's pretty much good up close? Because basically, I'm just going to play around with it, but I was talking about maybe going like squirrel hunting and shit. And I don't know, what kind of distances do you shoot squirrels at? I've never like gone squirrel hunting.
25 yards. 25 yards and closer. Because first of all, it's not like you're sitting there looking through your scope trying to find the squirrel. So you got to see them with your eyes first.
Right.
And you look. So, and usually more than 25 yards away, like they blend in. They're kind of camouflage, man. Sometimes if they're making noise, you can spot them farther out. But every squirrel I've ever shot's probably been right around 25 yards or closer.
But so if I zeroed it at 100 and then I'm trying to shoot 25, would it be like way off, or it'd still be pretty close?
Well, you're going to be low. You're going to shoot a little low. For squirrel hunting, I might change my zero. Like I had my zero at 100 yards because I got it for coyote. Because I heard the 17 HMR was supposed to be like the shit for coyote. So I was like, oh, okay, I'm going to get a 17 HMR. And but for up close for squirrels and shit, like I might zero it at like 50 yards.
Yeah, that's what I was maybe considering. And then, I mean, I got the time to play around on the range, so I could zero at 50, then go to 25 and shoot at it and, see what it is. And if it's like way off, then hell, I might zero it for 25 and just say, fuck it. But I don't know. Just something to play with, really. You guys know I was in the mood to buy a gun just for the hell of it. And so I decided to.
Okay, like if let's say you have a 25-yard zero, okay? You're going to be about an inch high at 50 yards. You're going to be about an inch and a half high at between 75 and 100. And then you'll have your second zero right about 150, 160. And that's with the 25-yard zero. So you're pretty much, like if you had a 25-yard zero, your two zeros will be 25 and like 150 basically. And then you'll never shoot over like an inch and a half high. Does that make sense?
Right.
So everything between like 25 and 150, you'll just be shooting a little high. And then like at 200, you're about 4 inches low, 5 inches low, something like that. And that's with the 25-yard zero. So a 50-yard zero, that'll just push everything out just a little bit farther.
Would a 50-yard zero on a 17 be similar to like the 223? Because I know that like 50 and 200 are zeroed, and then you're like a couple inches high to a couple inches low.
No,
or just different trajectory.
Yeah, the 50, like if you had a 50-yard zero, I'm going to guess that your second zero gosh, it might be like right around. Let's see. If you had a 50-yard zero, I think your second zero might come into play more like around, I don't know, 125 yards. So I think it actually shortens it because with a 50-yard zero, you're not launching it up as high as a 25-yard zero. You're shooting it flatter. So that's going to make it drop at a closer range. So yeah, it's probably like a 50, 125 would probably be your two zeros. That's my best guess. You'll want to look it up for sure, but
right, yeah, because I know when I was pretty familiar with what it is for the AR, and I know when I was looking at like the 30-06, it was almost the same thing. I was like, wow, that's kind of weird, because so I did the same thing. Both of those are zeroed at 50 because that's perfect for hunting. Like basically whatever you hit between 0 and 200, the worst case scenario, you're a couple inches high or a couple inches low, which that's still perfectly fine for like a deer or something. You'll still hit something important.
Let's see here. I'm trying to see if I can find anything on a 50-yard zero. Let's see what the ballistics are there. Zero. Let's see here.
Yeah, and apparently small game season just opened up too. So since I'm going up north with my buddies anyways, like just to hang out or whatever, I might as well get like my small game license. So we might actually do some hunting while we're up there instead of just blasting some dirt. Because in Michigan, you have to get they changed it a couple years back. You get like a base license, and that counts as like a small game. And then if you want a deer license, like you have to have that base one also. So I'm gonna need to get it in November anyways when I get the deer license. So I might as well just get the base one now because it's like $5 or some shit, and then I'd be able to do small game. And then when I go to get the deer license, I just have to go get that.
This guy's saying like a 35-yard zero is about that's what he uses for hunting. He says a lot of the HMR guys are using that 35-yard zero. It puts you half an inch high at 100 yards, and then 150 is your next zero. So with the 35-yard zero, your two zeros are 35 and 150, and then you're only a half inch high at 100 yards.
Well, that's not bad.
And a half inch high at 50 yards. So you're 0.4 high at 50 yards, 0.5 at 100, and then 35 and 150 are zeroed. And then at 200 yards, you'll be 7 inches low.
Right, which, I mean, if I'm going that far, it's just for fun. I'm not going to be...
Well, that's about the range of the 17 HMR is 200 yards, really. I mean, just most people don't even shoot that just because once it goes past 100 yards, it stops bucking the wind that, well. Like I was out shooting and I think I had like a really light wind, like maybe a 5 mile an hour wind, and at 100 yards, it was blowing me off. It was blowing maybe like 4 or 5 inches off, target at just at 100 yards. So with a very light wind.
Oh, wow. Well, yeah. It is a super light bullet, right?
Yeah, they got different grains, but I think the ones I was using were the 17 grain TNTs. I can't even find 17 HMR ammo, man. Like Walmart doesn't carry it here anyway. Like, none of my gun stores carry it here. Like, I got to go all the way into the big city to find 17 HMR.
Yeah, I'm hoping like Cabela's will have it and stuff.
Oh, I'm sure they will. And then just buy it online so you get those special deals.
Right. Well, I'll probably just.
Do you have a Cabela's warehouse by you?
I don't know where their warehouse is. Fine Ape just got ran over by a train, though. That's kind of sad.
No, I'm still here flinging shit at people.
Like the
I want
Cabela's.
to get away from my mouth.
The Cabela's closest to me is like an hour away, right? But they have like a warehouse just like 15 minutes away from me. And so I can order anything online at Cabela's and they'll ship it to that warehouse for free, and I can go pick it up at that warehouse for free. So I do that all the time. It's, you know, buy shit online from Cabela's and just run over there and pick it up for the free shipping, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the closest store to me is, I don't know, maybe 45 minutes away. Probably get there in a half hour if I'm busting ass.
Okay.
There you go. Now you're not dying, dude.
Uh-huh. Okay, just looked at a ballistic chart for the 17 grain Hornady ballistic tip with a 25-yard zero. It's showing about 2 inches high at 100, and then yeah, like 155, 156 for your next zero.
Yeah, so I don't know. It'll be kind of fun. Well, the 35 yard sounds a little bit better because it's only that half-inch high at 100, but it still has its second zero at, what'd you say, 150. So it's like almost like it has the same second zero, but it doesn't like arc as much.
Yeah, you're not mortaring it up into the air as far, you know?
Mm-hmm. I like a 5-yard zero, like a grenade sight.
Well, give me a second, I can tell you what that'd be.
Yeah, well, I think that's what Dead Horse had just said. I think he just looked it up also. I just have bad memory.
5-yard zero.
Oh, a 5-yard. Oh, yeah. I'd be
well, at 200 yards, you would be plus 42 inches. Let's create the table. Generate. So, at 10 yards, you'd be 1.5 inches. At 50 yards, you'd be about 13 inches. Let me extend the max range out here. Let's go 500 yards. Generate. Still going up, still going up. Okay, at about 300 yards, it starts coming down. Between 390 and 400 yards would be your second zero.
Yeah, but how fast is that bullet moving at 400 yards, though? Like, I'm going to guess like
625 feet per second with 14.7 foot-pounds of energy.
Oh, that's a lot faster than I thought. I figured that by then it would be slowing down to like 300.
Well, you got to remember you're lobbing it up and gravity's pulling back on it.
I was just going to say, I don't know if the ballistics table takes this into effect, but you would be like reaching terminal velocity on the way down because it went so high up. So you got that acceleration due to gravity helping you out.
Create graph.
So what was the peak? Like, what's the absolute?
With a 5-yard zero, peak was between 390 and 400. Right now, hold on.
You said that was the second zero. I mean, like, where does it, crest at like 42 inches high or something? You said.
Yeah. Hold on a minute here. I monkeyed with a few things. All right. Calculate. Create table. 500 yard, 10-yard increment generate. Okay. 44 inches, 44 and a half.
So
Well,
somewhere around
weird,
4 feet high.
Well, no, I'm just looking down the thing. It goes from, at 250 yards, 44.52, then 40, oh. Yeah, it might help if I read. So, yeah, like at 240 yards, it'd be 44.53. And it's going 1,240 feet per second with about 60 foot-pounds of energy.
And with a 10-mile-an-hour crosswind, you get about a 15-inch difference in hold.
Well, let's see.
So you're saying if I zero it for 5 yards, and then I see a squirrel 400 yards away, or no, 2-something, whatever you said, all I have to do is like aim it at the ground to like the left of me, and it will hit the squirrel.
Well, with a 15-mile-an-hour crosswind at, now let's go 400 yards. Hopefully.
Is this like a
okay at 400 yards
or a website?
Yeah, it's the Shooting Solutions app. Okay, so at 400 yards with a 15-mile-an-hour crosswind coming from your 9 o'clock, it would drop 2.8 inches and would drift 133 inches.
So, yeah. Just basically, hold it over your other shoulder and, shoot it, and eventually the wind will push it all the way back.
Mm-hmm. Let's go 100. Oh yeah, fun thing launching tiny, tiny little salt pellets at long range.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to play with it. It'll be fun. Oh, and my stupid buddy fucking last week bought a 357 Henry lever action. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? I wanted to get one of those. So, that's kind of annoying.
Henrys are nice.
Yeah, that's what I had kind of gotten talked into. That's what I almost bought the other day if I could have found one. Like, I was thinking of just going to the store and buying something, so I was feeling impulsive. And ended up not. And then, so today I've got the 17 just for the hell of it. But, yeah, he told me that. I was like, God damn it, dude, I was going to get one of those. And now that I just copied him on his, 17 HMR, Like, I can't have 2 guns that he also has. That's annoying.
Kind of like a woman with the same type of dress.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, you go get ready to go out and you look at your buddy, be like, "Oh man, you're carrying the same gun? All right, hang on, let me go get a new one." Well, I'm not changing. You change. That's right. He carries a XD, and then sometimes a little revolver, you know, with a shrouded or like an internal hammer and all that shit. That's his pocket carry. And I forget what type that one is. Which I'll never carry either of those, so at least that part of it will be safe.
Has anyone ever had experience with the LCP pocket carry? Have you, Smeggy?
I have not. No.
I've shot one, but I've never actually owned one or carried one. I'm kind of thinking about it.
I mean, I hear
probably
people
want
say
to.
it's good, but
Yeah, if you want first-hand account, talk to Matt. Never Enough Ammo. He does that from time to time, I think.
Okay.
Like Yankee doesn't pocket carry.
yeah, I'm not a huge revolver fan, so I don't know. I've shot a handful of them, but I've never shot that one. I like the Ruger LC9. I almost bought that as like my, I don't know, either like a backup or maybe when I don't feel like carrying the CZ. I've paid for one of them in my past, but that was the pink version. I probably wouldn't get that the second time.
What?
You gonna get the purple version?
Yeah, it looks way better.
For the stainless and titanium blue.
I don't know. I kind of like the color blue. I know not a lot of companies really will do blue guns because, you know, those are like, that's what they signify, you know, the training, like not real guns is always like a all blue gun. Oh.
Yeah, last time I looked at LC9s, it looked like Ruger just kind of shit a rainbow for them because they had pretty much like reds and purples and blues and all that.
Yeah.
Sportsman's Guides has brand new EOTechs on sale for $343. Right now, if anyone's looking for one of those, that's a pretty good deal for a new EOTech. That's the cheapest I think I've seen one, $343 with shipping. See now these ones.
Yep.
So I'm looking at your looking at your profile picture there, is that number 1 or a number 3?
That is a number 1. That was the new edition, 30.6.
How you liking that?
Loving it so far. It was kind of I guess kind of an impulse buy, but my dad and I have been looking for one for like a year, and we've just been finding brand new ones that are like $1,400. And I found one at a gun show that was an older model that had never been fired, and he had it for like under $1,000. And I'm like, all right, I'll take it.
They're pretty neat guns.
Yeah, they're nice.
What is that?
Ruger number 1.
Yeah, I picked one up last year at Cabela's, and I've been looking for them for a couple of years, but they were either oddball calibers that I wasn't interested in, or they're like things that people had customized, so they're like 1,200 or 1,500 or more.
Yeah. Yeah, and normally, like even the used ones, the used newer ones or older ones, like they're still in pretty good shape for the most part, because most of the time guys will take them hunting, and I almost think that like they miss a buck or something, and they're like, well, I didn't have a follow-up shot, so I'm getting rid of this gun. So they've shot like 2 rounds out of it, and
yeah. Crap, I forget what I was going to say now.
So did you ever find one that?
Oh yeah, I picked one up at Cabela's like last year or so. I had a couple of. Now you can tell that I'm a gun addict when a rebate from a gun I purchased the year before goes to pay for another gun. Because like year before last, I think H&K of all people had a rebate going, where if you bought any USP pistol, any P30, any of their pistols that weren't the VP series, you got $200 back.
Wow.
Yeah, so I had those burning a hole, or a couple of the Visa cards burning a hole in my pocket, and then walked into Cabela's and up. There's that same stainless 243 Mark 1 still, or number 1 still the same price. Just didn't find anything. Started looking in their case of it, and a minute, there's a number 1 sitting here. It's in 4570, the caliber I want, and it's $900.
Oh, nice.
So we got a hold of one of them and said, oh yeah, we got the box. Or no, it's a new gun. We got everything for it. So they brought out the box, and there was like a seconds stamp on it. Thinking, okay, don't see anything wrong with it. Asked them. They didn't know anything about it. It's like, fuck it. Here's my gift cards. Here's some extra cash. Give me my rifle, please. So did a little research on it, and apparently they were made as a special run for some like conservation group or that. And Ruger did the first like 250 out of the 500 run as kind of a test of, okay, this is what you want. Are you sure this is what you want? And it's basically a standard 4-end number 1, but instead of a 22-inch barrel, it's got a 26-inch heavy barrel on it.
Oh wow!
But apparently the whatever this conservation group or whatever that was going to give them away as prizes. Oh no, they didn't want a 26-inch barrel. They wanted a 30-inch barrel, and at the time, Ruger couldn't make 30-inch barrels for the number 1s. So apparently Lipsy's bought them all up, and they sold well enough to where Cabela's just ended up buying the other 250s or so.
Geez, that's a pretty good deal on a pretty unique rifle too.
Yeah. Figured if I was going to get a number one, it needs to be in a nice big old cartridge.
For, 4570 puts a hammering on deer.
4570 will put a hammer on just about anything in a number one.
Yeah.
What was it? Was looking in my Hornet ebook. Ruger number one, 4570. You can push a 500 grain round nose bullet at 1,800 feet per second.
What the hell? Stupid Cabela's website. There we go. Apparently, if you go to like your order history on the Cabela's website, and it shows you like, oh, this is like the model number and the item number and all that stuff, you can't just like click on it to pull the page back up. Because I remember seeing something. You said something about rebate. I remember seeing something that said that the Marlin had a rebate. And I wanted to like get the details on it and see what it was.
Probably just go to Marlin's website and see if they've got something posted.
Well, I just went to the Cabela's one because it, like I said, I remember seeing it, and I never did click for details because I was like, oh, mail-in rebate, that's kind of cool. I wonder what it is. I was going to get it anyway, so I didn't really care. And, the Marlin XT models is $25 per gun. So I'll just have to make sure I find the form or whatever, and then they probably have it at the store or something. Or it's in the box, I don't know.
So have you made a decision on what kind of scope you want to put on it?
No, not yet. I don't know tons about scopes. I have one scope. It's a Nikon. I like it.
Okay. Let's see if Flippy was actually participating, as Chatty could tell you about when he picked up. It's Loophole has a $50 rebate on their. What is this? I forget what line it is, but it's like a 3-9 by 40. So. Oh wait, Dead Horse, didn't you order one of those scopes?
Yeah, I got it like at the beginning of this week.
Yeah, what model was that again?
The AR Mod 1. The Leopold, like AR Mod 1, I think is what it was called. 3-9 by 40.
Smeggy, I got my AR finally.
Oh, cool.
What PSA upper did you go with?
I don't know. I ordered the parts. I can show you. Or my buddy Matt ordered the parts. That one. You got a stainless steel like 5.56 barrel. I don't know.
Oh, that looks like the 18-inch. That looks like the 18-inch one. Is that an 18-inch barrel?
I don't know.
Yeah, with the 15-inch rail, that's what it looks like to me. Yeah, so you got the 223 Wild, 1-8 twist, 15-inch like Yeah, SQR rail. Yeah, that's a really nice upper. Actually, that's their that's like one of their Freedom uppers. That one's pretty nice.
And then I got to figure out how to put the grip on.
I have a question, Dead Horse. What's the item number on that? Because I'm pretty sure you have memorized PSA's website.
Item on that? I think
That's
that was
item number
Kit 0029.
I got to figure out how to put that on. I'm watching videos. You just screw it in, I think. I don't know. I'm a novice.
It's.
Is that an R? What is that? The RVG? You can't see. The screen's blurry.
M-Lock MVG.
Okay, yeah, that one screws right on. Yeah.
Okay, so I can add that to. I don't have to add another part.
Nope, not on that. Not on that grip you got. That'll go right on. Oh wait. That one's an M-Lock. That's a key mod rail you got there, right?
Yeah.
Hold the rail closer to the screen for me.
Let's say it looks key mod, right?
Okay, yeah, that's a key mod rail, and you got an M-Lock grip, and you can still put a lot of M-Lock accessories on a key mod rail, but that's not what's supposed to be there, just so you know.
Oh, I have to have a little piece, don't I? A little part.
Yeah, no, you're going to have to buy a different grip. Like, you're going to need the RVG grip, which is the railed vertical grip from Magpul, and then you add a little piece of Picatinny rail section that's in the key mod, like a piece of key mod Picatinny rail section. Then you buy the RVG Magpul grip and put it on.
Oh.
But I have put M-Lock accessories on key mods, and they fit, and they seem to work. It's not supposed to be on it, but I've done it. So
yeah, because he went through the aisle. Because I mean, he works there, a little while, and
he works at PSA.
Huh?
Did you say he works at PSA?
No, he works at Bass Pro.
Oh, okay.
And he said that it should be able to screw on. He said he has that on his. So I don't know.
Pull the grip out. Pull the grip out of the box. Let's make sure. Let's see the actual grip.
It's a little one.
Because I don't think Magpul makes a key mod one, right? Like, show me the top of the grip. Yeah, that's the M-Lock one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might work. It might not, because that has two different. The spacing might not be right. It might work, it might not, but that's not what's supposed to be on that key mod rail. That's made for an M-Lock rail. And yeah, and like I said, it might work, but you're better off returning that, getting the RVG grip, and then just getting a little piece of a 5-slot Picatinny rail section.
Okay.
And key mod.
All right, so
make sure
RVG, I have to remember RVG, and I still have my receipt, so I can return it.
Yeah, you need the RVG and then a 5-slot key mod Picatinny rail section.
Okay. Thank you so very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, so then you'll take the little bit of rail, attach that to the shelving unit, and then you'll take the grip and attach that to the cheese grater rail.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I told him I wanted like, the
you know what you can really do? Like the best way to do that is to not have that extra piece of rail. So the best way is just to get a vertical grip that's key mod already, right? And I don't think Magpul makes them because they're all about the M-Lock. But like BCM makes a key mod vertical grip. Like there's 1,000 different companies that make a key mod, a designated key mod vertical grip. And that would be the easiest and simplest solution. It would cut down on the weight, cut down on the number of items on your rifle. That would be the best solution, is just to buy a designated key mod vertical.
Well, I was thinking I was holding it right up underneath the mat. Is that okay to hold the magazine while you're shooting?
Wait, what's that?
Like hold the magazine, like the magazine area while you're shooting?
The magwell? Yeah, a lot of guys do that for close quarters and stuff like that. For more accuracy, you're going to want your arm out a little bit farther to help balance that rifle and keep it stable.
Oh, okay.
Like for close quarters, stuff like that, and to get on target fast, and they'll do that magwell grip, yeah.
Okay.
But not actually holding the magazine,
Yeah, the mag.
Just the mag well.
Right. Yeah, I
Okay.
was holding it, and it felt really comfortable doing that. I haven't shot it yet because I still have to get a scope. I don't have any sights or anything on it.
Get the sights before the scope. Sights always come first. Because even if you put a scope on it, you still it's just you don't have to. You can do whatever you want, but it's just my opinion that every AR needs sights. It needs a pair of backup sights. Whether you're going to put a red dot, a scope, doesn't matter. You need a pair of sights on every single AR. So I always make sure I do sights.
I broke your little dead horse because I had the red dot first, but that's also because I got the red dot with the upper. Like it was part of the deal.
Well,
and then it had the regular the A2 front sight. So then later in life, all I had to do was just buy a flip up backup. And I was getting something where it was free shipping on orders $50 or more. And the thing that I was buying was $40. So I ended up getting it's actually a Ruger backup sight that was only $10 or whatever. It was pretty cheap. And then that put me over the $50 limit, so I got free shipping.
Hey, I kind of made a mistake on my charge rail. I think that's charge handle. I'm sorry, charge handle.
Yeah.
And I was kind of shoving it in. I didn't know I had to put it on an incline, and I kind of nicked it. Is that bad?
No, not at all. It won't hurt it at all. You don't put it in on an incline. You stick it straight in where the bolt carrier goes, and about 2 inches inside the rear receiver, there's a notch where that charging handle will slide up, and then right above at the very top of that rail, there's a notch you'll see that these two little notches, one on each side.
So it's not bad that it's nicked a little bit, the metal.
Not the charging. No, you're gonna nick it a lot worse than that just by charging your gun and using it. Once you start shooting it, no. All my charging handles get they all get beat up. All that anodizing comes right off of them. After you shoot 1,000 rounds.
Oh yeah, they get all shiny on the side from riding back and forth.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That kind of worried me.
No, not at all, dude. Don't. Yeah, it's nothing. Nothing.
So, did I hear earlier though, just for kind of clarification, that rifle's actually a 223 Wild?
Yeah, that has a 223 Wild barrel. 18-inch stainless steel, 1 1/8 twist.
So does that mean you can only shoot 223 Wild?
No, 5.56 or 223 Remington.
Yeah, see, there's the nicks on it.
Let's see. Hold them up to the camera.
See how the paint's off?
Oh yeah, no, dude, that's right there at the notch that slides up in the upper. That's nothing. Right there. You're gonna wear that out. You're gonna wear all that anodizing off just by using it right there in that spot on those notches.
Oh, okay. Because
that's basically your guide that slides in and out the upper. Those are the guide rails for that charging handle, and that's where it's gonna wear first.
Yeah, it took me a couple of weeks to save up for it, and I fucking bust ass for my money, so I was like, oh no, I don't want to screw it up.
Oh no, that's fine.
Say that having that worn off is like having the little gouge in the side of an AK from flipping the safety on and off.
Yeah,
it's like you get a brand new AK, it looks beautiful, you flip the safety on, you flip it off, and you got a big scratch in it. You're like, well, that lasted 2 seconds.
Yeah, because I was
that's
really
no big deal at all.
Yeah, and if you ever do want a new charging handle, I know where to get those for $12 shipped. But most people upgrade them to the $40, $50, $60 BCM charging handles or some shit. But I like
people like the charging handles that stick out 12 inches so they snag on everything.
Exactly. They stick out 3 inches with the actual lever that actually unlocks the charging handle. So then when you go to shoot, you get a bloody nose. Because everyone puts their nose. Well, at least I do. You put your nose right up to the charging handle. That's where I rest my cheek and everything. My nose is literally touching the charging handle when I shoot.
Oh, see, I'm farther back when I shoot.
Yeah. I've always been taught to put my nose literally right on that fucking charging handle, like it's touching it.
Yeah, I wish they'd make one where the butt of it would extend a little bit farther back. I'm like maybe an inch.
The bus stock?
Yeah. Because
Magpul makes an extended buffer tube, and so does Strike Industries. That's a little bit longer. It'll give you like a 1/2 inch length of pull. And if you just have the regular M4 stock on that, you can buy a rubber butt pad that just like literally slips around the end of that stock. That'll give you an extra 1/2 inch length of pull.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Heck.
So you got big, long monkey arms like me?
Yeah, dude. I'm built like a fucking gorilla.
Well, then don't buy an AK, because I think those are made for children in Africa. Because holy shit, dude, the length of pull on that's like 2.5 inches. It's like the triggers in your armpit. I don't know if you noticed, I use hyperbole a lot. I exaggerate a tiny bit, but yeah.
No, I've just been, it's my first one ever. I've always wanted one, so I'm just, a kid with a new toy. I'm just excited.
Oh, for sure. We've all been there, man. That's what makes Gun Channels fun.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to quit blabbing. I'm going to cut my speaker thing on or whatever.
What are you showing there, Dead Horse?
This is my sunshade for my scope that I just got in the mail today. Nice and oval. You see how crushed that is?
That's how it's supposed to be, right?
Yeah, if I could only thread it on with these round these oval
now all you
threads.
have to do is put your scope in a vise and squish the end so that you can stick it on.
Yeah, the scope came today, and I take it out of the box and package is like completely destroyed. I was like, what the fuck? So I was all worried about the scope's in like perfect condition, but the sunshade was like it took the brunt of the damage. It just folded like nothing.
What was that? Speaking of scopes, I was thinking about getting a Nikon M223 for it. Because
that's a really nice scope. That's a higher end Nikon. The M223s, they're really nice.
All right, because I'm basically going to use this for hunting, so that's why I was going with that. I have a Nikon Monarch on my 308.
Yeah, the Nikons are nice scopes.
I think for like value for money, Nikon is right there. You know, like it's not too expensive, but it's really nice. Now it's not going to be a super, it's not Swarovski crystal or whatever the fuck that thing is. I can't talk, but I can't even think of like high end brands. So it's not like super awesome, but it's way better than the cheap ones, and it's only a little bit more expensive than the cheap ones.
Okay, that'll work, because that's going to be hopefully next week if I get my money right, which it should be. So that and those the mounters that you have to have, and those things are expensive too. They're like $100.
Well, you don't have to get a dedicated mount. You can always get like Exor. I know Weaver makes what's basically a riser. It's a little like inch thick thing of Picatinny rail. It just bolts onto your Picatinny rail on top of your receiver, and then you can use, just standard scope rings.
Wait, you have to put rail on top of rail to use the scope rings?
It's something it's from like the early days of before all this AR stuff really exploded. It's, like Weaver, B-Square, and that would make basically, it's basically a riser block. You screw it on top of your Picatinny rail, so then it raises your mounting surface like an inch or half an inch. They used to make like different heights of it.
Yeah, different cants, like 20 MOA cant, 40 MOA cant.
No, this was just pretty much straight up and down.
So that part's all kind of new to me. I don't have a scope on my AR. I have a red dot, so it just popped right on the rail. I'm done.
Yeah, this is mostly for, like I said, it's kind of older technology stuff.
It's almost like a way of retrofitting the old style scope rings onto like an AR.
Yeah, or basically a way of using like a super large objective on an AR.
I'll definitely keep that in mind because I went to price them today and I was like, man, I'm going to be spending like $580 and then another $100 for the scope now or whatever.
Yeah, and that's kind of crazy. It's a chunk of metal with like some rings on it. Like, what the hell?
Yeah. I guess
Well,
just because it has an icon on it, I don't know.
Well, just remember, you're not paying for the metal. You're paying for all the precision machining it takes to make them.
Yeah, I know, but...
And I'm saying this as a machinist.
Yeah, I know, because I heard you were like, oh, yeah, I better get away from the mill. So, obviously, you're a machine guy.
So, can you add, like, the flip-up sights and still have your scope on there?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, good.
If you mount the scope, like, far enough forward that the flip-ups will pop up, then you can look at the flip-ups right through the scope.
Over the flip-up. Over the rear.
Yeah, because I heard all sorts of things. They were like, if you're gonna get a scope, don't put sights on it. And then I heard even if you have a scope on it, get sights on it. And I'm like, dude, I don't know.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
You want sights, dude.
Basically, the ass end of the scope will hang. If like the butt end of your scope is even with the end of your charging handle, and you mount it up high enough, you can get like I've got a Magpul flip-up sight, and it's underneath, or fits underneath my little 4-power scope on my AR. But if you go the riser rail mount system, then you can't because it'll take up your whole flat top.
Okay, so I just go to like the gun store and be like, hey, you know, I'm putting a scope on this, but I want flip-up sights and I need the mounting system and the scope. You know, I need more knowledge on this because I'm not knowledgeable at all.
Well, that's the good thing about gun channels, man.
A lot of opinionated people willing to share their opinions and experiences.
Heck yeah, and I greatly appreciate all of y'all. Oh, do you know if Magpul or whatever makes flip-up sights that'll work for that rail I have or whatever?
Yep, called M-Bus.
Say it again, please.
M-Bus for Magpul backup utility site.
But will that have a front sight that's key mod? Because he'll need a front sight, right?
No, the top of that rail he has is Picatinny. Just it's this key mod around all the sides. So he just needs 2 Magpul M-Buses. And the cheapest place that has them, if they're still on sale, they're $55 for a set at Schuyler Arm. That's the cheapest I could find M-Buses online lately.
Yeah, it's these ones right here. If I can get the, there you go.
Yes, see how Arm Professor has them mounted under his scope? That's exactly what you want, just like that. And see how the scope pretty much ends with the charging handle? That's exactly where you want your scope, just like his setup.
May I see it, please?
But why do you got your front sight on backwards?
So I can have it a little bit further forward. That's just kind of how I put it. That way I could. Hold on a second. That way I can press down on it, flip up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. That's cool.
Now they don't come this color. I spray painted them. So.
Oh yeah, I want mine black. And those are called M-Boss?
M-Bus.
M-Bus? M-Bus. By Magpul?
Yep.
Awesome. Well, thank y'all very much. I greatly appreciate that information.
Yeah, but aren't the M-Buses like plastic?
Yeah, they're polymer.
Yeah, well, isn't there like better options that are not plastic that are about the same price?
No.
Half for the price. No,
not for $55. You're not going to find a pair of quality aluminum sights.
might be $55 per sight, but not for the set.
Yeah. Oh, even more than 55 for quality. Troy's are more than 55 a piece. Diamond heads are more than 55 a piece. Cacks are more than 55 a piece.
Yeah, I mean even the Magpul Pros are what, about $90?
Yeah, I just bought a set of the Magpul Pros, and the rear sight was like 99, and the front sight I think was like 79. So it was like basically $180 for the pair.
And if you don't mind, could you tell me? Could you spell it out for me in the group chat thing? Did you say Schuyler Arms or Scheller?
Schuyler Arms, yeah, it's SHUYLER, I believe, just like that. Schuyler. Let me double check. SCHUYLER. And I've bought in a couple of things, and I had a problem with the buffer tube, and that guy like totally sent me out a new one like right away. So he's a pretty good, and like he answers your email. If you email him, he'll answer you in like, within like a couple hours. It seems like a pretty good business. There's his store link right there.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Let me see here. September savings, Red Dots and Optics. Nope, they're up to $65. They're not on sale anymore for $55. They're $65 now.
Hey, that's fine with me, man. That's still a great bargain.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good deal because usually those will retail like right around like $80 for a set. That's usually where I see like most people sell them for is like $79 a pair.
So what else can we buy for you? This is fun spending someone else's money.
Sorry, yeah, I know at least because my brother was like, "Oh man, we need to go out there and shoot it." I was like, "Brother, I don't have any sights. I don't have any scope. I don't have anything." So it's like it's gonna be a minute before we're able to shoot it.
Hey, it's like The Walking Dead. They don't ever have sights on their stuff. You're good to go.
Yeah, I know, but I at least want to make sure that I can hit something with it before just blindly aiming.
Oh, you'll hit the zombies right in the head, no problem.
Yeah, even if you aim at their feet.
Yeah, aim at well, that's the Colt Python special. You aim at their foot and it magically goes into their head. It also has, like a 12-round cylinder. Because I've never once seen him.
Thinking when I saw that, how Rick aimed so low, and then the next thing you know, it's a headshot. I was like, that's bullshit.
Well, here's the thing though. Yes, he aims low, but he also kind of holds it up over his head, so it might be the right angle.
Yeah,
because he's never looking at it. It's always like above his line of sight.
Check out this, Ralph, Smeggy.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, 17 inches. By Chris Costero. Pretty lightweight, too, for 17 inches.
Put that on a 16-inch barrel and live dangerously, eh?
Oh, no, it's going on an 18-inch barrel to make it look like it's only 16. And look at that carbon fiber rail that came today.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I was looking at the carbon fibers at the NRA show, and the guy, he was like, here, take a look at it or whatever, and he handed it I think it was like to Marco or Pink or something first, and then they handed it to me, and I damn near hit myself in the face with it because I was expecting, weight, and it was like, holy shit, that's light.
Yeah, like it feels like air. It's like it feels like an empty can or something. Like it's just like wow.
It's like a paper towel tube.
It will be even lighter once like these are all kind of like you see how it's kind of like milled right there. These Picatinny rail sections to take off weight. I'm going to take off these 3 Picatinny rail sections, and then it'll be even lighter. I can even take off this top one that's a full length rail if I don't want a rail on it at all, and then just have just nothing but the tube. That's what I think I'm going to do. Is I'm going to take off the top rail, and then the 3 sides I'm just going to put one of the little short ones on top here at the end for the sight. And then this is going on my ultra lightweight build.
Are you using titanium and stuff in the other parts?
Yep, and a lot of aluminum. A lot of aluminum and titanium. I'm staying away from all plastics and polymers, though. Like, it's not getting, like, any kind of, like, plastic or polymer stuff.
Well, yeah, you can't for something like that. Or if you already got the carbon fiber, you can't, like, go, cheap out some plastic piece of crap.
Yeah, exactly. Then this rail came today. It's like an SQR rail, 9.2 inch. This is going on my 7.5 inch pistol build. I actually like this rail. This is pretty sweet.
Which one's that?
A 9.2 inch SQR.
What's the inside?
Nice.
What's the inside diameter? Would a suppressor be able to fit in there?
Like 1.3 is the inside, so most suppressors probably won't fit. Usually you need like a 1.5 or bigger for most suppressors.
Yeah. So
usually like I get the 1.8. That's like kind of, it's not a standard, but it kind of is. Most manufacturers do a 1.28 to a 1.35 for their slim rails, inside diameter. And then for the larger rails, they usually do a 1.81 diameter, which is the Yankee Hill machine diameter.
Okay.
So it's usually about 1.3 for the slims or 1.8 for the normal. And then the 1.8s are the ones that fit the suppressors perfectly.
Oh, would anyone know of a good case once the scope and everything's on, a good case to carry it in?
Good or like cost effective or just like high end like
one that I might have to put it in the back end of my truck and go over hills and
Pelican
and things like that.
Cheaper would be like a Plano. They make kind of a Pelican knockoff.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's what all my like fishing boxes are.
I don't know. I've had one for the past couple of years and it still looks good.
I don't know if this is the same thing, but like Cabela's has like a cheap ass one that kind of looks like a Pelican. I don't know if those are Planos or if they're just like Cabela brand. I mean, I know they're, Chinese made stuff, but my dad has one of those and we kicked it around a bunch. It's never had a problem.
Okay, appreciate it.
So that's something I need to get a couple more cases or even just like bags. Because I have one hard case that's kind of, pretty thin, kind of cheap. I actually got it when my dad got the shotgun for me when I was like a teenager. Basically, he was like, so can you like throw in a case or something? And the guy's like, oh, I can't really do that, blah, blah. He's like, oh, okay, well, never mind. And he turns and looks at me. He's like, sorry, son, I guess you're not getting a gun today. We'll go find another place on the weekend. And the guy was like, yeah, okay, I'll throw in a case. So I got a nice, I won't say nice. I got a cheap, hard side case. But it works pretty well. That's pretty good.
Very nice. Hey, that symbol looks familiar. So I heard, do you need to take it specifically apart, or can you just spray the whole thing down and it's good?
Take it apart. It's really easy.
Okay.
Yeah, you just pull the clip out, turn the little cam thing, pop that out, and then take the clip out, take the firing pin out, pull the little cam thing out, and then the bolt comes out the front. There you go. He's doing it right now. So clip, pin, cam thingy. You got to turn it and then pull it out.
Yeah, when they're new, they can be kind of really stiff, especially from Palmetto. Cam pin.
Bolt.
That's it. That's all it takes.
Oh, okay.
5 pieces. You don't pull the gas key off or anything like that. You don't got to take the actual bolt apart. But just break it down into these 5 main pieces, and that way you can scrub the bore of your carrier. You can clean up your gas rings, which are probably like the 2 most important things.
Okay.
And then kind of just wipe everything else down.
Yep.
Awesome.
And don't over lube it. It doesn't take much. That's like the #1 mistake people make is over lubing these things, and then they get like light firing pin strikes and stuff, and they're like, God, my gun isn't working. What did I do wrong? And it's always right after they clean it because they use too much oil, and it slows down the firing pin because the firing pin's just floating in these. It's a floating firing pin. So.
Oh, okay.
That's the biggest mistake people make is over lubrication on these bolt carrier groups.
Which really, you just put a little dab of oil on the rails, right? Like you don't put oil inside all the shit.
I put 1 drop of oil on the gas rings. I put literally 1 little drop, and then I spin the gas rings to work it in, and that's it. Like, I don't put any oil on my firing pin at all. I just put 1 drop on the gas rings.
Okay, and I was with my brother.
The inside of my upper.
Get a tool for it, so this was the tool. I don't know. He said, just watch videos on it.
Oh, yeah, you got a scraping tool, yeah.
Yeah.
What the heck is that thing?
That's really good out in the field.
And it's like 18 in one tool, like 18 in one thing. 18 in one tool.
I have one of those Avid tools, and I never use it, man. Like, it's good for out at the field, like to keep sticking your gun bag to use at the range and stuff. But when you're actually out, like when you're at home cleaning your guns, I never use the thing ever.
Oh, okay.
Sounds like your brother works on commission. Here, you need this, this, and this.
Oh, no. My buddy works there. My brother was with me while we were there.
Okay.
We were picking it up, yeah. He's a police officer, so he does the shooting.
Right. Well, and he's right, though. It's nice to have out in the field, because here's the thing. It's one thing if you're at the range and something goes wrong. Worst case scenario, you pack your shit up, you go home. Bummer, you ruined an afternoon. You're out hunting, something goes wrong. Well, fuck, man. Maybe you scheduled the whole weekend to go and have a nice, good hunt and whatever, and now all of a sudden you're down. So yeah. It is nice to have some stuff with you, which is exactly why you want the backup sights, because if something happens to your scope, you just take that thing off, pop your sights up, and you're still out hunting.
This right here is like the perfect tool. Just a can opener. This little can opener. This is the perfect bolt tool. This does, this will clean your bolt. This will disassemble it. This does pretty much everything you need. Is just a can opener.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah. Bottle opener, can opener, that's it. That's all you need.
Okay, see, I got one of those, what's it called? The bone tool. Otis makes it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's designed, it fits right, it fits inside the bolt carrier. You just kind of spin it and it scrapes all the carbon. And then there's a part that you could like stick the end of your bolt in and turn it, and it scrapes, and cleans all that up. But I went with that just because I got like a little Otis cleaning kit, and it came with that in there. And I like that thing because it's a nice tiny little pouch. I mean, it has Molly on it, but I always
check this out, Smiggy.
See, that's the kind of guard I wanted. I wanted like that
The A2 front sight.
Vietnam-looking guard.
Yep.
The part that you're holding. Yeah. What is that called?
Just a drop-in handguard and an A2 front sight post.
Okay, yeah, and he was like, no, he's like, okay. Yeah, he just told me, he's like, no, he's like, if you don't mind, he's like, let me build it, and then, yeah. But I love that style. That's cool.
This is like the bulletproof style. Like when your gun, like when you have your gun sitting up like this and it falls over, it doesn't break. Like a lot of those free floated rails, you have your gun sitting up like this against a table or something, and it falls over. Now your rail's bent and like touching the barrel because they just don't have the strength or integrity out there at the end of the rail to, and even some really nice rails will bend like that. So you just got to be a lot more gentle with those free float rails. Like this thing, you can like grab this and throw it, pick it up, and it's just fine. Like, you do that with the free float rail and you're like, oh shit, like I just ruined my $200 rail.
Well, yeah, like, and after I get finished shooting this, I'm fixing to watch video after video, and I'm going to build my next one by myself. Yep. I want to build everything by myself.
And that's a great way to do it because then you become familiar with your weapon platform and you know it, intimately.
Yeah. Hell yeah, I love that one. That one's the one I originally wanted, and my next one will look like that, by God.
Now this is an 11.5-inch barrel. Carbine gas system 11.5-inch barrel. This is my first 11.5-inch upper, so I'm pretty excited. I've always heard 11.5 inches is like a sweet spot for not only rifles but women. So I'm looking forward to trying it out.
Yeah.
Then get this. Check this out. I bought these two uppers came today too from PSA, and they were both the identical same kit. I bought two of the same kits that came with like the Magpul stock and grip and all that, the MOE kits, the Freedom MOE kits. And let's see, that upper is a brass aluminum forge. That upper is Arrow. Like, but I ordered two of the same kits.
So which one's more durable? I'm sorry, I don't know anything about it.
They're probably both just as durable, but the Arrow's probably maybe has a little bit better anodizing on it, a little bit better machined. I like the T marks on the Arrow better. Like the T marks, like the font is actually different between the two. Like I wanted two matching, like identical matching rifles, and now they don't match. So like I'm all shitty pissed. So I got to call PSA.
What do the T marks mean? I was looking at
this is so you can put optics or sights or whatever on and off your gun. And when the next set, so like let's say you put a red dot on, and the front pin of that red dot is on like the T10 mark, okay? So you take that red dot off, you put a scope on to go like hunting or shooting or something. You get home, you take the scope off, you want to put the red dot back on for home defense. If you put that red dot right at the exact same rail spot, it should pretty well maintain zero or be really, really close to it. So you don't have to go back and re-zero it every time you're just popping on and off your red dot or scope.
Right. It's just kind of, it's a way to remember how you set it up. Because otherwise you'd be sitting there like just kind of looking, okay, it was, you got to count from the end, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, it was on this one. But that way it's really easy to remember. Oh, yeah, T8, done. That's all you got to remember.
Y'all are fucking thinking this guy is a fucking idiot.
I don't know if you can tell. Look how shitty that pin right there. Look how shitty of a job they did on that pin. Like that whole pin like wobbles like back and forth. Like Palmetto like definitely hired some new people to assemble some guns. And
Well,
they
yeah,
just don't know yet.
It's because you're buying 28 parts kits a day. They gotta freaking crank them out.
And then on every single one of these uppers, the delta ring is marked because their little handguard assembly tool that they're using on these isn't like rubber coated, so it's fucking marring up all the delta rings on every single upper. Because like I've gotten 6 uppers from PSA the last 2 days delivered, and I got 2 more coming, and every single one of them, the delta rings are fucking marred up on them. Every single one.
How
Yeah,
do
like
you build and sell?
What's that?
You build and sell?
No, I don't. I've only sold 2 guns in the last like 2 years, and they were both pistols.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, see, I was thinking, are you allowed to get your FFL and like build them and sell them if you have your FFL?
Yep.
Okay. Awesome.
Well, and technically he could like sell one here or there as long as it's not like his main like business. He's just a private person who's selling some of his own property.
Yeah, as long as I'm not doing it for profit. As soon as you start doing it for profit in the ATF's eyes, that's when you need a business license. As soon as you're trying to make money off of it, really. And like you can make a profit, but as soon as you start doing it to make profit, or you sell more than 6 a year, then the ATF will come knocking on your door.
Well, and that 6 isn't a hard number though. See, that's the thing. They changed it a little bit or whatever, but it's very vague. So the ATF says you need to have an FFL if you're, now I'm using quotes now, in the business of selling firearms. So what does in the business mean? And there's no hard numbers, but they basically said a person, like what that was saying, that is using it to make his sole purpose is to make a profit. Or number 2, like that's his major like means of income. Or 3, like you advertise as a business and sell like multiple guns over a short period of time. Like it's still vague. They still get to make a judgment call on if you're in the business. And that 6 guns a year was thrown out. That was actually a Bloomberg suggestion, which that's not written in stone. You can sell 6 guns in a year and still not be in the business.
Well, you can sell your entire gun collection, like 100 guns at once, right? Like they do it all the time at like after someone dies, like the wife might sell all the guy's guns, Like,
right.
That's all fine and dandy, but where I got that 6 number from is right from the ATF. And they said that you can buy, what it is it's not that you can only sell 6 guns a year. It's you can do up to 6 guns a year for a profit. You can literally go out and be like, oh, look at this Winchester 1958 model, 92 Winchester, right? I can buy this like right now for $500, and I'm not planning on keeping it. I'm not planning on selling or shooting it. I'm literally buying it for $500 because I know it's worth $1,000, and I'm going to take it home and put it right back out for sale for $1,000. So for that number, that 6 number that I got is you can do 6 a year for profit. That you can like literally buy 6 guns a year just to turn around and make money off of without getting an FFL or business license. That's what the ATF says.
So basically, kind of like with those rifles, you could be like, I'm purposely buying these cheap from PSA, and then I'm going to assemble them and sell them for profit. You could do that 6 times a year and still be okay.
And still be okay. That's what the ATF says. That's what they said. I'm not, and just so you know, I'm not saying anyone to do that or whatever. Right. Call the ATF yourself and fucking make sure that you're all legit. Don't take my word for it at all. But that's what I was told. So that's what I go by. But I don't even do that anyway. So I really don't care.
Well, and that's what I was
just going to say. You just order a lot of lowers and just make your own and just sell it and not let anybody know. I mean, are you allowed to do that?
Well,
Or it has to be 6 within a year.
From what I was told is that if you're allowed to buy and sell 6 guns per year to make a profit off of.
Specifically to make a profit.
And that's the same thing with cars. They have that rule. I don't know. That might vary on state to state, but here we're only allowed to buy and sell like 5 cars a year.
Oh, so the form that we fill out to get
a license to be a car lot, So
okay, that form that we fill out to get the lower, like if you order a shitload of lowers, then that would send a trigger, and they'd be like,
if you order 6, more than 6 at a time, they have to report it to the ATF. So if I order like a dozen lowers, then they have to like contact the ATF and be like, oh, this guy just bought a dozen lowers.
Right. And the ATF might go, yeah, we don't really give a shit. Or they might say, you know what? We're going to
investigate it.
Door, and whatever.
Well, could you buy like one a week, let's say in a span of 12 weeks?
No, it's per purchase. Like you can buy 5 today, 5 tomorrow, 5 the next day, and the ATF never finds out. Like they don't know.
Oh, hell yeah. So, hell yeah, you couldn't. I mean, shit, you can make ARs and fucking sell them if you do it like that.
Yeah, and that's what my FFL told me, is that when I went in there, and I made a mistake of ordering too many lowers at one time once, and I went in there to pick them up, and he's like, oh, like, I got to report this to the ATF, like, unless you just do 6 today and come back tomorrow. And I was like, oh, okay, let's just do that.
Right. And, well, one of the things I did want to mention, though, about the whole ATF thing is that if they really get a bug up their ass for you, guess what? You're in the business of selling guns. You're in trouble. I mean, they get to pick however they feel like it. They have guidelines of like, warning signs or red flags. Like I mentioned, doing the bunch at one time, or, specific, like that's your major source of income. The other one I forgot about was constantly reselling like unopened boxes. So that like just kind of proves you went to the store, bought one, and then turned around and sold it as brand new. And so that's like a red flag for them. But that doesn't mean, for one, that they're going to see it right away. And for two, that doesn't mean if you don't do that, you're okay. Because they can still get you for whatever they feel like.
Yeah, and then what they'll do is they'll open an investigation and they'll monitor your local like web gun selling websites and stuff, and they'll be looking for your phone number along with probably some other people's phone numbers to keep reappearing. And then they'll just send a guy out.
So if you have your FFL, you can order as much as you want because you've gone through the interview process and all that.
Yep.
Well, and you've also paid your thousands of dollars for the license, so then they don't care what you do.
Oh, I thought it was like $200 just to do the anything besides damaging like products. I thought it was like $200 just to do
$200 for an FFL.
No,
it seems like it's more expensive than that, man.
Yeah, more like $2,500.
Yeah, I thought it was in the couple thousand range.
Oh, I thought that was for damaging. What is it called? To like get pistols, to deal with pistols, rifles, and shotguns. I thought that one was only $200.
I don't think so. It could be, but I don't think so.
Oh, okay. I need to read.
I know to get an FFL, it's a decent process. Like you got to go through, like, you submit your thing or whatever, and they do an interview, and they like come check out your business, which you can run them out of your own house. Like the guy that I transfer all my stuff through, he runs it out of his basement, but you specifically have to have an office with a locking door and a safe and like all this stuff for keeping everything. You got to follow all the rules, just like you're a gun store, even though you don't keep a lot of inventory on hand. And they can come by for surprise visits to check your books whenever they want. And if you run it out of your house, it doesn't matter if you say, well, only my basement is the gun store. They can come through and search your entire house for stuff.
And look in your personal gun safe.
Right. Because they want to make sure you're not, like, keeping stuff off the books or whatever. Like,
well, they want to make sure that you're not competing with them by selling, guns to, like, the cartels and stuff. They don't like
Yeah,
competition.
they want a monopoly on the Fast and Furious guns.
Yep.
But no, because that's the part that scared my buddy off. So actually, the guy I went shooting with today, when we were in college, he was looking at getting his FFL. And part of the reason was he's like, I want to be able to buy shit from like distributors so it'll be cheaper. He's not, and then he'll just like buy them himself or whatever. And he said, and then if any of our friends want to buy something, I'll transfer it to you for $5, like whatever. I'm not trying to really make money off of it. Well, the ATF isn't super keen on people doing that. Like they want people that are doing it as a business, like to make money. And anyways, but he got to the part where he's like, oh, wait a minute. They can just warrantless search my house, my entire house, whenever they feel like it. Not that he's a bad guy. I mean, this dude's probably one of the most law-abiding persons I've ever met. But even still, he doesn't like that idea of the government coming in and digging through his kid's playroom because, well, maybe you're hiding a gun in here, so I'm going to search your entire house. The likelihood of him doing it's super small. But that's when he's like, yeah, never mind, I'm not going to do it. Now,
Okay, I put a link in the group chat. Check that out. Is that just the application fees for all of this? Because if that's the application fees, and then you have to pay more money, then them bastards is going to get thousands of dollars out of you. They're going to get a lot.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, look at the...
See the manufacturer.
Firearms aren't just a device.
See, it's other than a destructive device. So I'm thinking if you're building ARs, a destructive device would be like grenades and things like that, correct?
Depends on
and other NFA stuff.
Doesn't California consider like a 50 BMG a destructive device or something? Or I thought I heard that about California. They consider any 50 caliber, even like a 50 A&E as like a destructive device, and that's why you can't buy 50 BMGs or A&Es there.
Well, I'll tell you
so
what,
and if you're manufacturing, so if you're making ARs, it would be like 150, right?
Well, what do you mean by making ARs? Because what Dead Horse is doing is not manufacturing, because the lower is the only part that's the gun, and it already has a serial number on it. So all he's doing is assembling pieces together.
Yeah. So which one? I mean, to do it legally, which
if you wanted to sell them to the public, I guess it'd be a dealer. So that including pawnbroker, firearms, blah blah blah. Which that does look like $200, but I find that hard to believe. But I could be wrong.
I mean, I don't know. That's why I was looking up. I looked it up earlier today, and I was like, well, shit, it's not all that much. But I was thinking about it though. If this is just the application fee, and then you have to pay more money after that, like if they accepted it and they do a background check on you, and then they'll send you some additional information and be like, okay, well, you did that, your application is great, but you might have to have a shitload of money, to do that. Then that's when you'd have to save up for quite a few weeks. You know what I mean?
I don't know. Maybe you're right. This could be $200 for an FFL. But then
don't you have to hold a certain type of insurance? And
probably, and that's what I was going to get into. I know for a fact the whole thing of like you have to have a safe and you have to keep the paperwork safe, and
you have to have that.
Has to lock and all that kind of shit. But
yeah, the building that you're selling out of, I found out whether you're from your house or wherever, it must be insured. It must be. Yeah.
Right, and I'm sure insurance companies are gonna screw you on that. And some townships or some cities or whatever, they won't let you run like a business in your house. So now you have to have a storefront. So now you're looking at rent and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's a pain in the ass.
But that's a local thing. The federal doesn't care. Like they're okay with you selling out of your basement. Like they're totally fine with that. But you have to make sure your city's cool with that. And and that's what I was getting to too. Sorry, I was on a little like monologue there, but I worked with another guy who actually started going through the process of being an FFL, and he got to the interview part, and in the interview he kind of slipped up and basically said, "Oh, I just want this so I can transfer it to my friends, maybe like 1 or 2 guns a year, like so it's cheap and whatever. And, so I can sell it to them super cheap. They can get it at cost and I won't charge them for the transfer, blah, blah, whatever." And they basically were like, "Wait a minute, you're not really in this like to make a bunch of money?" And it was like, "No, not really." And they ended up like denying him because they decided he wasn't serious enough as a business. So it's like at one point they're saying, okay, anyone who sells guns like has to have an FFL, even if you just do it out of your house. And then the other part of it, it's like, well, if you sell out of your house, you have to like be making tons of money and profit and whatever. Like, not that there's no hard line, but just in general, because they can deny you whenever they feel like it, they want you to be like a legitimate, thriving business. And if you don't do enough money per month, then they don't like you.
Yeah. That's a major problem. So I guess it'd be wise to build up your clientele and know for a fact that you're going to have it before you would start to even try to get it.
Right. Well, and like I said, I mean, there are definitely people that just deal with online transfers, and online transfers are more popular. Like, used to be you just went to the gun store, whatever they had, you'd pick one and buy it. Now, with exactly what you want, you can get it shipped from wherever the hell in the country. And then, so there's definitely a bigger market for just someone who's willing to do the paperwork and charge you $20 or whatever.
Yeah.
Like I said, the guy I go to, that's pretty much all he does. And then, if he finds a good deal on something, he'll maybe have a case of Magpul mags or something. So sometimes when I go there, I'll be picking that up and just be like, "Oh, what do you have? Anything cool?" He's like, "Oh yeah, I got these for, $5." Be like, "Okay, give me a couple of those," like whatever. In fact, one time he got like a case of Anderson lowers, and I called him up when I found my lower. I was like, "Hey, I want to ship this to you." He was like, "Okay, that's cool, but just so you know, I have these. I'll sell them to you for $50, and then you won't have to do a transfer fee because you're just buying it from me." And I was like, "Okay, that's cool, but I really wanted the Spikes Tactical, Honey Badger lower." So I'm like, honestly, like I kind of want something a little different. I know it's kind of stupid to pay, whatever, like $50 more just for some engraving, but that's kind of what I like. And he goes, "Oh yeah, no problem, dude. I don't care." So, I just transferred it through him and gave him $20 or whatever. Well, then when my dad was building an AR, my dad doesn't care what the hell the lower looks like. And I said, "Well, call Mark up and say, hey, do you still have like those cheap lowers?" So he called him up and he's like, "Oh yeah, I still got some of those, $50. It's like, okay. And then he was like, "Oh, do you have them right now?" He's like, "Yeah." He goes, it was on Saturday. He goes, "You home right now?" He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "All right, I'm heading over."
Heck yeah, that's awesome.
My dad drove over there, filled out the paperwork, got the lower, and then I feel like he bought something from him when he was there. I forget what it was, some type of little accessory or whatever. But then my dad called me up and said, "Okay, I got my lower." And I went over to their house Sunday night for dinner, and I sat down with him on the computer, and we jumped on PSA, We bought a lower parts kit, and we bought, you know, a buttstock and optic and blah, 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 whatever. Got all the different shit, and came in the mail, and we put it together.
Oh, yeah, that's sweet.
So it was just funny because he did the same thing that I did. Like, once he got the lower, he had to have all the stuff and put together. Because I bought the lower telling myself, you know, every other paycheck, I'll buy like a lower parts kit. And then, you know, the next couple weeks later or something, I'll buy the buttstock. And a couple weeks after that, you know, I'll buy the upper. And a couple weeks after that, I'll buy this. Dude, as soon as I got that lower, click, 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 click. Everything I needed for my rifle showed up like by the next Friday.
That's great. Well, I was thinking, you know, going to PSA, I was looking. The one that I really had my heart set on was that Colt 6920, I think it was. And then, you know, my buddy, he was like, hold on, man. He was like, hold on just a second. He goes, I can go to PSA. I was like, well, what's that? And, you know, he told me what all that is. He's like, you're getting pretty much the same quality parts. And he said, and you don't have to go out and spend $1,000 for your basic AR. He's like, you can order parts and have one built that's pretty much the same quality. So that's what I found intriguing. You know, I was like, hell yeah, I'll do that. You know, if it'll save me some few bucks and I have me a nice hunting AR that'll last me for the rest of my life, I'm sold, you know.
Right. Well, and that's the thing. So you can building, you know, you can do two ways. It's like you can build the like bargain brand rifle for cheaper than you can buy a full assembled one, or you can spend the same money as like a fully assembled one you find in the store, but it's a higher quality. And that's the route I went. Like, my AR ended up being about $800 when it was all said and done, but it's got all upgraded parts, like everything that I wanted.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's why I'm trying to pump all this information in. I have so much to learn, and you know, through my pay period. So I know I have to get a scope, and then I've heard stories, you know, back and forth. It's 50-50. Oh yeah, flip up sights, and then oh no, because you're going to have a scope. And like I said, you know, I'm a novice, so I'm trying to get all this. I want this AR set up for hunting, and then also, you know, if shit ever hits the fan. So,
right. Well, definitely, if you're looking shit hits the fan, then you definitely need the backup sights with the scope and everything. But if you're looking at, okay, I got enough money for the scope, and you know, I'm going to have to wait a month before I buy the backup sights, that's totally fine. Just get the scope now, go out, have fun with it, and a month later you'll have some backup sights and you can play with those too.
Yeah, exactly.
But like, yeah, I wouldn't lose sleep over not having the backup sights if it's, you know, if it's a big deal. But at the same time, if you're looking shit hits the fan, then definitely, because who knows, you know, you might drop the thing and break your scope. And then what are you going to do? So backup sights are helpful.
Yeah, I just know for right now, like pretty much right after the election, whitetail season for down here is going to be open, so I need my scope. And a 10-round magazine, because if you're anything over 10 rounds and the game warden comes along, they're going to be like, son, what the hell are you doing with this?
Really?
Oh, yeah.
We can have as large of a magazine as we want. We just can't have more than 3 rounds in the gun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never heard of them having a problem with how much it can potentially hold. It's just how much you actually have in it.
Exactly. Well, I mean, mine, when I have family land, and my parents have 127 acres. So it was my grandfather's land, but he died, and now my old man has it. And they're both in well with our local game warden. So he was like, yeah, just go by and see the guy. And I was like, well, I'll tell you what, invite him out, let's have dinner and this, that, and the other. And so we did that a few weeks back. He said, look it. He said, he said, you can throw a fucking grenade at a deer. He's like, you have 127 acres. He's like, y'all aren't doing anything. Y'all aren't fucking growing weed or doing anything like that. He's like, I don't care. He's like, y'all hunt for meat. I was like, hell yeah, that's what we do. He's like, do whatever you want. I was like, okay, that's great. Thank you, sir. So that worked out.
Yeah. Yeah, like you said, as long as you're not like poaching and shit, like I'm sure he doesn't care. Like you're not shooting them in the middle of June or whatever at night.
Right. Yeah, because I mean, there's trophy hunters out there, and that's cool if that's your thing, But it's just part of my culture. It's the way that I was brought up. I've never in my life hunted for trophy. I hunt for meat. So.
Right. That's the first deer I got was a doe. It was a pretty big doe, so I'm like, awesome, that's extra meat. The next one was a spike, and I'm like, all right, cool, that's gonna be nice tender meat. I've only ever got 2, but recently, I think it wasn't last year, it was like the year before or something. Michigan set up a thing where, and it's super complicated now, like they totally fucked it up, but the basic for most of the places, the deer has to have 3 points on one side. So that's basically like a 5 or 6 point, depending on how the antlers grow. But, at least. And then some counties has to have 4 points on one side. And then if you do a combo license, which normally means you can get you can hunt archery and firearm, and you get 2 deer total. So you can get them both in archery. You can get 1 archery, 1 firearm, like whatever you want. When you do that, it all starts depending. If the first one you shot was this type, then the second one you shoot has to have at least 6 points on one side, like a fucking monster. But if you get this one first, then you can get a 3 point the next time, and blah 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 blah. I'm like, holy shit! There's like an entire page now in the hunter's rule book that's all like if then, if this then that, if this then that. If it's this county, it's this much. If it's that county, it's that much. It's just
I know it's ridiculous.
It's crazy. And one of the things actually I thought of, especially with the combo thing, let's say you're in one county where the combo is, okay, you can shoot a doe during archery, but then in firearm, it has to have at least 3 points on one side. So like you shoot the doe in archery or whatever, then you go to a different county for firearm season. And in that one, it has to be, you have to get like points during archery, and then you can get whatever you want in firearms. Does that mean you can get another doe, or because you got the doe in a different county, does it not count? Or what? Like, you can still only get 2 deer total, but what type can you get now? Because there's different conditions. It's fucking stupid.
Yeah. Oh, and if you since you mentioned Michigan, my best friend and his wife, all of his wife's people live up in Michigan, and they recently moved up there. They live in Jackson. I don't know if you're familiar with Jackson, Michigan.
Yeah, it's kind of like west side of the state.
Yeah, but that's where they recently moved, and she moved back up there, and they're getting their CCWs and their hunting license and all that stuff, and they were like, let us get settled in, and so hopefully next year around the wintertime, because I want to see snow. Like, we don't have snow down here. So I want to see snow.
Yeah, it's fun. But what's cool about that, like the Jackson area, for one, oh my God, there's some fucking monsters over there. It's all cornfields. They get huge. It's awesome. Now, Michigan has a thing that's called the shotgun zone, and it kind of goes like across the middle of the state. It kind of dips down a little bit. It's like a jagged line. But basically anything north of that, you can shoot with like rifle, and anything south of that, you can only hunt with shotgun. But they recently changed it where any straight-walled cartridge you can use in the shotgun zone.
Awesome.
So they won't be able to shoot with like a regular like center fire rifle, but they could use 30-30 or 357 or 44 mag or any of that kind of shit.
Yeah, you could do a 4570 in a primitive season, huh?
Sure.
Okay.
I don't really know. I'm not familiar with primitive season. I know we have a late muzzle loading season, which is in like January. I kind of want to get a muzzle loader so I can do that because I think it'd be fun to be out in the woods in the middle of January. I go snowshoeing every year anyways. I love the woods in the winter. So it'd be kind of be fun to do like a weekend or a 4-day weekend with like half snowshoeing where we go walk around trails and shit and then half sitting out hunting. That'd be kind of fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never shot one. My old man has a brand new one that he has never used, and it is promised to me in his will. So I've never used a muzzle loader. He was like, hell, when I was a kid, all we ever used was muzzle loaders and shotguns. That was it. And I was like, oh, that's great. And now he wants me to bring the AR over, and then he's like, if I really like it, because he's had 2 shoulder surgeries. And he was like, if I like the recoil on it, he's like, hey, can you get your buddy to build me one? I was like, hell yeah, old man, I'll do it.
Yeah, he shouldn't have a problem with the AR. The thing's, you shoot it and go, well, did it go off yet? I'm confused.
Yeah, and I'm used to, hunting with a 308, and I was telling Matt that. He's like, man, you ain't, he's like, if there's any recoil, he's like, it might be a little bit more recoil than a 22. I was like, oh, well, shit, I got this.
Maggie, I can tell you from personal experience. Now, I'm in Minnesota, so it's not Michigan, but, same latitude, basically. There are few things in this world that'll make you question your sanity more than sitting 10 feet up in a swaying tree in a blizzard at 40 below waiting for a deer.
Well, I'd like to experience that firsthand.
Oh, y'all get below 0 up there?
Yeah, where I'm at, usually we get 1 or 2 weeks where it'll be like -40.
Oh, that is
yeah. I don't go that far north. I don't think you get back.
Well, no, we're a little more. We ain't got the lakes or all the large urban centers to keep us warm, so it's, it'll be like where Bob's at. It'll be like 40 below for a month or so, and we'll usually get like the southern edge of that cold blast. So.
Where I'm from, it's if you get like 30 degrees or like maybe 29, 28, that happens every 10 years, and that's considered an Arctic blast.
Yeah, last year when we were up snowshoeing, it's the coldest weekend we've ever been snowshoeing. And not that it was the coldest ever, but that we were up there. And the high for the day was like 5 degrees. And the wind chill and everything was like -20. It was funny because we're out snowshoeing through the woods, and like we came across this there's like a dirt road, and it kind of comes around and goes out to the blacktop, which curves back around to like the front of our property. And we didn't really feel like going back through the woods, so we're like, what the hell, we'll just like walk along the side of the road back because it's a little bit easier because the plow like kind of packs the snow in and everything. So we're just walking around. Dude, we had every single car that drove by stopped. Are you guys okay? Did your car break down? Are you stuck in a ditch? Like what? And we would just lift our feet up so they could see the snowshoes. And we're like, nope, we're out here by choice. And they would just like shake their head, roll their window up, and drive on.
Yeah, well, she lived here for, I want to say 12 years down here, and she said our cold is different. She said up north it gets colder, but there's less humidity. She said down here the cold along with the humidity, she said this cold cuts through your bones.
Oh, it's kind of like soaks into you, yeah.
Yeah, and she said up there, she said it can be, in the 20s, and a lot of people, they'll have their like winter vest on with a long john sleeve on and a cap, and you're good to go. I was like, well, you can't do that down here, baby. You're going to freeze your ass off if you do that.
Yeah, well, our place is on the west side of the state, like right next to the lake. So it gets a whole bunch of lake effect snow, but for two, then there's a lot of moisture still in the air. So I know just what you mean, where it like soaks you to the bone, like you feel like you're wet for some reason, even though you didn't get water on you, but it kind of like soaks into your clothes and shit.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, that's weird. We'll have, I guess, when El Nino comes through, it's like every, however many years. But really, or down here, it's maybe every 15 years. And if you get 1.5 to 2 inches, it's been fucking Antarctica down here. Like nobody has. They're like, what are these white things falling in the sky? And I mean, it's like we shut everything down. If our streets, Mississippi.
Okay.
We don't have like any equipment to like ice or put salt on the roads or anything like that. And then once they do it, like we shut down for like a week or 2 weeks. I mean, businesses, school, everything.
Well,
because we're not equipped to handle like ice storms and snowstorms.
Yeah, see, I spent the last winter in St. Louis for work, and for one, until I really looked at it on a map, I didn't realize St. Louis was like so far south. Like I thought it was kind of just like west of Indiana or whatever, but it's quite a bit south. So
yeah,
like they had a few days where they had some snow and they got maybe a couple inches or whatever. And like they did have plows and stuff, but holy crap, did people suck at driving in it. My hotel was like 5 miles from the plant, and I think I saw like 13 spinouts on the way home one day, and I was like, this isn't even that, like it was maybe an inch of snow. I'm like, how do you spin out going on a straight line down the highway in an inch of snow? Like, is it just...
God, it's horrible. Down here, like nobody, I mean, it looks like ghost towns down here. But you know what's funny? When I lived over in Los Angeles, it can slightly sprinkle and traffic. I mean, just to go 5 miles, and I shit you not, it takes about 45 minutes to an hour just to get off the exit to get home. Down here, it rains all the time, so we travel in monsoons. I mean, it's so you can barely see the brake lights in front of you, but people just drive through it. And I asked my friend when I was riding with her, I said, Kim, it's like, why in the hell are y'all going so slow? It's like, baby, it hardly ever rains out here. So, I mean, I it's just, geographically, it's just different, where you are and things like that. I was like, baby, where I'm from, we have water that'll, if you open the damn door during flood season, water's going to come in your vehicle. It's like, it's okay. There's no need for y'all to drive this slow and sprinkling rain,
Yeah. Although you do have to remember, in the places where it doesn't rain that much, a lot more like rubber and oil builds up on the road. So when it does finally rain, it is a lot slippery, like, than when like a place that rains a lot where most of that stuff gets washed off. So I can kind of see that, but you're right. It's more people are being like overly sensitive about it.
Yeah, and that's how we are if we have like a 32-degree night, and the roads slightly freeze over. Y'all, please be very careful, and I mean, traffic's built up. I had to call my boss last year. I was like, man, I'm probably going to be an hour late. And from where I live right now, I'm only 12 miles away from my work. I mean, it was ridiculous. Just because the road's iced over.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, though. Like, ice, I'll drive in snow all day long. I don't care. Ice, it doesn't matter what kind of vehicle you have, whatever, you gotta fucking go slow. I'm not.
Yeah, it was crazy. There were so many wrecks. You know, the little concrete, I don't know what they're called, but the little concrete walls on the side of the bridges, there were so many tire marks and vehicle marks all over them. Like, man, we aren't used to it.
Right. Well, yeah, no, ice is bad for sure because there were some days we had like a real bad ice storm, and it's like shit. I drove to work, and I think that the fastest I got was 5 miles an hour. It's just, but that's what you got to do. You just got to kind of go slow and, just start stopping a mile before the stop sign, and you'll get there eventually. There was actually one pretty bad hill where we're all like going up it, and traffic was like bumper to bumper, which was pretty scary. And I'm kind of surprised that people were like riding each other's asses. Like I left like 3 car lengths between me and the car ahead of me. But anyways, we're going up this hill, and we all just like, gained some speed on the flat part and just kind of coasted up the hill. There was a truck that was spinning its tires and sliding backwards down the hill. Like they just could not like get traction. And so we all had to go over to like the left turn lane and come back around because it's like, what the hell? And the car in front of me was about to stop. And I'm like, dude, don't you fucking stop, because if you come to a dead stop, you're going to start sliding down the hill. You're not going to be able to start to get going again. And you're not fucking sliding backwards into me.
Right.
So I was already like, we were already starting to go around, and he started to stop. I'm already looking at oncoming traffic going, all right, I'm going to go into the oncoming traffic lane and go around this asshole, and him and the truck can go slide backwards down the hill together.
Yeah.
Because that's all you can do. Once you get that point, you might as well just roll all the way down the hill, back up a little bit more, and get a running start at it.
Yeah, that's why I'm and all the scratches and the dings. I'm about to do a Line X paint job on my whole truck. I'm just gonna go ahead and get it done and over with, so you don't have to worry about any of that crap. A buddy of mine, he's got his whole truck painted with Line X, so I'm definitely thinking about doing the same. Hey, I see Mr. Dano.
Dano's a sneaky bastard snuck in here.
No, they have that show on there. Sometimes I wake up real early before I have to go to work, and they have the daily gun show. I like that show.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good show because I'm at work, and it gives me
that's what I like about it, because I work till 4, well, 4-ish. Sometimes I got to stay over. Just depends on what I'm working on. But it starts at 3 Eastern, so it's like my whole day. It's like if I can just get to 3, then I'm in the home stretch. I can listen to the Daily Gun Show. I got an hour left of work. Like I can just kind of cruise and then go home.
Yeah, I'm cursed. I work 7 at night till 7 in the morning Central Time. But as soon as I get home, I always go to bed, and I'm like 8:15 going to bed, and then I'm fucking 1:30 waking up, and then I was like, oh, I got 30 minutes. I can catch it, because I'm not going to go back to bed. So I listen to it when I can, when I wake up early, and that's usually ever since I just joined this gun channels. Man, I tell you what, I've been on the internet for quite many years, and this is the greatest channel, and I can honestly say this is the greatest channel that I've ever joined, and I'm greatly appreciative towards it, and for it. This is an amazing channel.
You might change your mind.
Once what now?
I said you might change your mind about that once you're in a chat with Yankee.
Yeah, I've seen his I mean, look, I'll give it to him. He's in my opinion, from what I've seen, and I'm a novice. I'll be the first one to admit it, but he is a very knowledgeable guy. I'm maybe not the biggest fan of like his politics and the way that he sees things, but when it comes to firearms, I like how he cuts the bullshit and tells it like it is. I will give it up for him like that, but I'm not just, listening to him. Who's the guy? The Matt guy? Never Enough Ammo guy? He's a good one. And if there are any other fellas out there who have other gun channels, y'all let me know who they are. Shit, I'll listen to them. I'm trying to soak up as much information as I can.
Oh, there's all sorts of them, dude. There's like 2 or 3 live chats every night, basically.
Yeah, I told them when I was talking to it was when it you and I and Dano and Bob one time talking. I was like, if this is like little bitty chats that we're having at night, and it's just us, just hanging out. But as far as the main shit, no, I don't ever want to join that. The shit that's going to be recorded and put on pages and stuff. Because, I mean, if I was really, really knowledgeable, then I'd be like, okay, then I have an opinion on this. But
well,
I don't know shit, so therefore I'm not saying shit,
I've said it before. I only say this because I was like you when I first joined. I'm still learning myself, but G-Web said this to me. He goes, dude, quit thinking that you have nothing to add because you're not an expert in something. Because when you ask a question, like earlier today, that shit you were asking about is gold. You know how many people are like, huh, I wonder what these T marks are for. So what type of scope do I need? Do I really need backups? All that shit. There's probably, if you have a question about it, there's hundreds of people that have a question about it.
Yeah.
And what he said was, when we start talking to the same people all the time and we're all like around the same level on a certain topic, we forget what even like the basic questions are. Because it's like, oh, we've known that forever. Like, everyone knows that. So it's nice to have that fresh view. And especially if you're doing an organized chat that's supposed to be like informational, sometimes novice won't jump in or like to watch something if it's a bunch of experts talking real specific stuff. Like if you listen to like Foos and Ballistic talk about like load data for reloading, and they're like, well, I like the 38.926, and well, what about the 5962? Like, you don't even know what the hell they're talking about because it's so high above you. So to have that down at a lower level where it's like, okay, wait a minute, what's a press? Why do you size the bullets? Do you need to crimp it? I'm confused. Like that kind of stuff is good. So you
and that's why I love to listen. That's I really love to listen so I can gain all this knowledge. And there's been a couple of times you mentioned Yankee earlier. There's been a couple of times where like shit would get heated, and and I'm like, man, I'm just gonna kick back and let them do their thing so I can learn as much as possible.
You learn that Yankee never loses an argument. Learn that Yankee never loses an argument.
Yeah, he's always right.
Even when he's wrong.
Oh yeah. And
even when you give him proof and you're like, look, here's fucking proof. You're fucking wrong. He's like, was Bigfoot there? Did Bigfoot do it? Did Bigfoot see it? You're like,
that's why. I mean, I'll listen to what he's got to say in his gun reviews and shit. But he's probably not a fella and I don't know. Whoever can handle Yankee, let him. I'll just listen. Yeah, and I would never.
I mean, I've gotten into him a couple times with him, and sometimes it's like, all right, just cut my losses. Like he's not going to convince me. Whatever, I'm not going to convince him. I hope the people out there realize that I'm right, but if not, whatever.
Yeah.
But Pink brought up a good point here. there is a schedule of all of like the podcast type things. If you go to like the main, chat page, like where this one shows up.
Yeah, I learned
the
through
text box underneath it.
through the Daily Gun Show about the iTunes. So I downloaded iTunes so I could go to I Hate Guns.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm doing in my free time. I'm starting from the lowest one up, or the eldest one, and then I'm going up so I can learn.
Yeah, but
a shitload.
if you're looking for the live stuff though, because sometimes it's fun to be able to interact, in the text chat version of it at night. Anyways, so if you're at the main like lobby thing, the 24/7 chat or whatever, there's a link that says schedule, and it shows you like the name of the show and what time. Because there's the Never Enough Ammo, there's Hit or Miss Tuesday night 9:00 Eastern. That one's probably the best one of the entire week, I would say. And then there's Big Gunner. There's another Never Enough Ammo. Yankee does his Left of Center every other week. There's We Like Shooting, Crash and Burn, Tack Daddy. Edge did his Friday night.
Heavy B.
Yeah, Heavy B does one. I think is every other Friday night.
You got Matt again.
Sunday, Matt does one on Saturday.
Liberty Watch, and then you got Reloader's Bench Sunday night.
Sunday night, yeah. And Hit or Miss 9:00 Tuesday nights.
What is the one that y'all go over, the ammunition?
That's the reloading one on Sunday.
Man, that one's good. I like that one.
Oh, the one where G-Web shows off bullets?
Yeah.
He'll do that
whenever he feels like.
Random, yeah. It's like a random one.
That's not really a chat. But he puts off. He's actually done a whole series of them. He's already got them taped. They'll be released a few each week, I believe, on most of his smaller stuff. But they're going to come out in video form. Like little 2-minute videos.
Yeah. Well, I just
one a day or one every other day, or what he's got.
Yeah, well, these late nights where I could talk to you big dogs, because I know Smeggy's one, I know Moon's one, I know Dano's one.
Did you say Smeggy's a big dog?
Damn straight.
Well, yeah, because y'all are part of the main ones, like I see y'all's names, so when
he's got his priorities straight, man. I like this guy. He knows what's up.
Well, no, I'm just saying when y'all come up, like that's the time for me to shut up so I can listen, because I'm gaining all the information from y'all, and y'all are a huge help, and I greatly appreciate it.
Okay, now you're buttering us up. What do you really want?
Nah, dude, I swear to God, I'm being fucking honest, because I'm a novice, and I have no shame in admitting that. Like, I love handguns. I shoot handguns. But I just recently got my first AR built. I'm like a virgin on prom night. I'm very excited. I'm a bolt action guy.
The good thing about that is the AR is not going to hurt as much as the virgin on prom night.
Yeah.
But there still may be an accidental discharge.
That's horrible.
I don't think it was accidental.
Yeah. But no, I mean, seriously, I greatly appreciate it. I mean, this fucking gun channels is amazing. So I just sent my buddy. I talked to you a while back, Smeggy, about my buddy Matt. He's the guy that built it, and I just sent y'all or him the email address or whatever you call it. What would I said, go to gunchannels.com. I said, man, they're waiting on you. I was like, you're a fucking gun nut, and you're more knowledgeable than I am. And the guy's younger than I am, but he is a hunting firearm freak. I mean, he knows shit that could blow your fucking mind, in my opinion. So, that's all the kid does. So hopefully he clicked on it when I send it to him, and he'll be joining up. If not, I'm going to keep on bothering him until he does.
Well, I just got my buddy to sign up tonight. I kind of strong-armed them. Well, that's what, I jumped in the chat that I had set up this afternoon, and we were sitting there. We were waiting for a table at the restaurant. And so I'm like, here, I'll show you how cool these lobby chats are. It's a bunch of guys just, BSing. We talk about guns, politics, snowstorms, like whatever.
Yeah.
And I jump in and no one's in there. I'm like, God damn it. So I appreciate Moon, you jumping in and, helping the conversation so he could see like how Hangouts works and all that kind of shit. So I was showing him on my phone.
Yeah.
Oh,
there
to
he is.
jump in soon.
Okay, I just looked down. I see the Panda. There's Flippy. Okay, and he's
Where you at, Flippy? Wake up.
Dude, don't wake him up. This conversation's been nice.
That took a nap.
Can I ask everybody's honest opinion? I guess since this is just a regular chat, slightly switch it to politics. Do you think the Hillary era is going to take an effect or what?
I
honestly have no idea. I mean, any
Sad
conventional
truth, but I
wisdom
think
would
it's
tell
gonna
you that
happen.
Trump wouldn't have got the nomination. So obviously something's being weird. Like the whole country's gone crazy.
Yeah. I fear that it's going to happen. I truly do.
Well, the one thing that is for sure is regardless of which way it goes, we are up for times ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Prepare for the worst and plan for hope for the best.
I thought it was plan the work the plan. If you fail to work the plan to fail.
I cannot unravel what you just said in my brain right now. So
it doesn't make sense to me either, and I'm sober.
It does make sense. Plan the work, then you work the plan. If you fail to work the plan to fail. It's not that hard. Plan ahead, follow through. If you don't do it, you're fucked. Is that more simple?
All right. Yeah.
It's just not as cunning if you say it that way.
Well, maybe she'll just stroke out before anything happens.
Well, we know that if she has to get carried in on a stretcher, she will not give it up voluntarily.
Right.
So something that would, enable her to where she can't say "I will" during the swearing in ceremony. That would stop her.
Well, here's the problem. Here's what you guys are messing up. She's not stroking. She's just lagging out. That wasn't a fall or a feint or whatever. That was just a power failure. So then they had to go back to the apartment and recharge your battery and send out the other Android.
Well, but I was about to say, man, some of the footage that I saw, I was wondering, I was like, is that really her? Because you're only seeing it, from the hind view. I was like, I don't know. Are they trying to set some shit up or what?
No, dude, take your tinfoil hat off. I don't believe in this whole body double shit and that she's got Parkinson's and all that crap. Dude, she's old, she's sick, and she was standing around too much. Like,
well, yeah, sick, but sick of what? Sick of being.
You think she has a body double, Dano? You think that body double thing is real? Or I'm just asking because I don't know. There was that was on the conspiracy websites, and
I mean,
all the legitimate websites wouldn't touch that body double shit for 3 days, and now they're reporting.
I did see a documentary about a president having a body double. It's called Dave.
Yeah,
it's a pretty good documentary.
I would call it highly unlikely, but impossible.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it
Yeah,
past her.
Bill found her body double.
I mean,
Yeah.
presidents throughout history have always had decoys.
Yeah.
But body doubles, like to actually go out and wag the dog, as they would say, or whatever. Nah, I never. That's like a dictator right there.
Yeah.
It would be unprecedented here, I think, unless
But
they did a really good
I do have
job
a
of.
question that I don't know the answer to, but is what was the time difference between when she had her fainting spell or whatever the hell it was, her episode, and when she came out of the apartment and was greeted by that little child?
Well, I don't know who hugs a
think it was-
child when they have pneumonia.
Yeah, bitch. But I think it was at least a couple hours. Like they
The
took her
reason-
to Chelsea's
reason I
apartment. And she
asked-
hung out there for a while.
Is because when you're pass out, it takes a certain amount of time, not just recovers and be conscious, but actually be verbally astute and clear of mind and clear and be 100% again, not just be able to stand.
Well, look, supposedly it worked for Hitler, and he lived in his underground bunker in Antarctica for 15 more years after supposedly he blew his brains out. So,
Well, he's hanging out with Elvis and Bin Laden right now.
True story.
exactly.
Like I still don't get that, man. How do you take down America's like #1 target and don't have any evidence of it? Do you take any pictures of it? We don't have any pictures. Well, where's the body? We dumped it in the ocean. Did it actually happen? Oh yeah, it did.
That's what I'm
Trust us.
saying. Like, it's a bunch of bullshit. I mean, you can understand it, but if you have all of this information and they're fucking rubbing elbows, 7 years ago, and then all of a sudden you're our enemy and you send a SEAL team in and we're going to fucking blow your head off, and there's no, especially nowadays with all our technology, and there's no proof of it. I mean, really, that kind of sets the conspiracy theories wide.
Right. Well, I have heard it explained, and I don't, this is just a theory, and I guess it is a plausible theory. But what they were saying, the reason that they have pictures, but they don't want to release them, and like the reason they dumped the body and all that stuff was that the guys that got him took some very extra liberties in their ammo consumption. And basically, they didn't want to like outrage the entire like Muslim people and everything, showing a dude who got shot like 5,000 times.
No.
Yeah, but
they dumped him in the ocean. They dumped him in the ocean so that they can't make like a shrine to him
A
on
martyr.
the land somewhere. Yeah, a martyr.
Exactly what Moon just said.
Right, but I mean, supposedly there's stories of them dipping their bullets in fucking pig bloods when they go over there and fucking fuck shit up. So do they honestly do that to try to send the enemy to hell, or do they not?
You would have to believe
it's just a
Islam
story.
to even consider doing such a thing.
I think the blood would jam up your rifle and
Yeah.
I've heard bacon grease, but people
Exactly.
do it, and it's probably just like an extra, whatever. Like
if
it
that's
makes them feel better knowing that like if the people knew, they'd be mad about it. I don't think it means our soldiers are believe in Islam or anything.
Exactly.
It's an extra kind of FU, but it doesn't do anything, so it doesn't really matter.
Exactly.
It's
Only
like
a
when they
believer-
used to write things on the bombs before they dropped them on wherever they were
They,
dropping
they
them.
could give them a couple of squirts of pig juice.
Yeah, I think it's all just political propaganda just to rise up spirits in the wrong negative way.
Well, I think it's just military guys like being bored and trying to find something they
yeah.
think's kind of funny.
Oh yeah, I mean, hey, somebody's cooking some hot dogs in the grill. Hey, bring one of those things in here. Yeah, I'm sure guys have been bored and screwed around with things like that. Absolutely, but it's done as a joke because there's no entertainment out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like the Crusaders rifle. You know, they say they did it because, you know, this way the enemy combatants, you know, wouldn't pick it up and use it. It's like there might be maybe one dude who's like that fundamental that he wouldn't use it, but the majority of them are be like, hey, this is, you know, this is something I can use, and they would probably use it anyways.
I don't know. Based off of his story about creating it, I 100% believe that's the entire intention behind it.
I believe it's the intention. I'm not saying that it would actually function that way.
Also, that's not a military rifle. That's an AR-15. So.
Yeah, but contractors are over there right now. Every contractor has a Crusader. Spikes.
Well, supposedly we shouldn't use AR-15s because they would blow people to dust, as Whoopi Goldberg said on her fucking TV show.
Oh, Whoopi Goldberg's a bitter old fucking lesbian.
Yeah. She's angry.
I liked her in Sister Act. I thought that was a funny movie.
I did too. But
wait, Whoopi Goldberg is still alive?
Yeah, somehow.
On The View.
She's on the Capitol.
Way up to the White House when Hillary gets it.
Yeah, Whoopi will run for president one day. Seems like you got to be like real old, almost dead to run for president nowadays.
And weren't most of our presidents attorneys?
Yeah, a lot of them.
How the fuck did Obama get it? Just being a high glorified social worker.
Because it was time to have a black president.
Well, he was a constitutional lawyer.
He's a lawyer. Obama's a lawyer.
Yeah. He was a constitutional lawyer because he was like, how do I get around this constitution thing? Oh, I go to law school.
They'll teach me how to do it.
Every nook and cranny of the Constitution so that I can circumvent it and usurp it.
See, you learn all sorts of things here on gunchannels.com. Please join, everyone.
My guess is anyone who stumbles across this is already a Gun Channels member. Like, that'd be interesting to know. Are there anyone that, like, watches Pink's channel on YouTube that isn't part of Gun Channels?
Like the random people that...
Oh, there's that one dude.
Honestly, that's a great point. If y'all could tell me who all has their own specific channel on YouTube so I could go and subscribe to them, that would help out really. Yeah.
Yeah, my name's Black Devil Firearms. Just look me up on YouTube.
I said my YouTube channel goes under it's my synonym, but it's James Yeager.
Yeah, my YouTube channel is Thunderfoot. I'm a physicist.
No, but if seriously, if y'all don't mind, put it over there. What is it called in the group chat? Oh, does he know this goes up on that? Shit, man, I'm on the internet now.
Yeah.
Whoa, no, I'm not talking anymore. Y'all just y'all put up y'all's independent channels for me, please, on the group chat, and I'm gonna shut up.
Did you really not know that this is live right now?
No, I didn't know. Is this going to be recorded and put on like YouTube or whatever?
It's already being recorded,
Yeah.
and it is on YouTube right this second.
Oh shit!
Live.
Yeah, we're doing this shit live, motherfucker.
Oh well, I did not know that, and
But it's just a lobby. It'll be like lost in the big sea of lobbies.
Yeah, it'll.
Yeah.
Don't worry. No, it's on what? This is Smeggy's channel, right? So no one's gonna
No,
watch
this
it.
this is
No,
Pink.
thanks.
Oh, so that just means
Yeah, and
the
it's
old
like
kid's
8
gonna watch it.
Yeah, and it's like 8 hours long, and no one's gonna sit and hunt and peck through a lot of stuff. Well, one person or two people might, but No one that's in cause.
Oh, okay. Good. Okay, there's my man. He just joined. I like him.
Trust us. Flippy hasn't gotten us banned or black helicopters come to take us away yet. I don't think you're going to.
Dude, I'm a sovereign citizen.
All right.
They can't tell me what to say.
Dude, I remember seeing a thing that was like,
Gosh.
How you doing?
Hi.
Hi. Hello.
Anyway, so like, I remember seeing this thing. It was like, a sovereign citizen. Like, am I being detained, dude? Like, completely shut down. And I forget, like, he was doing something that like the police were investigating, and there's all like, am I being detained? Like doing all this, like, I'm gonna leave now or whatever. And they're like, yes, you are being detained. We suspect you of having this, this, and this, and we are conducting a search now under, probable cause. And like, they just completely shut him down. Like, no, dude, like, we're totally allowed to do this. That line only works if we don't have probable cause for something, but we already do. So shut up and sit here.
Yeah, like, what do they say after that? After, yeah, you are being detained.
Right.
Oh, well, then. Okay.
Well, can I call my sovereign lawyer?
Where's my one phone call? It's only in the movies.
May I ask a real quick question?
No.
Okay.
Only long questions are allowed.
Well, technically, you already asked a question, so what you're wanting to ask is 2 quick questions.
Well, I mean,
you didn't get permission for that first question, by the way. That just kind of, you just question raped us.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
did
I
not-
mean, honestly, I don't know.
We
how
did not
this-
give question consent.
It's so confusing here. Shit. Yeah, I don't know how it goes, but a real serious question. The guy earlier, he was talking about the flip up sites, the combo, the front and rear sight.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dead Horse.
Yeah. Who makes those?
Magpul.
Magpul. Well, see, Magpul's not coming up in the shirt. Well, what's a Magpul?
Magpul. Magpul.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. What's a MAKO?
Mako. That's Fab Defense.
That's just
Yeah, it's a bunch.
shitty Israeli garbage.
Oh, okay. So I need to do a Magpul.
No, what you actually need is Knight's Armament.
No,
The-
don't
the
listen to
Mako.
Flippy.
Don't
If you're
listen to
gonna
Flippy.
Magpul.
Yeah, who was the one that woke Flippy up again? Fuck you.
Knives.
If you're buying polymer flip up sites, then I would buy the Mako over the Magpul.
If you're buying polymer flip-up sites, you're wrong.
Now, why
Sorry.
would now Moon? Serious question. Now, why would you choose the Makos over the Magpul?
Because you can adjust the front sight with a knob, and they're like twice as strong. I'd say, and cheap.
Okay, but
Will that fit on my reel on the AR you saw?
Yeah, just make a 10.
Because
He
that
was a
band, I
skater
can get it
boy.
at a pretty good deal.
She was like, see you later, boy. Dude.
we'll have to excuse Flippy. He's himself today.
Myself every day. Dude, I was working all day on fucking a Gun Channels members logo, and it was tiring work.
Excuse me real quick. There it is, Moon, on the group chat. Check it out. Check that out and see if that's a good deal, please.
Wait, what's your front sight? Or do you not have a front sight?
I don't have any side.
You know what you really need? Now I'm going to level with you. I'm going to be like talking straight here. What you honestly need is the Daniel Defense non-flippity sights.
No, he's putting a fucking scope on his AR. Why would he want non-folding sights if he's putting a
Because
scope
he
on
doesn't
his
need
AR?
it. It's all good. Just get one that has a higher fucking get a scope rail that has a higher aim point.
Oh, so
on
then he can have a chin wield?
No. Well, I mean, no. He wouldn't.
Oh, so
there's more than just like you have like your face smashed onto the gun to you fucking have like your face less smashed onto the gun.
it's a chin wield. So yeah, just get like a 3-inch riser and like and put your scope on there. And because no one ever has said like, oh, the closer you have your scope to the bore, the more accurate and the better off you're going to be. No one's ever said that. So just raise that scope up above those non-folding front sights. That works great. You might as well just get a carry handle and then get a Picatinny rail and then just put the scope on top of that.
I've shot one like that. You're right. You straight up, you put your chin on top of the
fucking stock. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, because it was
like Jay Leno. That's where Jay Leno puts his chin.
Well, then it might be
not like that.
Hey, look! I found them sites for like $20 cheaper. I put the link in the side.
Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate it. And that'll work with my AR. I can just put them on.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're not putting the front on a gas block, are you?
No. He's got a 15-inch rail.
To be honest, I have no.
No, you're not. You got a 15-inch rail.
I'll just
Okay.
show it
Yeah.
to you.
Yeah, that's fine then.
You got a 15-inch rail, bro. You're good. You
Okay,
can put
thank
you can put any polymer sights on it.
Yeah, or whatever. That's what it looks like. I don't know if y'all can see that.
Yep.
I'm trying to move it. all
Yeah,
the way
see
across.
what he was asking about. Sometimes, the rail's not that long, and so the gas block, they make them where there's a rail piece like just on top of the gas block, like out in front. And so if you were to put a plastic sight on that, that gets hot because the hot gas goes up through the gas block and then through the little tube. And so that's why he was asking about it.
Okay.
Like you can see it if you look through your rail, like I don't know, 3/4 of the way down, you'll see a little thing with a tube that comes back to the receiver.
That has a mid-link gas system. So from the front of your receiver, just look down about 9 inches inside the rail, and you'll see a little black block and then a silver tube coming out of it.
On the bottom side or the top side?
Top side.
Bro, what, like right where his hand is, kind of?
No.
That's the top of it.
Yep. No. From the go down. From
the bottom part.
Yeah. From the front of like let's say your magwell. Okay. From like the front of that, measure about 11 inches up and look right inside there about 11 inches up, and you'll see a little black block with a little silver tube coming out of it. You see it?
Okay, right up here.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's the gas block. So the gas goes through the barrel, and then once the bullet's past that point, the gas goes up into there and then back through the tube, and that's what pushes your bolt carrier back.
You see what just happened? You mentioned all this tube stuff, then G-Webs
That's what pressurizes your bolt carrier and turns your bolt carrier into a piston.
Well, I have a question. Is it bad to do this? Like pull your charge handle back and do that?
What? Let it slam forward? No.
Yeah. Is that bad?
Yes.
No.
Yes, it is. Don't listen to these guys. That's meant to strip around. If you're not stripping around off of a mag, you'll get premature lug wear. So on an empty chamber, I always ease the charging handle forward with the bolt. So hit your bolt catch, okay, and hold onto the charging handle and let your bolt slowly forward. But if you actually have a loaded mag and that bolt carrier is stripping around off the mag, then it's perfectly fine, because that acts as like a dampener.
Okay.
So you'll get premature lug wear, and you'll get wear on your barrel extension from doing that.
Oh.
I have never heard that dead horse.
It's true.
I
I'm
just
not
do it
saying
anyway.
not to, I'm just mentioning.
That's crazy. One step away.
Good.
I'm always slamming my shit home and then pulling the trigger for dry fire without a round.
Well, I'm definitely going to get on Amazon real quick and order this shit.
Uh-oh. What are you guys making them buy?
It's cool. There goes my groceries for this week. I'm just going to eat canned tuna like I pretty much always do. I'm good.
What are you making them buy?
Dude, I feel like I need to buy you something now, 'cause I
Moon's
feel
making
kinda
them
bad
buy
about that.
Fab Defense sights. Which I actually might want to try a pair of those if Moon thinks they're so much better than M-buses.
They are. No tools required. Except put them on. And they're like twice the polymer.
And I also have that book that they mentioned. Well, your order has been placed. There it goes. That OK Corral book on the Daily Gun Show. That was in my card as well. So I look forward to reading that.
Trying to think of that book. When was that?
The one with the Wyatt Earp that they talked, I think, what, last week?
You mean the Daily Gun Show or the one on Sunday?
Daily Gun Show.
Oh, I don't even remember.
Yeah, I had that because y'all mentioned a book to get, so I was like, hell yeah, let's try it. Why not?
That is one thing you'll learn about gun channels. We are really, really good at spending other people's money. We are like the best at it. But it always comes around full circle. So, you know, now we just made you buy stuff, and pretty soon you'll be making someone else buy stuff. So,
yeah,
it's all good.
Well, no, I want to get on that starting next year because I have my budget figured out. As soon as I can get through that highest level per month to invest in gun channels, I'm going to do it. But I'm not able to do it until next year because I got to buy my old man and my mama their Rigger LCRs because my mom's fixing to get her CCW.
Right on.
Then my nephew's shit for Christmas. But then after that, I want to invest.
I mean, you know,
monthly thing.
We normally, you know, like if you support gun channels, but I guess your mom's life is kind of worth more than, you know, a bunch of strangers on the internet.
Yeah.
So I'll let it slide this time.
No, but I mean that's cool because y'all fucking give novices like me valuable information. So why not?
Oh yeah, and definitely it's appreciated. I mean, you know, whatever. But you do what you can for sure. No one's pressuring anyone into doing stuff. But
yeah,
we pressure people into shit all the time. That's
well,
not
yeah,
even
you do, but everyone just
true.
ignores Flippy.
Leave the date rape alone, Flippy.
That's not my job. I was hired here for a specific purpose. Also, gee, that was one of the links he sent me, and you told me to like that there's a bunch of rifle stuff in that with like photos of his team and shit, and it's really neat.
Oh.
I feel like I missed something.
Like it's like a long set of videos, but it has like a bunch of photos and shit from like stuff he was talking about. And at one point, he's like showing off a war rig that they had set up with the 1911, like all these fucking grenades and shit on it.
So who is this famous dude you talked to? I kind of saw something in the chat that, like, you talked to someone, but I'd have no idea what's going on.
I stayed in infantry my whole career, 11 Bravo. What I did is I went to Fort Lewis, went to Airborne School initially, was slated to go to Ranger Battalion. I went to RIP, Ranger Indoctrination Program. I kind of looked around there, and I decided at that time it wasn't for me. So what I did is I went to 9th Division, which is at that time, split leg infantry division. They walked. They sent me to Ranger School in about 6 months. They notified me on a Wednesday. I was there on a Monday. Went to Ranger School, graduated Ranger School, came back. But motorized after that. They had dune buggies for 2 years. 9th Division was, at that time, was a test bed for the Army for all the different equipment. What we did is work that for a couple of years, and then I actually went to the Long Range Surveillance Unit at 9th Division for my last 2 years. From there, I went to selection for Special Operations. I knew I wanted to be in Special Operations, I guess, from the start. Infantry was a path to get there. I stayed infantry my whole career. I didn't cross over to any special forces. Or a lot of folks, what they did is when they got into special ops to get promoted faster, they went to SF for special forces, went to the Q course. The problem is when they did that, they came back and they never worked on a team. So if they went back to special forces after leaving special ops or the unit, what happened is they didn't have a basis to work on a team, which is, I didn't feel that was right. So I just stayed 11 Bravo infantry my career. Special operations, once I made the selection process, they wanted to train me in the skills I needed to do the job. So they trained me. I learned, once I learned those skill sets, I practiced them for years. I spent 10 years in special operations, started at I call it Gumby level. Worked on an assault team as a breacher, worked my way up the team to assistant team leader. I spent 2 years as a sniper, then went back. I took an assault team for 2 years. In my last 2 years in special ops, I worked as an instructor in the cadre to bring in new special operations students and train them. Why I went to special ops? I just wanted to serve. I was in a military family surrounding. Grew up in San Diego. I tried to tell many people that I escaped California when I was 18. State's gone communist, but it's okay. You know, still got a lot of good states out there. So what I did is went to the military. I guess because I was surrounded by military, and I guess in the end game, you want to be the best person you can, best soldier you can. So that was the place I could do it. And so I tested, was selected, trained. I felt I did a good job over the years there, and had a certain ideal. I guess probably that's one of my issues is how it should be versus the way it was. And so again, you've got to keep the politics out, and that's probably what caused me the most problems. I'm not into the hula and free bags, the false motivation stuff. It's be a quiet professional, and don't tell me what you did, show me. And there's a lot of people out there right now who will tell you how good they are. I want to see the people that show me how good you are. Performance is where it's at. So I believe in that. When I can't do the job anymore, I walk away. So it was one of those things. I was fortunate to be trained by some phenomenal soldiers. I had some great mentors. Had some that weren't so good, but for the most part, they set a really good standard and high bar when I went through my initial training. And I try to carry that to the unit. And I guess the biggest thing was not losing people, because you're going to lose people in the military. I mean, Fort Bragg used to lose more soldiers, on routine and traffic accidents than they did probably combat for a while. And, bases can't go 30 days without a soldier being killed. Sometimes they're actually safer in combat because they don't have all the civilian stuff out there affecting them. But with that, guys are going to get killed. They know what they're in for. The problem is, how you use those lives and how you use, I guess, those resources, American resources. And there's a great responsibility to our political, the State Department, to the military, in being judicious in the use of force and applying our military assets. And don't half-step it. train them the best that you can, equip them the best you can, and if you need to do combat operations, go in there from 1-2 knockout punch. Simple as it is. Special operations at the time, special forces was what we, their main mission was what we call FID, Foreign Internal Defense. They would go into the countries, build the infrastructure of those countries, these force multiply, train security forces. They build those up to help work within that country to restructure and rebuild that country, bring them up, the country to bring them up to higher levels. You had Rangers, which were direct action. They attack things. Special forces generally is a little bit older, more mature. When I say 26, 27 special forces at the time. Rangers, 19 to 21 mean age group, so young soldiers coming in, first experience with the Army. Two different levels, two different thought process. One we call direct action, attacking things. The other is foreign internal defense. Sometimes there's a little overlap of special forces as far as their missions. For the most part at the time, it was foreign internal defense, which is building countries and infrastructures, winning the hearts and minds, so to speak. So my infantry, it fit both ways. I learned both sides of the house as far as, again, a little bit of foreign internal defense, but also mostly direct action. The Special Operations Group I was assigned to, that's what we did. Our primary mission was to take targets, seize things, go anywhere, do anything, anytime. I guess if I were to sum it up in a nutshell. When I say special operations, I say go anywhere, anytime, do anything, any environment, jungle, Arctic, desert, urban environments, mobility, any infiltration skill. So we maintain a proficiency in infiltration skills and also being able to do that job in different environments, cold weather, hot weather, jungle, urban, sand environments. A lot of skill sets you've got to practice, routinely to keep those skills up to actually be able to execute those missions in those environments. Many different selection processes out there. Special operations that I was assigned to, we look for the individual. The thought process was if they could take an individual, select a strong individual, they could put a bunch of strong individuals together to make a stronger team. What happens is when you do a group selection process of, say, 30 to 40 people, and you look at a group can get a weak individual through. They can pass them through the system. Whereas if you look at the selection process individual, an individual can't hide. And what you can do is evaluate them on their individual merits, strengths, weaknesses, and all that. So the selection process I went through, generally 30 days, but you're actually under scrutiny, probation for at least a year, and you're actually taking a couple of years to learn your skill sets. So they may get you out of initial training at say 50 to 75% level. And then when you actually get assigned to a special operations team, what happens is they polish you out. Just your normal day-to-day training, your missions you go on, your training missions, sometimes combat, will actually polish you out to be a well-rounded operator. We went through probably, I think, 122 classes, back to my class. Probably out of those two classes of 120 people each, we selected 16 people. Out of the 16 that actually went through the training course, probably 12 to 14 made it. So you can figure out and these are not green people. These are people who've been seasoned in the military, have the skill sets. So that's kind of the numbers we came up with. Now, you could also go as far as how long do those people last. Well, out of that group that starts, you may trip one or two in the first year. They may give them a chance to go try to prove themselves, and what happens is they don't work out, so they go back to the regular Army. Great soldiers, but at one point, sometimes they give them the chance to excel. Now, as far as Special Forces, Rangers, I couldn't tell you. The selection process is constantly changing. Special Forces is instituted I guess a SFAS, a Special Forces Assessment course prior to going to the actual Q course or qualification course. So what they're trying to do is pre-screen folks to keep them out of that 6-month, year-long course, make sure that they successfully complete it. Rangers, go through a pre-Ranger, sometimes RIP, before they go to Ranger schools to get them up to snuff because of the high washout rates, to make sure they don't waste a slot on somebody. So it's one of those things, and then it's all in flux. I've heard now rumors that they're going to put women in Ranger school. Well, to do that, they're going to have to lower the overall standards, which means they're going to have to lower the entrance standards, the physical standards, or they're going to have to have 2 standards, which is, to me, unacceptable. Combat, there should be 1 standard. So these selection processes are constantly being revised, evaluated, refined, and so it's a constant process to try to get the best applicant out on the first shot. They can figure out a bandwidth generally from history if they look at their classes. The guy that comes in, if he can do this much physical, his mental's in this certain capacity, all that, they can usually figure out before they even get there that this guy's got the highest chance to make it through the process. You know, barring an injury or something like that. Some people come in, they're phenomenal people, and what happens is they're pre-injured before they come in, and they re-injure themselves during the selection process, and they can't rehab. So there's a lot of people that have had jump injuries, knee injuries, all that don't make it through because of those injuries. So there's a lot of variables there. Weather during your selection course. You could have one that's very cold. You can have one that's very hot. You can have one with snow. That's going to have a mental, physical impact on the student going through the selection process. We start mixing different special operations assets out there. There can be some different factors. Special forces, if it's FID for internal defense, that's their mindset. They have Rangers, which is direct action. There's two different complete mindsets. One is to attack things. One is to build infrastructure to show them how to actually train soldiers. Then you have other groups within special operations that have different missions. So a lot of it's a chain of command. You also have maturity levels. You have, again, special forces, or the group I was in, 27 to 30 was almost, maybe a start factor for maturity level experience in the military. Whereas you mix them with Rangers, and then now you have a 17 to 21 mean age group. The other issue you've got is sometimes guys will go back and give back. Say we train folks in special operations or Rangers. What they'll do is they'll do a stint in special operations, then they'll go back and actually lead in, say, the Rangers, where they came from, to give back to that community. That's a great thing to do. That way they can keep them in a certain training bandwidth, maturity level. They know what those guys need to be training on, focused in. Same thing with special forces. They can go back, if they worked special ops and the unit I was in, they can go back to special forces and give back to those guys, try to be an asset on a team. But again, I think it's easier probably to go back to the Rangers than it is to Special Forces, because Special Forces is, again, depending on their missions. They have certain components that are direct action, but for the most part, it's building infrastructures and teaching. The team I had over there was actually myself, 3 others. I had another team member come. He was, we'll say, in a school, and he came over, didn't have room on my little bird for him, so I put him with a sister team. So he worked with a sister team on all the missions, whereas my folks, myself and 3 others, I had what I call a assistant team leader and 2 other individuals on my team, phenomenal guys. I actually inherited the team. When I say inherited, I was working on a sniper team with assistant team leader. The team leader for that team, which is my old assault team, he was in a parachute accident when he was killed. So what ended up happening is I went back and took that team not too long before this. With that, all the guys, some of them I worked with before, some I hadn't. So what I did is, it's easier for me to adjust to their standard operating procedures, their tactics and techniques, for me to try and change everything. So I said, show me what you do, I'll learn how to do that. It's easier for me as one person to do that. So that's what I did. I don't say I took the weak link as my battle buddy. I took somebody that, was newer. I made him my battle buddy or partner during the operation. He was right next to me. That way I could work with him, mentor him. Phenomenal. All of them were top-notch soldiers, phenomenal guys. I can't say enough good things. All of them did incredible during the battle. Went out multiple times, pulled people out of the street, active safe positions, held their positions, single positions, all night. Just can't say enough good things about the guys. Special Forces medic that was with us in our section or area. Great guy too. I worked with him for years. He did phenomenal stuff. When he lost his patient, the one soldier died. He found work. When I say he found work, we were low on water, so we took our canteen. We kept a hard 1 quart and then water purification tabs, and he would fill them up out of an old rain barrel, and keep everybody hydrated. One of my guys was dehydrated, so he put an IV into him, and I got him back up and a bag of juice into him. But as far as the assets that we worked, it was just like another training. They just did phenomenal, exceptional. I can't say enough good things about the guys. I could take and I could go that, and they know where to go. We had our SOP is all nonverbal, and so you can work to that level. Generally, you keep the continuity when you work with the team, and with the team, generally 4 to 6 people. Also, larger groups if you're tasked with that, or smaller groups, it could be 1 to 2. What you want to do, though, is you want to be an asset to the team. So you start, learn all the baseline skills when you come in. Learn your job as best as you can. Don't look up. Don't try to make rank. The faster you make rank, you actually work yourself out of a job. What you want to do is stay in the trenches, hands-on as long as you can. So we used to actually, one technique was to jump ship, go be a sniper for a couple of years, come back, work a team leader. Because once you became a team leader, your clock is running. You got a couple of years in that job, then you go to other jobs because they don't want the burnout rate, the ops tempo, so to speak, very high. And generally, you get a couple of years, get seasoned, then you want to get those skills back to newer people. So, good thought process is take the team leaders who are fresh from the field, from the work to fight, and have them teach the new students. That way, a new student is seeing somebody's just been there, and they can actually articulate all the things and bring that student up to a higher level faster because you got a guy fresh from doing the job, not a dated person, so to speak. As far as the us and them relationship, I don't see it. It's up to 1, the chain of command, 2, the maturity of the individuals. A soldier is a soldier, and that's what I looked at. I stayed infantry, so I had a common bond. A lot of it is the leadership, the arrogance that causes problems, and us and them. You can't have an us and them. We all believe the same. So what you want to do is take these young soldiers, and you can't bring them up to the highest level possible because we're going to combat. This is where people die. It's not a social experiment. It's not an ego trip. What you want to do is train these soldiers, get them up in sometimes a short amount of time, 30 days, to where they need to be to face combat operations. Technically, before that day, we had 2 months together to work together to polish out all the actions that would happen. Best case scenario, worst case scenario. So what ended up happening is we worked again a month in the United States prepping, doing rehearsals, and then we actually did work overseas there in country. So we should have been developing, refining SOPs all the way through. The problem, there was an us and them relationship, not at ground level for the soldiers, but change of command. You almost had a rogue captain with the Rangers, arrogant, and just he wanted to do things his own way. And he worked for us. That's the bottom line. We didn't go there. He came to us. Our chain of command didn't reel him in. One time during an after-action rehearsal, he didn't like the ability of an E7 team leader to be able to tell problems that we saw, things that happened. I think he believed we should all be officers. Well, the problem is those officers don't have a lot of experience. We had done hits, prior missions, a lot of experience, depth of experience, and we knew what we were doing. We wanted things fixed. A lot of times we'd watch, say, a rehearsal, and we'd watch it. We're still doing our actions on the objective, on the target. We're glancing at blocking positions, and what they're doing is they're watching us instead of practicing their individual skills, SOPs. So when you do that, what happens is they're not refining the worst case scenario. We're always looking, okay, if this happens, what do we do? If that happens, what do we do? Contingency plans. Well, the problem is they're watching us. Well, if they're watching us, they're not developing their own SOPs and tactics for problems they're going to have, which could be anything from injuries, heavy weapons coming in, things like that. So when it went bad, again, well, long story short, one time we brought up some points. Captain Steele said, you mind your business, we'll mind ours. And our chain of command should have snatched him up by his stack and swivel and escorted him off the compound. That's where our chain of command was weak. This captain worked for us. We established they worked for us from day one. What happens is when we went to ground over there, they worked for us. They were a support element. Simple as it is. When he says the problem is during the combat action, his position, Mark wrote in the book about two of our guys tried to push forward, link up with our command, and they're driven back by heavy gunfire and laughed at him as a that's not acceptable. That man, he should have been brought up on UCMJ and again put out of the military. But the problem with special ops doesn't like to say they have a problem. And what happens is they'll cover up problems. Another thing they'll do is sometimes officers have other, we'll call it a godfather in the military or a sugar daddy, and you get like a 3-star general, and what they'll do is protect them. No matter how much they screw up, and they'll protect them, and they'll bring them up the chain of command. That's not acceptable. You still need to counsel people, whether it be enlisted rank, NCO rank, or officer rank. That wouldn't get it done. The convoy commander was the Ranger battalion commander. He, as far as I see, didn't counsel, didn't bring them, didn't check to make sure the individual soldiers are doing their jobs. So there's a lot of disconnect, especially when you put a lieutenant in charge. Lieutenants don't know anything. They don't know anything about the technical, tactical skills, SOPs. They're very fresh in the Army. They're learning as they go. But that's not combat is not the place to do it. Combat ops.
Is there one that's just the guns?
Hey, Flippy fell asleep again.
Yeah.
Oh, my mic was on my head. Mission readiness and a few, like the ones after mission readiness are the ones where he's like showing equipment and stuff. And then he starts talking more about like what happened and like the stuff.
At the team level, we had limited trust in them. Some of those folks that'll get you on target. They know if there's dangers. Right, the aviation assets with the Task Force 160, Fort Campbell 160, the most incredible people, pilots I've ever seen, work with, had unlimited trust in them. It's one of those folks that'll get you on target. They know if there's dangers when the exfil under fire, that it's going to be a smooth ride. They're not going to get shook. I've seen them do incredible things in the plane. They know there's sometimes we hook it 1 minute out and it'll be a smooth ride in. If they're getting shot at, still be a smooth ride out. Incredible what these folks did. Okay, we had the ultimate latitude as far as bottom level planning. The team leaders would plan up, and we'd actually direct where we want the other assets. The operational people, we drive the plan. What's the best solution to solve the problem? What happens there is we dictate where everyone else goes to best support us. And there's got to be that, the support relationship. We trust them, respect them. We also have to tell you, here's the best position I need you to do business. And so we had the luxury to do that. Some people may not have liked it, but that's the way it is. For efficiency, we got very efficient planning and then execute the missions in a rapid manner. The intel came in, we had to act upon it. We were standby to act on it. So we had a system down where we could act and react in a very rapid manner, and then be boots on target for taking in the door to take care of business. So I don't want to get into too much operational, but I want to, again, it was done, it was streamlined, very efficient. As far as police have a certain protocol when their SWAT teams hitting a target, we have the same protocol. So it's the same mission, just we do it overseas. So there's a mission protocol profile. It can change from environment to environment. We have refined it so much in our rehearsals and in the time prior through just constant planning and prep that we had a good system down. Like the Special Operations Forces will prep and deploy. You've got your whole package working as a unit. You've got we'll call them direct action guys, special operations personnel that are going to take that target down. You've got the support people on the outside that are going to contain the target. You've got other special operations assets from sister services that have been integrated into your package. You've got the pilots key. The pilots, can't say enough good things about them. They're the premier pilots of the world. They kept our butts out of a sling, saved us numerous times, had the utmost ability, where the regular Army measures in yards and meters, they measure in inches. The capability is I've never seen anything like it. The work ethic, the combat ethic. They had pilots with such experience. They had 2,000 combat hours in Vietnam, and they bring that deathly experience to the missions. Phenomenal people. They come in if you call them. So you had to be very judicious on calling them, because what would happen is if they didn't have a good survival rate, they still come. But I wasn't going to kill a pilot over infiltration that wasn't acceptable if we needed them. So you had to be very judicious on calling those folks because they would come. It didn't matter. I can't say enough good things about those folks. Just phenomenal. They do gun runs. You could touch a building right here, and they would do a gun run on that building. That's how accurate and surgical they were. And we had a trust built up. Whereas the regular Army, you had to be careful about how close you called them in on fire support because you didn't know their capabilities, limitations. Working with these special ops folks, everybody knew their capabilities, limitations, what you could get away with. Incredible assets out there. Con?
Yeah, I don't remember which one it is, but one of them he's like showing off the battle belt. He's like showing off pictures of his like his rifle he had, which had like a shotgun underslung onto it. But all in all, the dude was like super cool and like really helpful about it.
How long did you talk to him?
Not terribly long. Basically, just like sent me an email back. He's like, I asked him, I'm like, hey, I want to build this rifle. I was wondering if you could help me out with it, like what parts, what not, and all that. He like sent me an email back. He's like, all right, tell me about yourself. I'm like, I don't know, I'm just some dude, some 26-year-old dude in McKinney who likes guns and wants to build a period piece. And he's like, all right, well, and I talked to him for a bit, and he's like, well, basically, the rifle I had was a 16-inch standard A1 upper with like A2 furnishings with like the A2 grip, A2 flash hider. And it was a heavy barrel? It was the one that didn't have the M4 cuts in it. Like it didn't have the cuts for the underslung grenade launcher. Like that's cool. And he's like, yeah, any more questions, just email me and that's all good. I'm like, all right.
What did he say about the light?
I forgot to ask. So, like, afterwards, I sent him an email being like, yeah, was it a Maglite or was it a Surefire? And I'll probably email you back tomorrow.
Cool. So you're going to go take a class out there then?
Yeah. As soon as I gather the money together, I would like to do one in, like, October or December. Like, anything before it hits April and it becomes ungodly fucking hot.
Because you don't want it to be hot.
God, yeah, because it'll be fucking hot.
All right. I want to thank you folks for joining us today. I'm going to show you a couple products that have come out on the market pretty quick that I've been using. My weapon, melts carbon. So I can run a line of 24, 30 people with that in the weapon systems. I know they're out of battery, they're safe. I like the soft T-target. Incredible piece of gear. Windlass. Now it's a single point that we use for our training.
That's pretty cool. You can just start watching that and it'll just keep going and going.
Yep. So at some point later, I'm going to go through and watch the entire thing. Because it's neat. Like, and he goes on to like talk about the difference between the movie and what actually happened and the differences between the characters in the movie and the actual people.
Are you taking the rifle class or the pistol? He's got a pistol class?
I'm going to do both. Because he has the one that's pistol and rifle. I think I'll do that one.
Oh, what's this?
Together.
What do you think, Cullen? What do you think the fuck this is? Smokes? Oh, they got smokes tied onto their mags with a rubber band?
Yeah, I have no idea what that is.
That's a Surefire. I think.
Yeah, and those red dots on top are old fucking school aim points.
Extra magazines, 6 to 8 rifle magazines. Just repair. I had to take one from one of my guys. I don't like doing that. So, night vision goggles on a day. Them in a daytime op. If we broke them in a daytime op, we didn't have them for a nighttime. We knew how physical and demanding the missions would be. So, again, that's why we left those night vision goggles on a daytime op. If I broke them, I I would have a replacement beer. I'd have to take one from one of my guys. I don't like doing that. So we practice. We practice with, for example, got a new shotgun breaching. You can breach doors to get in, breach doors to get out. We can destroy equipment with shotguns. In the photo, I've got one mounted on my AR-15. So my equipment list or loadout that I had to work with and get integrated in fluid and daytime, nighttime missions: rifle, shotgun, pistol, extra magazines, 6 to 8 rifle magazines, radio equipment, your helmets, your body armor. Body armor, I wore the same piece for 10 years. We didn't get new pieces. Actually, the plates back then, the ceramic plates that actually stopped bullets, the weight was so heavy that it cut your mobility. Like a doctor would like to dress you up like a tank and have you go, but you can't move. You can only put so much water into your body. When you go into an environment like that, what happens is a vest is a heat capacitor, and it causes you to sweat. Once you get so degraded with the water, you can't put that in. The only way to get back in your body is an IV. So you had to balance the weight in your fighting loadout. Back then, I was about 228 pounds. My combat load, this is just my vest and all my gear, was 310. I had to move that around the city. I had to be able to move it around. So we're always looking for ways to shortcut, lighten your gear.
310 pounds worth of gear.
We had a loadout. I would actually have a loadout that I told my team to have. I might be 3 fragmentation grenades each for common gear. We have medical gear. I have 2 flashbangs. And then I would give other gear as optional. We have certain med kits we carry and try to keep it same. We all knew where the med kits were. Back then, we didn't have high-speed tourniquets like they do today. The combat guys, we did more packing as far as medical goes. But we try to keep and integrate this so the package we took on one mission was the same for another mission. It was same. You had to keep it same and simple. You could use one piece of gear and use it for multiple different problem solving, we'll say. That's what you want to do. You want to keep it as simple as possible. The gear had to work daytime, had to work nighttime. If I had a grip on my gun, I wanted to work in a day, night. I want my switches in the same spot. I didn't want to have a day grip and a night grip. You've got to keep it very simple. Again, the more simple it is, the more efficient you will become with your gear. When you work these rehearsals encompass everything from helicopter movement, foot movement, the helicopter gets shot down. What are you going to do? The actual movement to your target. How are you going to move with other people, other elements? You might start your individual skills, then work your rehearsals with your team skills. Then your organization will come together, say the special ops folks work together. Then you might integrate rangers. Then you've got to integrate your air assets, and then you constantly refine your rehearsals. If we didn't do a live hit within, say, a week, we'd actually do another full-blown rehearsal and practice. Rehearsal is practice. If we knew a night mission was coming up, then we'd practice that night mission. We'd work, whether it be vehicles, night vision gear, the lasers. We were constantly getting new gear, but going to combat and testing is not a good thing. So it was an OJT with some of the gear. Some worked, some didn't. Some had to develop certain SOPs for these standard operating procedures to use that gear. And so again, it was a constant battle and learning battle. We had on rehearsals working on a helicopter. Daytime was one operation, nighttime was one operation. We've got to know that if we come in and we take fire, how we're going to maneuver around that helicopter, daytime, nighttime. You run into a tail rotor, it'll ruin your whole day. So it'll actually damage the aircraft, damage you probably. So what we need to do is be able to do it daytime and then nighttime with night vision goggles. So you have to be situationally aware. You always have to be looking at the pilot, the bird, other birds. Again, we have multiple aircraft. You run into one of their tails, and it'll hurt them, hurt you. So it was one of those things. There's a lot of moving parts there. You've always got to have your head on a swivel, especially night vision goggles. What they tend to do is bring in your world real close to the 2 paper towel tubes. You're looking at a very narrow focus. You've always got to be looking and checking your battlefield, left, right, up, down, and scanning, because you can walk into something you don't want to walk into on a nighttime op. One example of gear not testing it, ammunition. We had a machine gun, M60, novel machine gun. Our machine guns to fire a certain kind of ammo was a little bit lighter at the time. They had to be modified. What happens is, I think some of the Rangers saw that ammo, thought they'd go use it, but the first time they used it in combat, now they had a 23-pound dead weight that wouldn't work. Why? Because unless that weapon system was modified, which our armors did, to shoot that ammo, it didn't work. So what happens is they never took the time to practice with it to make sure that ammo worked in that particular gun. Or what happens is you go to load it, you're in combat, the gun's messing up, well, it's because you didn't check the ammo ahead of time to make sure it worked. At least I saw that on one occasion. So what you have now is a crew serve weapon that will not function. And then you get very frustrated because, you know, you've got a whole bunch of this ammo, but it won't work in that gun.
Kind of like I made sure steel case runs through my VCM uppers before I buy a whole shit ton of it before Hillary comes.
Who was asking? Smeggy? And then he fucking left. Like, who's this guy? Oh, I'm leaving.
Wait, what was Smeggy asking?
Who Paul Howe was, right?
Yeah.
Wonder if they didn't call it Delta yet, or why he isn't calling it Delta.
I don't think they called it Delta yet. I don't think Delta's its actual name.
Yeah, it might have been something else, just Spec Ops. You
Because
just
isn't
call
Delta just like a nickname or something like that?
Well, Delta is like it all changed around then, I guess, from from what I understand, Delta is the Special Forces team, but then they brought in others under spec. They moved it over to Spec Ops with SEAL Team 6 and Marine Force Recon and the Air Force the Special Ops Airborne stuff in the pilots. They brought all that under Spec Ops, and then they called them Delta, Detachment Delta or whatever. And then Spec Ops it got really big. It's its own branch. So I'm not sure where all that is and what. Well, I'm sure by now there's no, status to any of that, secret status or anything. It's all history now. But basically, it was the counterterrorism SEALs, the counterterrorism special forces, Green Berets, and then Force Recon, and I don't know what the hell they called the Rangers, but I would imagine the same thing, the equivalent of like counterterrorism Rangers. See, Rangers don't really fall into counterterrorism, that's why I'm not sure. SEAL Team 6 was pretty easy. I mean, they were developed after 80s when the hostage thing happened. And that was just the Navy saying, fuck it, we're just going to do this. So that was pretty simple. They had one team that was just counterterrorism. Same thing with Special Forces. They just had, I forget what group it was. It was just they were tasked with counterterrorism. They did theirs differently, though. They would go in and small teams and basically just like they did in Nam and everything, where the SEALs would go in and fuck with them. Like the Green Berets would go in, from what I understand, like they were more direct action, where the SEALs were like they were I don't know how to explain it. They would go in and recon the area first and kind of blend in with the environment and be there if they were needed. I've never read anything about what the Green Berets did in that role, how they got to Delta. But it sounds like he was never on a team, so he went from just infantry over to Spec Ops.
Well, like the main thing now is I now need to find a lower to use that would look close to like what it would be. I guess just grab like an Anderson and just pretend it's like a derpy Colt.
Ugh.
Like, I'd like to get one of those no-deck spuds, but that's fucking, like, they are on super back order.
So that's what I would get. That's a good chassis. Oh, do you got, where's that link? I got kicked out, so I don't have the link anymore. Throw it in the external.
Oh, for the thing? Here you go.
Well, August is saying they stopped calling it Delta after the first conception. So maybe we just all called it Delta because that's kind of what it started as. And then they just called it Spec Ops.
Well, I remember like early videos or early interviews with Vickers, and he wouldn't call it Delta. He was just calling it like basically SF, and then now he calls it Delta.
So does this guy teach classes?
Yep. He is about 3 hours from me in Nacogdoches.
So he's like the OGs, like Mossad.
Yeah. Did you see the movie Black Hawk Down?
Yeah.
He's one of the dudes they based that movie off of. He was there. That's what those movies or those videos are about.
Okay.
Yeah, like he was, his character basically in the movie was the guy who shoots the pig at the beginning of the movie.
Oh, I see. They're saying that officially it has no real name. It's calling it the unit. Makes sense.
Although he did bring something else up that I've heard now a few times from like a bunch of different other people, where he was talking about at one point during the videos how each presidency would basically, the Democrats would inherit like all of the money and shit that the Republicans pumped into the military, and it always turned like vice versa. Which I think Roland was talking about that in like one of the primary and secondary chats.
Be like feast or famine, you mean?
Yeah. Because at one point he even brings up like the Bin Laden thing, where he's like, Obama benefited from Bush's military. Which I thought that was like really interesting.
Well, all Democrats ever do is fucking rape it.
Yep. And then vice versa, the Republicans pump money back into it.
Yeah.
Which puts it at this weird kind of like, yeah, feast or famine, basically.
Well, it changed it too, because they went to this like all Spec Ops version of fighting. So it got super expensive. You know, if it costs X amount of dollars to train a regular soldier, it costs X times 100 to train a Spec Ops soldier. And then if you use majority Spec Ops, you're paying a shit ton for, you know, getting assets on the ground.
And then all the equipment that just even standard, like, infantry is given now with like night vision and all that shit.
Yeah, that's, I think, kind of what they call like trickle down. Like once they figure out something super effective, I'm like, hey, wait a minute, why doesn't everybody have this? It's like fucking truck driver could use this too. You know, it's not just for these guys. Anybody can do better if they can see it.
You can perform better when you can see what the task is you're doing.
Yeah, like, oh wow, all of a sudden we can like do things all day long instead of just during the daylight.
Hillary says the choice in this election is who will have the power to shape our children for the next 4 years of their lives.
Did she really say that?
Yeah.
Fucking scary.
Tweet.
That's actually, yeah, that's fucking terrifying.
And the retweets or the comments are like, "This is the scariest thing I ever heard." The fact that you think it's the government's job to shape our children creeps me the hell out. It's not the government's job.
Some shit. That's her philosophy.
Yeah. Well, there used to be a commercial on TV. It was like a PSA where it was like, we have to stop thinking of our children as our own and start thinking of them as the communities. I was like, what the fuck am I watching right now? It's like on CBS.
Really?
Yeah.
It's like a public service announcement. Like, hey, by the way, you don't own your children. What are you doing?
Dude, you're just fucking renting them.
I just listened to a podcast earlier today, and the guy's like, you know, your kids are getting at home schooled every day, so it's either the media doing it or fucking you're doing it.
Yeah, you got to be doing it.
I guess that just means I need to hold off on the children thing for another 4 years.
No, then they win.
You got to check out what the schools are doing too.
Fucking 10 children.
Yeah, but then they won't. Whatever. I don't want Hillary children.
No, have 10 children and don't give them to Hillary. That's what I'm saying.
We just have to outbreed the stupid?
Yeah, we have to outbreed the Dems.
Yeah.
I mean, that shouldn't be too hard. Democrats don't keep their children anyways.
Gives you something to do on weekends.
Needs to be a hashtag.
Hashtag outbreed the stupid.
Maybe everybody should just send a bunch of their kids to Hillary. Like, here, Hillary.
Yeah, just
keep care of them for the weekend while I go out.
Just a school bus full of children shows up at Hillary's door. It's like, we thought you wanted to get a head start on shaping our children for the next 4 years.
Hillary, this kid won't behave.
I told him that I'd leave him with you if the kid wouldn't stop screaming at Wally World. They didn't stop screaming at Wally World.
I want. I'm going to send you to Hillary. I'm sorry.
Please don't send me to Aunt Hillary's.
Be the best punishment ever. Best threat.
She keeps making me hot chocolate, and then she throws it all over me when she has her seizure. It's the worst thing ever.
You spilled your hot chocolate.
She's worse than the boogeyman.
I don't know. When I think of Hillary, I always think like Hansel and Gretel with the witch. She's gonna eat them. You know, that's the way I feel. Like if children were around her, that's what would happen. It'd be like, oh, what children? You never dropped any children off here. I don't know what you're talking about. Good day.
That's how we know the body double in New York, because otherwise, when that little kid ran up to Hillary, she would have ate it. She would have killed it.
No, those body doubles are just like reverse engineered children that Hillary sends to a scientist to like make into body doubles.
She like takes her stem cells and like injects it.
She keeps pumping her like genetics into children until they turn into her. That's what she means by shaping your children for the next 4 years.
I've seen Starship Troopers when that brain bug sticks out that like thing. She has one of those that comes out of her butt and it injects the little babies instead of like brains with Hillary DNA in them.
That makes sense. Well, fucking Bill won't go near that shit.
He looks like she already inhaled all the insides out. That's very high. Her butt's so big. That's all.
Oh, and he's now just a husk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can almost see through him like he's translucent.
They're like, don't keep standing in front of lights.
Fucking Hollow Man.
Sort of like the Clinton skin with just a mass of endoplasm inside of it. Oh, Hillary.
One day she won't be the devil anymore. One day.
Yeah, because she'll probably be dead.
Nah, that bitch is gonna live forever, dude.
What do you think? She's like Jeepers Creepers. She just like lives forever and eats children.
Yeah, that's pretty fucking accurate.
No, that bitch is DT with the long ass finger. And I killed the cat.
So she could basically be it, the clown from it.
Oh, what? You mean Penny Whistle or?
Yeah,
whatever?
Pennywise.
Yeah, that's it. Pennywise. Yeah, what kind of dumbass clown name would be Penny Whistle? Be silly. Not terrifying.
Sounds like a hooker.
Fucking Hillary's new tag. Hashtag never enough children.
Never enough children's blood.
How else do you think I keep my suit so supple and ripe?
I want your child, but not the whole child, just your child's soul. Oh shit, Martin just said my green Enfield or whatever it is a IRA issue. I don't know if he's kidding or not though.
Oh, neat.
Yeah, I should have taken a picture of it with my Air 180 when I had it then.
Next to a bottle of Guinness.
He might have just been kidding because it's green.
Hey, G, that G3 you have.
I don't have that. That's a friend of mine.
Oh, is it an 18-inch barrel or is it a 16-inch barrel?
Oh, I don't know. It just looked cool and he had a bunch of magazines. He was selling it, so I took a picture of it before he got rid of it.
Oh, how much did he get rid of it for?
I don't know. It was like 5 years ago.
Oh, okay.
I don't even know if he told me then.
Yeah, the thing's fucking heavy as fuck.
Carrot cheesecake? No thanks.
Isn't that just carrot cake?
I don't think so. It sounds like cheesecake with carrots in it. It's fucking disgusting sounding.
Nasty.
There ain't no cheese and carrot cake.
Carrot cake has a cream cheese frosting.
Yeah, but that doesn't count. It barely tastes like cheesecake.
Yeah, H&K makes some cool fucking guns.
Hey, Flippy, did you call him yet?
Nope, I just remembered to call them right when, you know, after they closed by like 10 minutes. And now I have to wait through the weekend. But it doesn't fucking matter if I call them, because they're just going to tell me, yeah, we're still waiting on that frame from Germany. Still hasn't shown up yet. You know, those Germans, they're all about making sure you don't get your frame yet.
Yeah, but let's be honest. You're getting it all done for free. You know, if you have to wait a little, I mean.
Dude, if I knew it was going to be like 4 months for free, or if I had the option of just giving them their money for like a week, I would have given them their money.
That's true. I guess I can understand that.
Like, I'm so tired of waiting for the thing. Like, I'm grateful, and I'm sure they're doing like the best work possible on it, but it's just, I want my gun back.
Yeah, it's hard for me. It's funny, when I buy a new gun, it's hard for me to wait that 10-day stupid waiting period that I have to do here. It's like, I couldn't imagine waiting 4 months. Like, it was funny. I'm such a little kid. Like, my wife, when me and her first got together, I had just put money down on a 1911, and she knew I really, really wanted it. So she went off and bought it and paid it off for me. And I was all excited waiting the 10 days. I was all like, oh, when it comes to buying shit, I cannot wait. Like, I am like a little kid that way.
Yeah, same. Like, but I need it now. If there's an option for you to pay to like make it happen faster, I will. Dude, like, hell, I even fucking hate waiting the 5 minutes it takes for me to like fucking fill out that goddamn form to get my gun. It's like, here's the money, put the gun in my hand, and let me go home and fondle this gun, and then take Instagram pictures of it. Well, also, good news. I got a hold of Marco, and his logo is almost done. It just still needs some more editing on fucking thing.
That's what I need. I actually need a freaking plate. Am I still muted? Oh, no, I'm not
nope,
muted.
You're not. Butt plate?
Yeah, I figured that out. Yeah, butt plate. No, I've been thinking, like, what kind of logo would a night prowler have? Okay, you know how they have those signs that show the guy, it's like a black shadow, and he's got the little hat on, and it always says
the
neighborhood watch
signs?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Or the burglar with the...
Yeah, or the burglar.
The Hamburglar?
The Hamburglar, there you go.
Hamburger.
That's
I thought that,
100%.
I thought that would be cool. Or, like, from the AC/DC song, a night prowler. I always thought that would be cool, like the guy who slips into your room with a fucking knife and, you know. But I don't know.
Or, you know,
I'm a little deranged, okay?
The other version of the night prowler, a fucking hooker.
That's a lady of the
Hooker, what
night.
is hooker? Oh, yeah, no.
It is the rhythm of the night. So long.
I didn't know.
What's a harvest?
Know about all that.
Huh? What?
What's a
It was called. What?
What's a harvest moon?
Video game.
No.
What? No, I think it was. Isn't that when it's like super big?
It's a full moon in the lunar phase that occurs when the moon is completely illuminated as seen from the Earth. So, just a full moon?
I think so. I think it's a full moon, but I think it's when it's really big. It's a really big full moon, and a hunter's moon is when it's red, if I recall correctly. It's the moon.
So, historically, names are names of moons, not necessarily full moons. On lunar calendars, since its introduction, the Julian calendar and the Roman Empire and the later Gregorian calendar have ceased to be received as moon names, blah, blah, blah. Developed new names in the modern times, the blue moon and the names harvest moon and hunter's moon for the full moons of autumn. So the harvest moon and hunter moons are traditional terms for the moons occurring during late summer and in the autumn in the northern hemisphere in August, September, and October. The harvest moon is the full moon closest to the equinox. The hunter's moon is the one following it. The names are from the old days. So it's just the first of the big full moons, I guess. So the next one will be hunter.
Right, because that'll wait. Oh, okay, the hunter. Wait, no, wouldn't the harvest moon be October?
No, they just said the September one is the one before the equinox. The one that's closest to is the harvest, and then the next one is the one following it. The hunter's moon follows it.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's been like that since the century, I guess.
Okay.
Maybe because you don't start hunting yet. Hunting later.
Maybe. I'm just looking at. I remember what they said in Predator. Remember on Predator.
2010, the harvest moon occurred on the night of the equinox itself for the first time since 1991. Blue moon is just the second full moon of a month, I think. Yeah, an additional full moon in a month.
So, do werewolves just turn on any full moon, or does it? So, or is it? It's got to be like a special full moon. I think it's just any full moon, right?
Yeah. Okay. They just turn blue when it's a blue moon. I guess years have 13 moons instead of 12.
We should change the name of the harvest moon to the huge moon.
I was going to say the Hillary moon, because it's like she's there lighting up our evening, our night.
Well, she was going to have that laser etched onto the moon's surface anyway.
Have her face up there?
Yeah.
When she looked up at those balloons, that seizure she had, she's going to have that face put up on the moon. See that every time we look at it.
Oh, man.
What went on with Trump? Everybody's giving him accolades for trolling the media. What did he do?
They tried to bring up the old birther thing, like, because they're grasping it. They're desperate, the media. So he said, okay, I'm going to have a press conference. And they thought that he was going to answer questions about him being a birther 4 years ago or whatever. And instead he had a bunch of vets and what are they, Gold Star families and service members and generals and whatnot endorse him for like a half hour.
Oh.
It's like, oh, you thought I was gonna get tripped up? No, I'm gonna fucking screw with you guys. Ha Fooled you.
Yeah, he used them.
Nice.
It's another old man. Butt hurt.
What the fuck?
They can't take a joke.
When one of the greatest talk shows, we're poisoning our homes, wasting our hard-earned money for no good reason. Why? Because the advertising industry tells us to.
They just want you to buy stuff. For example, if a company pollutes the environment or uses bad business practices, if you don't buy their stuff, they will change. If you don't want food with chemicals or GMOs in it, then don't buy it. The minute we start taking responsibility and spending our money wisely, every politician, every corporation, and leader around the world is going to know that we have woken up. This is the 21st century. If we use our resources wisely, there is no reason why anyone shouldn't have what they need. No reason whatsoever why people are still starving to death on our planet. And the common man or woman, whether they are Israeli or Palestinian, Protestant or Catholic or Iraqi or American, common man just wants to live in peace and justice in a clean environment. When we look around the world and we see that that is not the case, we know that the will of the majority is not being listened to. That's the first sign that our system is broken. Government won't make these changes for us. Yet again, it is down to the common man. No company will continue a practice or product that you, the consumer, will not buy. It's vitally important that you understand this because this gives you ultimate power to change the world you live in. Companies are extremely sensitive about you buying their products because if you don't buy their stuff, they go out of business. That's not something any company is willing to consider. And by choosing to spend your money wisely, you can promote those companies that do business in a socially responsible way.
I guess I agree with that.
Is that Woody Harrelson?
Yeah. Is he anti-gun?
Too. I was like, what?
I don't think he's anti-gun. He's pro marijuana legalization. I know that.
That was funny.
That does seem pretty rational. I agree with it.
Yeah, well, I've always said vote with your dollars is the best way. Because the hell.
I don't agree with it. I don't think it's correct.
Well, I don't think a consumer society is a sustainable society.
Well, I mean, like,
so eventually you have to.
We as the consumers typically don't have more power than a corporation.
What?
Nah, because as individuals,
numbers.
we don't. We need the numbers.
That's what I'm saying.
And it's a lot easier for a corporation to ratify and get its numbers together because it's paying people versus just Joe Blow being like, yo, let's not shop at Starbucks no mo because they're a bunch of, like, gun-hating assholes.
I don't think Starbucks hates guns, though. I think
I'm
they
just, like,
just
using
got
that as, like, a vague example. I'm not saying, like, they do or don't.
Right, okay.
Like, Starbucks was just the first thing that popped in my head because I looked over at my Starbucks cup from earlier today.
Wah, 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 wah.
He was talking about like changing things by voting with your dollar. Like if this corporation's poisoning your backyard, then everybody stops buying that shit. This company goes out of business.
Oh, that's cool. That Leanne field is gold. Yeah, but again, it's not going to happen.
It happens all the time. You think that fucking mattress place, that people that did that 9/11 commercial for their mattress place, you think they're still in business right now?
Yes.
No. I bet you they had to close. Nobody bought a mattress since that day. I don't know. We should call and find out tomorrow.
If a person's prices are low enough, and they can get a good enough deal at a place,
Liquidation low.
then people are going to throw out their morals to like, especially if it's something they need and or want.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I've seen people throw out their principles for saving a couple bucks on something stupid. So don't let anybody say that, you know, their principles are worth more than, you know, because that's bullshit, you know.
Well, yeah,
Like,
Flippy's a prime example with his HK clone terror gun.
I wasn't going to bring that one up. I was going to bring up the fact that I still shop at fucking, what's that one fucking gun store everyone hates? Oh, Cheaper Than Dirt. If they're selling something cheaper than another place, I'll still buy from Cheaper Than Dirt.
I don't know. I try not to do any of that. Like, I really do. But then there's stuff that I know, like Costco. I know Costco is totally anti-gun. But I totally like shopping at Costco. So I'm like, I can't help it. Like, there's places, like, there's places I know that are anti-gun, but I'm like, can't bring myself to not go there anymore. But then there's other places that I'm like, oh, no, fuck you. I don't care. I'm done. I don't know.
Like, I can't stop drinking Snapple and eating Ben and Jerry's ice cream. So, they're both anti-gun.
I guess the Costco thing, it's like I don't even go to Costco that much, but it's like I always buy tires there, and it's like I really like buying tires there, so that's kind of the thing.
Oh, I only buy tires directly from the manufacturer.
I just like the service because I get a warranty. I don't have to argue about anything. The prices are good. A prime example. When I went to Kansas, we had gotten my wife's car. We got two brand new tires on her car before she left. We got over there. I was driving the car. I don't know what happened. I ended up getting a cut in the sidewall. Like there was a razor blade or something just sticking out of the sidewall. So I get home, I change out the tire, I go to Costco, right? The tires are damn near brand new, maybe 3 months old or so. And they say, okay, I give them $10 to cover something, and they give me a brand new tire, like a brand new tire. I was like, huh, that's cool. And there goes down the shitter.
I was just picking at my ear because it's kind of itchy. So I still understand your theme, G, on gun channels thingy around the Instagrams.
It's simple. There's a shit ton of pictures.
Is it military guns?
No.
Oh, is there a theme? I thought it was just cool pictures.
What the fuck is this?
Is it 30 cows?
No.
Then you can bang
okay.
that up.
Does anybody in here have kids, just out of curiosity? Like older kids?
Yeah.
Okay. I got to ask somebody because I really don't have any friends that I can ask these kind of questions to. It's freaking the hell out right now because our son to the homecoming. Now, he
How old
just
is he?
started high school.
Freshman?
He's 14. Yeah.
I didn't think you'd
So
go to.
he just... What happened?
Well, she's saying he didn't think you would go to homecoming as a freshman.
I don't know, but he did. He is. I don't know how it goes.
Oh,
But
no,
anyway.
I'm thinking of prom. Sorry.
No, it's okay. My point is, he asked the girl, and she totally is going for it. But the problem is, she's an 18-year-old senior.
What?
And
You're just going to brag that you raised your kid right.
High five.
Yeah.
Nice.
High five your kid.
okay, so I don't need to be freaking out or anything because I'm like,
No,
my
you need to
wife
be
is
freaking
having,
out.
like, she's having a come apart about it.
100% you need to be
Jimmy has
freaking out.
Jimmy hats.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we've had that conversation, but you know, like we know, but this is like the first time he's had like a girlfriend, and he's in like he loves Kansas. He says the high school over there is amazing. Like it's way not ghetto like it is over here, but like
California.
Yeah,
He's got to be like the guy in Kansas.
Well, he loves it. He says it's amazing. It's like the greatest place ever as far as he says his high school goes. He loves it. He's in marching band and all that. But anyways, my thing is, like I said, I don't know. I don't know what to say to him as far as like we've had the condom discussion, but he's still, in my opinion, he's 14 years old. He doesn't need to be like, not yet. Or is that just me being naive?
Dude, I'm 3 years older than my wife.
Well, I'm like 7 years older than my wife. Like that,
Yeah,
I'm not even
so,
worried.
like,
Like
that
I
shit-
literally met my wife when she was 18. Like I'm not even kidding. Like I met her like the day of her 18th birthday. And actually, I met her when she was 17, but we didn't like talk or anything until she turned 18. So, I mean, I get it. I
My
don't know.
first time was when I was 14 with a 17-year-old girl, so it's almost the same.
Okay, and that
I
didn't
turned
totally
out
fuck you
okay.
up for the rest of your life.
No way.
No.
Turned out all right.
It was pretty awesome.
I mean, it might have fucked up his
Okay.
hand from all the high fives.
Okay, because like he did this awesome job. Like he just totally blew out everybody out of the water the way he asked her and everything. There's even like an Instagram picture of it on his thing, but like it was totally cool. But we just found out she has a job, she has a car. He's 14 and she's got like all this stuff, and she's a senior, and it's like, holy crap! Like I'm kind of like I don't know. To me, he's still my little kid, my little buddy that
Wait,
you know.
she
I
has
used
a
to
car?
ride on my motorcycle. Huh?
I said she has a car.
Oh, she has a truck. She has a 4x4.
And this is
So-
Kansas. What
She's a
what
keeper.
time? When is the homecoming dance? Is it like during winter or?
I'm not even 100% sure on it yet. We're like I said, we just found out all this is happening like today and yesterday, so I don't even know all the details.
No,
Find
ones
out.
of August. She wouldn't be a rapist. It's only if the dude is 18 and the girl is 14 is then the dude a rapist.
Well, I'm not even concerned about that, but you know, because honestly, I think over there. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure. Technically, if they did something, yeah, she'd totally be. I think she'd get in trouble. Like I think, like honestly, I think legally.
The
she'd
only
get in
way
trouble.
she'd get in trouble is if you, the parents, decided to prosecute.
Well, no, I'm not going to prosecute over something like that. I
No,
just
that'd
don't
be
want him
fucking-
getting messed up. No.
Nah, he's gonna be fine.
All right, then I can calm down about it because, like I said, my wife was freaking out, and I don't have anybody to ask about these kind of things. And I know when I was younger, yeah, I probably have. I've done things, but I've not lived my life the way I should have. So, using me as an example is probably not the best role model.
Yeah. Well,
Is this one of them deals where like a whole bunch of them go out together? Like,
Honestly, I
band?
went to high school, but I didn't go to like anything that was like, I was in group home, so I don't know how any of that works. Like, I have no idea.
Well, I mean, if this was like some,
I don't know.
like just like if they're going to be going out, I would be more comfortable if they're going out as like you know, 3 couples or 4 couples, like, yeah, like the whole band is going out as a big group or some portion of the band, as opposed to like her going, oh, here's some 14-year-old doesn't know I'm some kind of weird predator. I mean, just to be the, you know, worst case scenario or whatever. That's what I'd be least most worried about. But yeah, what's the possible problem? They'll figure out how to, you know, do business.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess that's
probably. I mean, it's, you know him. Is he like going nuts where he's going to do anything she wants? Something? She's not preying on him because he's young. I guess that would be the worst case, right?
I don't think so. I don't think she's preying on him because he's young. She seems nice. I mean, I've only seen a couple pictures and, you know, her Instagram and stuff. She seems like an okay girl, but I don't know. And it's like I haven't even talked to her because she's over there. And my wife, I talked to my kid and I said, you need to have her come over to the house and introduce and talk to everybody. You know, like, you know, you need to make sure this is cool. And he posted like pictures. He's with her on in the Instagram pictures and stuff. So, you know, she's being very public about all this. And I'm assuming she has to know how old he is. I mean, he's a freaking freshman. I mean, I don't know.
It's probably because he's the cool kid from fucking California and they're all in Kansas.
Yeah.
Maybe.
That's 100% it. He's
probably the one, so he got the best chick.
Yeah, he's a big fish going from a big pond to a small pond.
No, just
and the funny thing is, I was so worried that he wasn't going to fit in or he wasn't going to have a good, like, it was going to be harder for him, and he's just molded. Like, he's only been going there for like a month or so in school now, and he's done so well for himself already. And I'm like, wow, I was kind of shocked. I really am. I was worried about it at first. I was like, oh, this ain't going to be good. And then, nope, he totally adapted, and super proud of him. Super proud.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm not trying to like take over the thing. I just, like I said, I don't have a lot of people to ask or talk about these kind of things with, so.
I don't know. It feels awkward talking about it because it's your kid, but he's totally going to bang in that truck. Like, the second you were like, she's 18, she has her own vehicle, it's like, yeah.
Yeah, no, I figured that. I'm just hoping.
Be very adamant that you're not wanting to be a grandpa and to remember his shit, not to be stupid.
Well, I even left a message I left a comment on his Instagram thing. I said, right on, good job, you know, on the video. Have a great time, but don't have too much of a great time or I'm going to come out there and kick your ass. And he goes, he said back, he goes, really? Really, Dad? So, yeah.
There's worse things than girls.
No, I get that.
Yeah, it could be worse. He could be like, yo, I asked this 18-year-old dude out to the fucking thing.
Yeah, you're right. I guess I'm not looking at this from the other perspective. That's true.
Wait, gee, is that you or is that Bob with the AK standing at the AK Rock?
Bob has a VZ58.
Oh, okay.
And I have my dog and he has his dog. That's another way to tell.
Yeah, but just because it's, you know, he could have been taking a picture because we know how you like to, like, trip things up. So, you know, you could have been just playing a thing on everybody, like, haha, you thought.
Yeah, like your magical theme that doesn't make any sense because nothing's related.
Oh, Christ. Who the hell would put this on the internet? Oh, Christ.
Did you run into spin?
Fucking Facebook.
What do you just...
Fucking unblock this.
What was it? Something like, I can't wait to vote for Hillary. I got my early voter's card right now.
No, a fucking kitten on
No,
a
I thought it was like,
Who the fuck is
wait,
going to
a
fill
kitten on a what?
highway?
Oh, yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah.
What happened?
I guess someone videotaped a kitten on a highway.
Oh.
Oh yeah, fucking that shit pisses me off. I hate it when I come across something like that, and I freak the fuck out. Like, I try not to watch them. As soon as it's like some of them are super cute, you think, oh, this is gonna be awesome, and then it's somebody doing something absolutely just atrocious, and you're like, and you just get mad. Like, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
On the internet. Now it's in your. You don't even need to ever know that such a fucking horrible thing could happen.
Exactly. Exactly. I totally agree with that. Like, I'm not trying to be a pussy or anything, but, like, oh, God, there's so many things that I just wish I didn't see, you know?
Nah, I understand. I get mad when fucking squirrels run out in the middle of the road, and I'm like, you goddamn little bastard. Don't put your fucking suicide on my conscience, you little motherfucker.
It's suicide by car instead of suicide by cop.
Yeah. I mean, let's assume what they do, because they wait for cars to, like, roll up, and they're like, fuck it, it's a way for me to, like, end everything. They run out in the middle of the road. It's like, well, I'm either going to stop and then get rear-ended by some old lady, or I'm going to, like, run this squirrel over and then feel like an asshole for the rest of the day.
Well, these fucking, like, I have at the yard I'm at right now that I'm driving around, these damn rabbits. We have these rabbits here that are just stupid as fuck. Like, I literally must put, like, I don't know, 30, 40 miles on this truck every single night as I'm driving around, right? So you would think that happens 7 times a week. You know, these rabbits are the same rabbits every damn day. You would think that they would understand that all I'm going to do is drive by. They don't need to run right out in fucking front of me as I'm driving. Like, why in the world would you do that? You know I'm just going to drive by. I'm not going to hurt you. Why in the world must you make me slam on my brakes and you purposely run out in front of me? Like, are you just stupid, rabbit?
Yeah, the animal kingdom is a bunch of fucking assholes.
Allahu
The
Akbar.
thing is, I think it's
That's
a
what that
regional
rabbit's
thing.
doing.
No, I think it's a regional thing because in Kansas, the rabbits seem to be smart. They're the same kind of rabbits, but what they'll do is, like, we'll be walking the dog, and there's rabbits everywhere. The dog will almost walk right up next to one, not even realize it's there because the rabbit will just not move. He just won't move, and then the dog will walk away, and then the rabbit slowly kind of moves off. You know, the rabbits over there seem to be smart, but the California rabbits seem to be fucking idiots.
Well, they just want everything handed to them. That's why.
The little hipster rabbits with little fucking stupid scarves and trendy fucking sandals.
They're hipster rabbits.
Yeah.
So, like, fucking hop for Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, dude, I just think at this point, California itself just radiates some kind of retardation.
I would think so.
Now so bad that it's actually affecting the animals.
The wildlife is getting
It must be. It must be. Because, like, things that happen here, I don't understand. Like, I don't get it.
Hey, Flippy. Brittany's here.
It's got to be something in the water.
Yeah, it's all those fucking shiny play balls they stuffed into the water to try to prevent, like, the water from evaporating. That shit's, like, leaking off into it and fucking making everything retarded.
Must be.
Which I think actually is what a scientist said at one point. They were like, these things didn't work.
Hold on a second. I'll show you fucking exactly what I'm talking about. This dumb little bastard right here. You probably won't see him, but
I mean,
there's a
all
dumb
I'm
little
seeing
bastard.
right now is you, so... Okay, is
let's
it
see.
that
Here,
little
I'll-
dot in the middle of the fucking road?
Yeah, now watch. I'll start slowly driving, and he'll take off like a fucking bat out of hell. Little fucking idiot. Good.
Oh, I probably doesn't want to get hit by
Not moving. He's not moving. Oh, there he goes. There he goes. You fucking idiot. You little fucking moron. Really? I'm going that way, you stupid idiot. dumbass fucking rabbit.
It's Wendy versus the hare.
Yeah, that just kind of reminded me of the time that I yelled at some kid to get off my yard and threatened to beat his ass.
Really?
Yeah, fucking some dumb kid from my neighborhood was like going around with like an airsoft pellet gun, fucking shooting rabbits, and like he snuck up onto my yard. Yeah, I'm like, I looked outside. I saw him like firing a gun at a fucking rabbit. I stepped outside. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? He's like, I'm shooting at rabbits. I'm like, not fucking here. You're not.
Yeah, exactly. You want to go shoot rabbits and go kill them on somebody else's thing. Don't fucking.
like-
and not to mention an airsoft gun, you're just gonna hurt the rabbit. You're not even gonna kill it. You're probably just gonna hurt
I'm
him.
like,
and he's gonna
I like
be
went
fine.
outside. I'm like, give me your gun. Give that to me. And he's like, but it's mine. I'm like, I don't give a shit. Give it to me or I'm gonna beat your ass. I'm like, I took it from him, like, go fucking back home. And I threw the gun in like the
Like,
waste bin.
And it's like, it's funny. I don't have a problem with hunting. I don't have any issues with hunting. But just to be randomly out hurting things for the sake of hurting them is not cool. It's like,
Well, it was great because then later I met that kid's parents because they came to my fucking house threatening to like lawyer up if I didn't give back the gun. I'm like, I don't have his fucking gun. I threw it away. And I'm like, secondly, lawyer up, motherfucker. I bet you my lawyer's better than yours. Are you willing to bet your fucking like life savings on that shit? Because I am. I'm crazy.
Clippy's got the death sentence on 3 systems.
he's a wanted man.
Watch yourself.
That was a good reference.
I would get fucking
That was good.
carbonated.
That was awesome. Like, oh, watch out. No, you'll be dead.
This little one is not worth your trouble. Now let me get you something.
Exactly.
Also, I want to point out that Han shot first. Anyone who says otherwise is the liberal.
Oh, absolutely. He shot first. And the funny thing is, I had to show my son that. I'm like, no, dude. This is not the way it is. I actually had to go find a YouTube video and show him, look, Han shot first because Guido was going to turn him in. That's what makes Han awesome because he's a scoundrel. Not this self-defense bullshit that they fucking want to put in there.
Yeah, nah, straight up, it wasn't self-defense. He fucking blew that dude's brains out well before the laser even got shot.
Well, no, but you got to be honest. Now, in my opinion, I think Han was completely fucking justified because Guido's holding the gun on him. Guido is holding the gun on him and saying, "I'm gonna turn you into fucking to Chaba, the Hun." So he knew he had to blow him away. And anyways, we're talking about a bounty hunter. Fucking blow his ass away. Who gives a shit? I have no problems with.
It's not
Han
like it's
blowing him
illegal or
away.
anything
It
to
wasn't
shoot
like
a
some
fucking
random
bounty
person.
hunter.
Yeah, like he wasn't like carjacking him or something and then shot him. No, he wasn't spaceship jacking him. He was just.
He wasn't even jacking him off.
Yeah, exactly. So I have no issues with Han, even the way it was originally. I have no issues with Han shooting him.
Nah, like straight up, I don't think Han wasn't fucking justified. Dude, he fucking killed the dude for literally like.
The
being
guy
technically
had a gun
turned in.
pointed at him. If you had gun pointed at you, you have every right to
Yeah, he
shoot
totally-
first.
Unless like
Han
a
had
fucking
every
police
right to
officer's
shoot.
pointing a gun at you, being like, "Yo,
No,
don't
even
shoot
that,
first."
that could be wrong.
No, but he's
You still
not no
have the right to shoot first.
Yeah, but he's a bounty hunter.
Yeah.
It's almost the same thing.
No, it's not even close to the same thing.
Even a cop,
Because
you have the right to defend yourself.
Yeah, because the bounty wasn't necessarily a legal bounty. It was just a bounty. It wasn't like, that's like if a gangster puts a green light on you, right? And now you got some other douchebag that's showing up to take you out. That's not a legal bounty. That's just they're trying to greenlight you. So you got to defend yourself. It wasn't like it was the court of it wasn't like the international fucking, it wasn't like the Starfleet, Federation was trying to bring him in for trial or anything like that.
Actually, I think they were, because the same bounty hunters, except for Guido. Guido, rest in peace, never forget. We're chilling with fucking Vader and like his posse on like the SS big evil pizza shaped ship.
Dude, Guido.
Well, then maybe. Who cares? That's the Empire though. The Empire,
Yeah, the Empire also was the law of the land. Let's
That's
not
true,
forget
I guess
that. There's the reason they were called the rebels.
Yeah, that's true. I guess you're right there.
So
But still.
was the Empire like the ATF back in the day?
No, the Empire was basically the federal government. They were like, yo, we know how to rule your life better than you do.
Exactly. This is the way this is going to be. And, I don't know. I still think that Han had every right to blow Guido away.
Nah, Han was just trigger happy. He was just another trigger happy white guy wrecking whatever kind of fucking alien that was his like day.
You remember the Family Guy
Classic
one? He's all like, "A quinta ocho solo." He's all like, Jabba's been pretty stressed. You have to respect that, though.
Yeah, and then what's this bullshit, right? So in the after and the what am I trying to say? The remastered ones, then they have Solo has this stupid conversation with Jabba the Hutt before they take off on the Millennium Falcon before they leave that damn planet. That's lame, dude. That's just
and then they redid the sound. He's like, "You think I got He's like, "You think I had a choice?" And like they just reused all the sound.
Yeah, like that whole bit was dumb.
Yeah.
It was like, Lucas, stop fucking adding stupid shit to your fucking movies and just leave them the way everyone wants to remember them as.
Exactly.
Goddamn motherfucker took Nub Nub out. Or Jub Jub out.
Who doesn't like Jub Jub?
No, apparently fucking George Lucas, because he's a dirty, short little bastard.
He looks like an Ewok.
He basically is an Ewok.
Pretty much.
Dude, she's like blasting this this music from that movie Chappie. The
Oh, god damn it!
It's pretty.
Don't fucking tell me that.
I kind of like it.
Don't tell me that either. It's actual garbage. That
They're trying to sue Suicide Squad for stealing their look.
really?
Yeah.
Fuck those two.
Who is?
The fucking dirty ass brother and sister from Chappie who make shitty fucking music and retarded.
It was remember the girl with the weird blonde haircut with the little bangs?
Yeah.
She's like in a band.
Who are they?
They're a brother and sister band. Like, they're actually brother and sister, which is the other weird thing about Chappie with them fucking in that movie.
Isn't that the White Stripe?
No, the
Wait,
White
are you
Stripes are
talking about
actually
the
good.
White Stripes?
No, I'm talking about the shitty.
Oh, okay.
Like, do you remember that movie Chappie?
Chappie Grimes?
Chappie. No. Is that the one that was made by the guy District 9 or whatever?
Yeah.
Just the robot.
Okay, I hadn't actually seen that movie yet.
Okay.
He hates it.
Yeah, it's enjoyable. The only thing that's not enjoyable is the obnoxious brother and sister and their stupid colored guns and everything fucking hate related I have towards them.
What? 2007.
What did Yolanda have? She had like an M4?
No. The fucking lame motherfucker had the M4 that was like all yellowed out with the pink magazine. I can't remember what she had. She had like some orange gun.
She had an Uzi, didn't she?
I'm gonna have to look this up because I don't remember.
They took the light off. I can get a 2007 Interceptor for $600 because somebody broke the window on it. Nobody's bidding on it.
I'd be really wary about that.
I wouldn't.
$600.
Oh yeah.
It's just a windshield.
The back window.
Oh, the back window.
It looks fairly good otherwise.
You have to like. Is it more expensive with the defroster in it? What year is it?
It's. I never used a defroster in the last 20 fucking.
Oh yeah, well you're in Arizona. Never mind.
But yeah, it would cost something. I've never replaced them. I've replaced windshields before. But I'm assuming it's the same as your glass insurance is glass insurance, right?
Hey, GWebs. Do you want me to give you his number? He sells the Crown Vics to my buddy's company.
No, I don't want to get it from a middleman. I want to get it straight from the auction, unless he gives me some kind of better deal or something.
Yeah, he sells them for super cheap. So. Like they're buying all the Crown Vics right now, like the ones that they're using for the company. They're buying all the Crown Vics from him. They're super cheap.
What's super
if I
cheap?
bought a Crown Vic, I'd definitely go for him.
What's super cheap though?
Like $1,200, $1,400.
That's a little cheaper than most of the turnarounders. I'm not in the market or nothing, but for $600, you know, I'm gonna buy a cop car. Because it's a 2000. What did I say? 2007. I closed for. But I figure 2007, change out the back window, and then sell it for $2,000. That'd be nice. Right. To make a commission or something. Because it looks nice still. 2007, it had paint and everything. It had like a couple of wear spots on the seats, but I wouldn't even own a 2007. They got a fucked up headrest that gives me a fucking headache. I hate it.
Also, Yolanda used a pink Armscore BXP, or Armscore BXP, and a baby blue micro Uzi.
Anybody watch the Instagrams? That one dude, Gunrunner, sending me a full auto paint gun.
He sent you a full auto what?
Like these Mac 10 paint guns back in the day, they use like a shotgun primer to shoot the paintball.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Problem is the ammo ran out a long time ago, so I'm going to try to make up new ammo. And then run around fully auto paintball and shit.
Dude, that'd be awesome.
That'll be my new YouTube channel. It'll just be like popping up out of garbage cans and full auto paintballing people and then swearing at them and running off. I like
careful there.
Upside down like at a jungle gym or whatever, and like come down off a bridge and paintball the shit out of somebody's head straight down, and then jump off and swear at them.
No, actually,
It'd be bigger.
actually, there was a YouTube channel that I forget who it was, but their whole thing was they would set up bait bicycles. So they'd put these bicycles in areas that, you know, they obviously were going to get stolen, and then they would stay in the bushes and sit there with their paintball guns and just light the motherfuckers up as soon as they took the bike. And then they record everything. It was pretty damn funny.
That's still not as good as the recording.
They did it with the electricity shock. See,
And they've also done it with
the
gas.
airbag.
See this airbag that you wear around your head, like a collar, and then if you fall off your bike or something, it inflates like an airbag around your head, like an air helmet.
Fuck, I need one of those.
Awesome.
It's pretty cool.
Hey, Flippy, look. I got
Yeah, you're putting way too much effort into that with all the fucking candles and fake fire.
What's all this going on?
Oh man, is that on the
Brandon's setting up to fuck.
Oh, you're gonna get yourself some.
you moss?
Like, what the fuck? Shut your mouth, you son of a bitch.
Oh, fuck.
Hey, Scotty finally got the fucking thing to work.
Oh, he really is setting up to go fuck, isn't he? I thought you guys were kidding, but no, he's serious.
You should read the chat. She's in the next room, so telling us not to.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll keep my mouth shut. Sorry.
I didn't see anything in the chat from that.
Well, I can't see the chat, so. I'm just
Hold on,
going
I
off of
Dude, I don't know. Like, I really like her. What can I say?
I really liked all the ones I was with until I didn't. Fucking you, Hefner.
On my screen, like Nightcrawler, whenever Brandon talked, it looks like Nightcrawler's in Brandon's bed because of the way. Walk it on Brandon's screen, it looks like he's laying there behind him, doesn't it? Because he's
Yeah, it does.
I gotta screen capture this shit.
Next thing you know, Brandon's gonna be like, "Oh, can you hand me that?" And just fucking Nightcrawler's arm's gonna reach across the screen. Oh, hand me that bottle of KY. Thank you.
Oh, there you go. Oh, that's good stuff. Oh.
I got new towels too, like fucking totally soft, like yeah.
Oh.
Why towels? Why not just a tarp?
What the hell goes on? They need that big a towel for?
Oh, it's like, why don't? Never mind. I'm not.
These towels are $200, bro. They're like fucking softened bamboo. They're so nice.
Softened bamboo towels.
Oh shit. Bam, bam, bam.
Where's the rose petals?
I ran out.
Got chocolates for the pillow.
No, I got bullet casings. I figured that.
Just throw dollar bills everywhere, and it's basically the same thing.
Just be like, bing, 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 bing.
Right, that would work.
Nah, bae, it's always been my dream to like bang a girl while money's raining down around me.
That's what
it's
I'm
not
saying.
weird.
Like, make it rain, make it rain, make it rain, make it rain.
That's what I'm saying. Can you see that shit?
Yeah. The fucking tiny ass night prowler in his bed.
Can you see our screens?
No, I can't see it, but
Yeah.
oh wait, I can see something.
How do I text it to you? I have to get it off of my.
Oh, hey, fucking send it to me or something. That'll be funny.
Yeah, it looks awesome.
It'll be night prowler's new fucking like background.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh well. At least it was done in good taste, though.
Who's the goddess of love? Wait, I mean, who's the god of love?
Yeah, I would tell you right now, I have never put that much effort into trying to bang my wife, even before we were married.
Yeah. Honestly, I gotta admit, I'm kind of in that same boat. I mean, you're a good guy for doing it, but
like it just seems like a lot of work, and then you have to like put out all the candles before you inevitably fall asleep. It's just like, let's just whip out the tarp and just get it over.
Relax. Let him fucking run this game. Jesus Christ.
I'm just saying, like, you just whip out the tarp and you're good to go. That's all you need.
I had a Suburban, and I never even brought him home. I just fucking from the bar to the Suburban.
I don't know, man. My mother raised me to be a gentleman.
I mean, there's nothing
Well, no,
classier than behind the dumpster, behind the bar.
You by yourself, Brandon?
No, Brittany's here.
I'm saying, but now are you, or are you?
Oh.
in there?
No. I'm gonna go out and have a cigarette. So yeah, in a second.
You got a little backhanded comment. Oh, I'm classy. Fuck you. I'm not classy. I just didn't care.
I don't know, man. I really like her. She's awesome.
But you're saying that she's up there, so when you guys are talking, and she's hearing it potentially in the other room. So quit cockblocking this.
Potentially.
Yeah, no shit.
That's why he was like, "She's in the next room."
Some dudes fucking things, people.
Well, if he wants to go
They're
do
telling
his
you to
thing,
hide.
Don't do it on the internet if you want to
Yeah.
get it done.
He's trying to take the late night chats to the next level.
Yeah. I noticed that Pink's channel is starting to turn
I was
stagnant.
wondering
I want
that
to
role,
really
like,
help
so-
him out.
Check your text there. So they're saying to put the Xbox away, but she digs the Xbox, right?
Yep.
That's why she comes over.
Xbox, Family Guy, and The Walking Dead.
Might probably
You
check.
guys play.
One of those things is kind of terrible. I'll let you decide on which one that one is.
Well, it's The Walking Dead because she said that the Fear has a better storyline and the Fear is way more believable. And I said, yeah, I know. It's not my fault that The Walking Dead just has like trendy characters.
Oh my god.
What do I do? Do I
So-
go to my inbox?
We both like good TV.
I mean, what it sounds like is you both have shitty taste in TV and shitty taste in music, so it sounds like you're all good on both those fronts, bud.
Yeah. What the fuck is this?
It's a commonality.
Yeah.
You're next.
Oh, it would have been bet. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's so funny. Little tiny night prowler. Oh, that's great. Oh, that's good shit. How do I do this? Okay, you can get back in here. Oh, good stuff, good stuff.
Good stuff.
That was funny.
Yeah, I think the next step is someone needs to like get a SIG brace and like shoulder it live on camera.
I'll
in
do
one of
that.
Pink's chats.
That dude
I'll do
keeps
that.
using fucking Instagram. He's all like, "It's not illegal," and he keeps fucking posting it. I'm fucking thinking about
Who does that?
This dude from Arizona.
I think Dead Horse does it too.
Dude, I think anybody who fucking shoots a pistol.
Yeah, I was talking to
Dumbass
Dead Horse
is
about it.
fucking
Like
does it.
Dead Horse was like, dude, like I'll fucking do it all day. Like I don't give a shit. I got a paralegal. I'm like, hell yeah, dude, you go, motherfucker. Yeah, I shoulder my SIG brace, dude, in the range all the time. Nobody gives a shit. I don't know, man. If the ATF wants to be the anti-ergonomics and aesthetics department, then go for it. I'm surprised they haven't told me that my pistol grip is too comfortable.
You need to start gluing tacks to it.
Right.
That'll make it New York compliant.
Dude, so Yankee did this video about the ATF, and he was right on.
Yeah, I saw that.
That was right on, dude. I was like, I couldn't have said it better myself.
What do you say?
He's basically saying that it's a no good agency. Like it's there for revenue and oppression and
Bunch of jackboot thugs doing
Yep.
the fucking jackboot thug shit.
and he was
That they've gotten more people hurt than they've actually helped.
Yep. like the Nix system is like terrible and unconstitutional and it's a failure. Which I totally believe. I mean, the Nix system has not done anything. It has killed people.
It may have.
What they're doing to that system is even scarier.
If it blocks somebody who has a similar name, puts them to deny, and they're not able to do something like, protect themselves or something, that could have.
And there's states with waiting times are proven to have killed people. So, if you're denied for not a legitimate purpose, and you get killed during the time, I'd say that's the government's fault.
Yeah, and that's totally happened. So like if a wife, was trying to protect herself from like a stalker, and then delayed some bullshit,
Bad connection or something.
Sorry, man. Hold on.
No, I don't think it's you. I think it's me.
It's Brandon.
It's Brandon. I should get a DP-12 and a Kel-Tec and duct tape them together. That way I have a triple-barreled shotgun.
You can buy a triple-barrel shotgun without doing that.
Yeah,
No,
you get a chip.
If you
or
ma-
chupa or whatever.
if
A Chippewa?
if
Yeah.
you
Chippewa.
if you like taped in theory, if you taped a handgun to an AR-15 under it, would that be considered an AOW?
Yes.
I should do it.
It wouldn't work though.
So anytime you make something cool, it's a tax stamp.
Yes.
You slide one or something.
Oh, so question. So like, you know how the Beretta 93R, has that little forward grip? I wouldn't be able to make a copy 93R in semi because of that forward grip, huh?
You could. You would just have to file it as a. That'd be an AOW. wouldn't it? Yeah.
You'd probably be just further ahead, registering it as a short-barreled rifle and have the stock on it.
Honestly, if you set it up as a short-barreled rifle and don't put a stock on it, but put a vertical grip, you can still do that.
Or an angle grip, whatever they call them.
Well, you can put an angle grip on it. And you don't need to do anything.
Grip on your Beretta.
But yeah, like the 93Rs.
That one's like angling outward, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if that's considered a vertical grip. It's angling forward.
Fuck, man, I'm fiending for Chipotle right now.
Yeah, I'll totally go get some Chipotle tomorrow. Has anyone seen anything with the new Vickers Glock yet?
How the hell are you weight eating fucking Chipotle all the time?
How what?
How are you losing weight eating Chipotle all the time?
I don't know. Like, I literally just eat like 2 burrito bowls a day, and it's just beans, rice, cheese, and chicken.
Maybe it's all that cardio he's getting.
Maybe it's Maybelline.
Maybe she's born with it. Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline.
You should take Flintstone vitamins too while you're eating just 2 bowls.
I do drink a lot of Monsters.
A lot of Monsters.
I don't know if that's the same, but
I mean, that's like running a mile, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, your heart feels like it's running a mile.
Oh, check this out. So, let's see. Fuck. Damn it. I put like all my stuff right here, like my grandfather's flag that he had on his battleship, and put it above my mantle, accompanied by some dummy grenades.
Nice.
Then I got like new movie posters, American Sniper, and then Flippy's favorite movie.
Yeah, you should be ashamed. There's no 13 Hours movie poster.
Oh, 13 Hours is upstairs.
It's hanging over your bed.
Yep. Dude, I actually had somebody freaking tell me today that Chris Kyle was a murderer, and he's not a hero. He's a fucking, like, he's a Nazi and all that shit.
What scumbag
They're like-
fucking said that?
They're like,
I've
why
seen that
are you
shit
celebrating a freaking multiple murderer? Why are you celebrating somebody who killed innocent people? I was
I
like,
don't know.
That
Why
man
did-
saved
why are
my
you
life
calling
and
me out on
never
Reddit?
I was like, define multiple murderer. Like Hillary Clinton?
Yeah.
Yeah, Flippy, sorry, dude. I was gonna jump on the division today, but I got home kind of late.
That's all good. I was working on Marco's thing like all day today.
Polo.
Where the fuck is my phone?
Damn, I am fucking starving.
Oh, you're gonna be really hungry in about an hour or so.
True.
But you're gonna be too lazy to get out of bed to go get food.
Oh, hell yeah. I just got Oreo cookie birthday cake.
Oh, there you go.
Chocolate.
What the fuck is that chocolate?
I believe it's Mr. Knives.
What's it from?
Oh, that's from SpongeBob. A very funny episode, I might add.
Did you know that they tried to ban SpongeBob in Utah?
Oh, why? Did he not preach about having multiple wives?
No, they
Multiple
said that
wives.
he
I can
preached
barely
like
have one.
homosexual behavior.
SpongeBob is regularly preaching homosexual behavior. Pretty much every episode he gets up, starts preaching it.
Mm-hmm. He stands up on his soapbox and he's like, Patrick. And Patrick's like, yeah? And he goes, to the windows, to the walls. Watch the sweat drip down my balls, my balls.
Did you see the one where SpongeBob like freaking he was like all like
I've probably
he
seen
was
that.
like all ISIS style. He's like, Allahu Akbar.
Oh, the one where it's like, he blows up the fucking mailbox? Yeah.
Yeah. And then that song, like that ISIS music plays.
Dude, that shit's always like the actual greatest.
Dude, it's actually really well done. Like, their propaganda videos are done by like Michael Bay, and the music's done by, I swear to God, like Hans Zimmer. Like, those guys make better YouTube videos than Nothing Fancy. I don't understand what their music is, though. I mean, it sounds like shit you hear from, like, South Africa. Like,
I remember that song. That's from where Rafiki was holding up Simba.
Hmm?
So that song's from where Rafiki was holding up Simba in The Lion King.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, some of it sounds like that. It's like Masahenya.
Caramissimo. Zimbabwe.
My new helmet.
That'd be funny, dude, if they showed like the RUF. Like if The Lion King was an adult movie, the hyenas would be like the RUF from Blood Diamond.
I've still never seen Blood Diamond.
That movie's pretty awesome.
Got Jennifer Connelly in it. What's wrong with you?
Dude, she's still good looking for being like 60.
Yeah, I'd hit that. She's been getting these weird tans, though.
Do what?
Sometimes she looks orange.
Yeah, she looked good in The Rocketeer, though. That dress really complimented her. It's the Flying Man. It's the Rocketeer. I think the first time I fell in love with the Thompson machine gun was after I watched Dick Tracy. Another movie which should have been rated like R.
Well, yeah, it might as well have been a porno. The dude's name was Dick Tracy.
No, dude,
He's
there was so much
tracing that
fucking,
dick
like,
all over the place, yo.
There was so much shooting in that movie, dude. Like at the end, those guys were getting blown away like left and right. And I was like, wow, this movie's PG.
Never watched Dick Tracy.
Madonna was pretty hot in that movie.
Madonna was in that movie?
Yep.
Nice.
Trivia: there was only 8 colors in that whole movie.
Yellow, red, white,
Blue.
black.
Blue, green.
Beige.
So yeah,
Nope.
this is what I worked on all day.
What is that?
Gun Channel's the Gun Channel's members' new logo.
No, is that really what he wanted?
Yeah. Except for
happening here?
Remember how he was saying he wants it to be a Tavor?
Yeah.
He sent me a message, be like, "Yeah, can you move the magazine in front of the pistol grip, like an AK?"
He should just have a picture of like Hawaii's icon at the holding like Hawaii's icon.
So tomorrow I'm going to have to go through and make all the changes he asked for.
So what are you doing with a mouse, or do you got a tablet?
Doing it with a mouse.
Damn, that's
I
skills.
have one of those like wafer tablet things, but I never got around to actually hooking it up and
Which one did you
learning how
get?
to use it correctly.
Which one you got?
I have no idea.
Oh.
I
Are you
bought
talking
it.
about a Walkman? About them is that they've got a
Yeah,
lot.
well, it's like Walkman things or whatever.
They got a
So
lot.
If you got a good Walkman, it's gonna.
They got a lot of
Nothing
shortcuts.
can beat 'em.
They got a lot of shortcuts
It
to your.
doesn't upload at all.
They got a lot of shortcuts to Photoshop in there, so as you get to the hang of the tablet, you can be way faster. Plus, it's way easier to draw with it. But do you do that kind of thing very often?
Yeah, I used to do it a lot more, but then I started charging people to do it because I got tired of doing it, and then that meant I got to stop doing it for a while.
Yeah, whenever you charge somebody, then people are less interested. That's like my photography work, dude. My photography business was booming until I actually started asking for money. So I bought that text pad flippy for the Xbox remote.
I also bought that. The thing's awesome.
Dude, it won't work because it says it needs to update my controller, and I tried to update it, and now it won't even work.
Okay, you fucked up somehow.
I don't know how. You just plug and play it, right?
You plug it in. and then it's like, this needs to update, and then you plug your controller into your Xbox, and then you hit next, and then it updates, and then you hit next, and then updates again, and then you hit like next one more time, and it's like, all right, you have any other controllers to update? You hit no, and then you're done. Voila.
Yeah, it didn't work. It didn't work, my man. Somebody hurt my feelings on my Instagram.
I need
Like,
to make.
They're like they're like, oh, that's so lame. You bought an MR556, and they're like, that's one of the worst fucking rifles in history. And I was like, wow, thanks.
Looks like we have a hater and Coke up in the building.
A hater and what?
A hater and Coke.
Hater and Coke.
Yeah. Yeah, can you move the mag to under where the hands are so it comes out like an AK, and then make the back of the state skinnier?
Oh, so I called Cox about my internet.
Mm-hmm.
They said reset your router. I said, it's not my router. And they said, well, you can solve 90% of problems with just resetting the router. And I said, that's what I've been doing. And then they said, well, there's nothing more we can do beyond this point.
Wait, they said it solves up to 90% of the problems?
Yeah.
Were you like, motherfucker, then this must be the 10 goddamn percent. What the fuck are you gonna do about this?
Yeah, dude, pretty much. So
That's our fix to everything. Reset the router.
And I said, well, I've reset my router like 10 times a day. And I said, it's ridiculous when I'm trying to play The Division with my friend and I can't even reload his ammunition or give him a health pack because I get kicked out of the game 10 times.
What'd the guy say?
And then he was like, well, we can send a technician out. It'll be a charge of $30. And I said, no. How about this? I'm going to cancel my service, and then I'm going to get a refund. And then I'm going to go to every single review site and tell them how you guys ripped me off and did this. And I'm going to go to rip-off report. And then they're like, okay, so what do you want, sir? And I said, I just want my internet to work. I pay a lot of money for internet, and I would like for it to work. And then they said, well, let us see what we can do. Are you free tomorrow from 3 to 6? And I said, yes, I am. They said, we'll send the technician out there. And I said, and you're waiving the fee? And they said, yes.
Yeah, you have to bully the internet companies for some reason. They just don't want to work with you unless you bully them.
Yeah, it's like, I don't like to be mean to people, but sometimes, you know, they give me no choice.
They used to pawn that shit over on people.
What?
So they used to pawn that shit over on people and then not even getting them buffer. You know what I mean? Or even slowing your bandwidth down or anything like that.
I don't know, man. Ever since the federal government took control of the internet.
Skynet.
Yep. So has Clay been in here tonight?
I was in here earlier today.
Oh, good, I think.
Yeah, he was in Smeggy's early chat for a bit.
You leave when we were talking about Paul Howe? I was watching those videos.
Sean Paul. Oh, Flippy, did you get that video I sent you?
No, which video?
The Young Turk one?
Nah, I don't watch Young Turks.
Dude, they're saying that Trump's probably gonna win.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he is going to win because I said he's going to win, and I'm always right.
Yeah, they were super fucking pissed today. They're like, Trump is gonna be our president because you gave us a shitty candidate and you didn't let Bernie Sanders run like he was supposed to. It's your fault, fucking Democrats.
I just want to see his head explode rather.
I wonder what their show's going to be like when he fucking makes America great again. And it's like, well, Trump's the worst president ever. We have prosperity. Unemployment's down to like 0.3%. Somehow our $17 trillion deficit is gone, and we have like a $1 billion surplus. There's peace in the Middle East.
We paid off China.
We just own the Middle East.
Yeah, now China's in debt to us.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, and we sent a bunch of nukes at Mars to like, so it'll create an atmosphere so we can colonize Mars.
Oh, Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Dude, they would have nothing more to talk about. I don't think the Young Turks would have a show anymore.
No, they would find stuff to talk about. They'd be like, Trump was so mean to those Muslims when he bombed their horrifying terroristic ideas into the ground. And now there's peace in the Middle East.
Right?
Mr. President Trump, did you ever stop to think that maybe they liked it better that way? Maybe they liked all the not peace?
Maybe they liked the oppression. Maybe those women liked wearing blankets.
Yeah, Trump turned all burqas into fucking swimsuits.
Dude, that'd be awesome.
No, it wouldn't. There's some old ass, ugly ass women hiding underneath those fucking sand ninja costumes.
What do you call them?
Sand ninjas?
But then there's also some super smoking. There's some super smoking hot ones too.
Yeah, dude, it's like that cup game that you get conned out of. It's like, I'm gonna pick that one. No, that's the ugly hag. The real hot one was under that burqa.
What do you think? What do you think Trump's gonna do to the border?
Secure that shit.
With what?
Trump's gonna be like fucking Reagan back in the 80s. He's gonna like call up presidential, Senor Presidente, and be like, Senor Presidente, build that wall.
Oh, so I was talking to Brittany about that today, and she was like, "But those poor people," and I was like, "No, not those poor people." And then she was all like, "What do you mean?" And then like Lonnie explained everything that they do, like, you know, the illegal aliens and everything. And she's like, "Wow, I didn't know that." And I was like, "Yeah, it's not like it is. Like, don't listen to the young turds and all the liberal media. Like, it's bad." And she's like, "Holy fuck! Well, build that damn wall." And I was like, "Right?" And then
he'll end up buying Mexico, make it the 51st state.
Say what?
I said he'll end up buying Mexico, making it the 51st state.
Oh man, we don't need to waste money.
I mean, if he does that, we also have to buy Canada because we can't have an odd number of states. That'd be crazy.
Would we ever have Canada than Mexico still?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
We'll just
if
buy
it's
Central America.
It's a package deal. You can't get one without the other. It's like when you try to just buy internet service from a company, and they're like, "No, you can't just do that. You have to have you have to have phones, and you have to have cable."
Guess we gotta go north and south.
If you're buying Mexico, you have to also buy Canada.
So do we gotta
You can't have
east and west? We gotta.
can't have a state larger in Texas, so yeah, we'll just split that up into like 4 different states.
No, we'll just have to delete California.
Hey, fuck
Like
off.
California, you don't get to be a state anymore. You lose that right.
Just let me get out, though.
I mean, Mr. Knives, you already crossed one border. I'm guessing it's not going to be that difficult for you to cross another.
Yeah, but I was born in California.
We still have our comrades here in California. We can't just, even though I'm gonna escape and find
Nah, we
freedom
just need to
and
cut and
laugh
run.
about it, I can't leave everybody else to be screwed.
Nah, we just need to cut and run.
Yep. Sorry. Sacrificing a couple for the.
So I gotta say,
It's like that scene from Saving Private Ryan where they're like setting up the bombs on the bridge, and they're like, "We're gonna blow this bridge," but they're like, "We're still over here." They're like, "Well, we're sorry." Like,
yeah. Well, it's like I gotta save Mr. Knives and I gotta save Heavy. I gotta drag them all with me. It's like, goddamn.
It's like we can't have the Germans over
bad.
here. It's like we can't have the dirty Krauts over here. We gotta blow this bridge, but we're still over here. Sorry, like. It's the same conversation. It's like we can't have those dirty liberals over here, but we're still over here. Sorry, like. Then a giant
I would
wall
say
just comes
Cosmos
up from the ground.
too, but the problem is he actually really likes California.
All right, guys. I'll see everyone later.
See you later.
All right.
Later.
Have a good time there, Brandon.
Hi, Brandon.
Hey, Flippy.
Hey, G, if you can hear me, I sent you a video of what the hell was it on the Instagram? That was my kid doing his asking that girl to the homecoming thing. So that little dark Hispanic kid, that's my kid.
You just posted it right now?
I think so. I think I linked or whatever. I think I just did it. I didn't think she was 18. She doesn't really look it. Does she look 18 to you? I don't know.
It's taking forever to load. Here we go.
Listen to the audio. She's all sitting there. She's like, "Oh, pretend you're excited." And she's like, "I am excited." Oh yeah, because he did it in class, so his teacher. But his teacher actually let him do it, like gave him permission to go ahead.
Damn, she's cute. Who the hell's filming it? She's looking at her boobs.
I don't know. I think it's one of her friends or something. I'm not sure because it sounds like a girl. I don't know how all that came about. I haven't really talked to him today. Talk to him tomorrow about it.
Don't do anything stupid or I'll come out there and kick your ass. There you go.
I told you.
Does anybody follow Polnar Tactical?
No, I don't follow a lot of people. What are they?
They're, I think they're in Czechoslovakia. They're a big gun channel, and they're at some kind of World War II like reenactment thing. But it's creepy because they're at the German place, so it's a bunch of these fucking Nazi like camp pictures and Nazi fucking shit.
Oh, that would be creepy. So it's like it'd be kind of like the past coming back to life.
Yeah, it's like all of a sudden I'm scrolling through Instagram and here's a fucking Nazi fucking shooting, like not like an old movie, but like a brand new thing. It's just creepy.
Bright in color and all that.
Yeah. So you can't tell what the different team is, and it's 1, 2, 3. Let's see, 9 freaking freaking 17 pictures. You can't tell what they all have in common.
Oh, well, I honestly, I'm not very smart, so I didn't know there was something going on with it. I didn't really put it together. So if I actually go and look at it, maybe I can get it. I just got to actually go look at them and figure it out. Well, okay, are we talking about the recent ones you've done?
Yeah.
This has nothing to do with the POW stuff, is it?
No.
Okay, so that's not, because you got like 3 in a row that are all POW stuff for today. Or
Dude,
4 in a row.
fucking Army and the Air Force. I didn't see anybody else post anything about today. Kind of.
I didn't know. I didn't know until I saw your thing. I had no idea. Okay, so we got a SCAR heavy, or is that a SCAR? Is that just a regular SCAR?
That was the first SCAR when they debuted it. It shot at NRA 2010. That was the first time they made it available to the public. I had to fight a guy to get that picture, and he kind of fucking big thing about it. They weren't letting people take it off the wall. It was so new. But that's a regular SCAR.
Okay, so we got. Then it's a regular SCAR, right? It's just it's not the heavy.
Right.
So 5.56 SCAR, an AR-15, 20-inch stainless loaded. But I don't know anything about that. Is that like, okay? See, that's weird though. Then you got this kind of this lever gun thrown in there too. And then you got a couple of, let's see. ID green, let's see. Need some help IDing the green one, if anybody knows. Separate.
Yo, I'm out. You guys have a good night.
Good night. Have a good one, Mr. Knives.
Later, Knives. Let Knives.
Take care, Knives.
SVD. Wait, no, that's not SVD, is it? Romanian PLL. I don't know. Aren't these all? I know they're all military. Looks like were military rifles at some point.
Close, but no.
Okay.
That fucking rifle, that fucking bolt, ain't no fucking military gun.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking at it right now, trying to figure that out. It's got. I don't know enough about any of this stuff to really be effective at this. Stabilizers, 120. What does this bolt action have in common? And it's some kind of theme then, right? So it's like.
Oh shit! Everybody left.
Or are they all gone? I'm looking at it. Okay.
Is that ice?
What happened?
No, that's right.
I just went to the bathroom and came back and everybody's gone.
Is that ice on your windshield?
Oh,
No, it's right.
Oh.
I got squeaky wipers.
Okay, how far does the pictures go that are all related? Because I'm already back here to the rubber AK-47.
All the way back to where it says Missouri. All the way back to where it says Missouri.
Okay.
Are they guns that can accept bayonets? Is that the theme?
No.
No, because that sniper, there's a couple. Where the hell do I have all this in here? Just to really.
Are they all guns that can put suppressors on?
No. But you probably could.
Oh, I didn't like that. Why the hell didn't I like that? That's stupid. I know. Okay, so now I'm at Missouri, so let's go forward. So the first gun that comes up after Missouri is a Glock with on an and a Ruger LC9 or something, or what is that?
What? No. There's definitely never going to be a picture of a Ruger LC9 in my shed.
Well, what is it? A Ruger what? 357 or something?
What? No, before that. That's my LCR, but before or after Missouri.
Yeah. Well, according to what I'm looking at, it's after Missouri because you would have.
No, it went back. The one with the red, white, and blue.
Yeah.
No, then it went that, then Hosh, then Missouri. Is it showing up in different? Oh, I bet you it shows up in different fucking order on people's shit.
It seems like it.
That's probably what it is. That's weird. You would think if you're looking at them in somebody's thing, though, they're going to be anywhere in the thing. Anyway, you want me to just fucking tell you? Because y'all can't figure out what the fuck these are?
No, because you got a thing going on, and if this is a thing, I don't want to just blow it because of us, so.
Well, there ain't nothing official going on. I just figured it would be easy. Especially since I fucking posted 17 similar pictures.
Oh. Is this all old stuff from like a long time ago?
No, that would be a good idea, but no. I think although technically it is.
All right, well, I don't know. What do you want there, Flippy? Do you want him to...
I'm never going to figure this out because it doesn't make any
More
goddamn sense.
complicated than it has to be. You're just trying to mindfuck yourselves, that's all.
What is it? Just like all just guns?
No, a little less vague than that, but not much more.
All rifles?
Yeah, what the fuck hard was that? Jeez. No, there's like barely 2 pictures of pistols in that whole thing.
Ah, jeez. Well, how can you say there's a theme when you go there's just barely? Because I'm looking at a Glock right now.
Pictures. There's 17 pictures. They all 17 have rifles. Barely 2 have pistols included with the rifles, which are predominant. So.
And the ninja sword. So you got ninja swords, a Glock, and a rifle. You're telling me that's all rifles.
One picture. It's still predominantly a rifle.
What about the picture of the shotguns?
And these aren't even
Those are
rifles.
fucking
They're
rifles.
rubber guns. They're
They're
rubber
long.
guns.
Shotguns aren't rifles. They're
They're
shotguns.
Yeah, exactly. Shotguns are not rifles.
Shotguns. Where's the shotguns?
They're shotguns.
They're still long.
And there's a lot of shotguns. And look, there's 3 Glocks right here in this
But
one
that's
picture.
predominantly rifles. They're fucking
No,
accessories.
they're not. In this
That's not a
picture,
birthday
there's
cake. It's a bunch of candles holder.
There's an XD and 2 Glocks. So there's 3 handguns and 3 rifles, and those aren't even rifles. Those are stub guns.
Oh, come on.
Wait.
That's that's not a birthday cake. That's just an assortment of candles with some frosting holding them together.
No, it's like saying that's not a birthday cake. That's a cupcake.
Oh, you're killing me. You're killing me, Webb.
Whatever. I'm the judge, and you all are wrong.
All right.
Flippies.
That's
Flippies.
fine.
Even though he doesn't.
There's 5 shotguns here. 5 shotguns. How are those rifles?
No, not
How
rifles.
are those rifles?
Long
How are
guns.
those rifles?
Long guns.
Also, I'm just going to point out, I said rifles as a joke because I thought that honestly wasn't it because there's fucking handguns and shotguns in this.
Whatever. You're distracted then.
Uh,
I said theme. I didn't say like actual definition of. I said theme. The overall theme.
Oh, gee. Okay.
Yeah,
that's
you know,
like,
that's why.
That's like saying overall theme is like there's guns here.
That's why when I say like I'm throwing a Vietnam themed party, it's perfectly chill to show up as like
We're
a
in
Nazi.
Desert Storm, right?
Well, I mean, it's both. They were both wars, so you know.
Yeah,
kind of.
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
And y'all are not. You are not invited to participate in the next bout. Critical of the rules.
Oh well. That's great. All right. Let's see.
Yeah, Moon got it. All rifles.
Whatever.
What the hell? He left here so that he could go watch from the outside? What's up with that? That creepy.
Oh, gee, I was gonna ask you. I haven't. When Heavy helped me set up my account for the whole the gun channel thing, how do I have to use PayPal to pay for the monthly membership, or is there another way to do it?
That's with PayPal.
Okay, then I'll just have my wife get on there and do it because I have no, like, I've been wanting to set it up, but I don't know any of the PayPal information. I'm pleading dumb out. I'm pleading that I don't know anything on this one. So once I'll talk to her and I'll have her take care of it. Okay. So I don't want you, because like, yeah, I'm not trying to stiff you. I'm just an idiot.
Also, those dirty Chinese never got back to me on like how much my set of patches are going to be.
Well, that's the problem with them. It's like, at least I've gone through maybe 5 different ones, and it's like, they're not all.
Watch out. Because if you piss them off, then you're screwed.
No, not even. Some of them just don't give a shit. But I'm convinced that they're like working for like Levi's or something. So they've got like, contract runs. So they're just doing these as like extra money. There's no way that our couple of $100 here and there is even hard. I mean, I'm sure they want the money, but comparatively, it's not their bread and butter or nothing. So I'm sure we get blown off all the time compared to big accounts.
Yeah. Well, I mean, either way, I need to get those patches set up and ready for the Flippy is Right tour.
Flippy is Right.
When I make a guest appearance on all of the podcasts on gunchannels.com, and I'm like, yep, called it. Trump's our president. Who wants a free Flippy was right patch?
All I can say is I will definitely wear your Flippy was right patch, because I definitely want that. I want that more. I want to be wrong, and I would prefer you to be right. I would prefer that.
I mean, it's okay. I love your enthusiasm, but you don't have to just want me to be right. I always am.
I understand. My grandma always gives me a hard time. She says if you put out positive, things in the whatever, you'll get positive results. So I appreciate your positive attitude that you're putting out in the atmosphere to bring in positive results. Unfortunately, I'm a pessimist.
Nah, that's some hippie ass bullshit.
Hippie ass bullshit.
If you want, I'll fucking speak some biblical shit up in here.
I'm good, thanks.
Alright. Don't forget a towel.
Fuck, it's only 3:35. Why cannot this night be over?
Oh my god, it's fucking 5:35. Dude, I don't know what it is. Whenever Brandon comes around, I get inspired to go eat Chipotle.
6:35 here.
Do they make Chipotle breakfast bowls?
Nah, like the place I think opens up at like 10. So
Actually, they don't make breakfast bowls, but they do have like you can get the food in a bowl and you don't have to get like a burrito or some shit.
Dude, I always do that. When I used to go to Chipotle, you get the fucking bowl and then you ask for 2 tortillas. And they give them to you, and then you fucking you make 2 burritos out of that shit.
nah, this is what you do. Like this is actual legit.
You ain't gonna be able to tell fucking me how to eat a fucking Chipotle.
Hey, wait a second, Flippy. Before you say this is what you do, you got to remember my wife actually used to work there like a year ago, so I know exactly what you do.
Yeah, it's easy. You just go in, you ask for like double everything, and then by the end you get this like fucking heap of burrito. They're like, well, we need a double wrap. You go, okay. And then by that time, you basically have 2 burritos in one. And you only pay like, I think what, double meat is the only thing they actually care about putting double in. It's like an extra $2. So for like fucking $10, you're getting like 2 burritos versus buying a single burrito bowl for fucking $7.99 or whatever.
I went to my truck stop that I go to today, and you get 3 cheese enchiladas, 3 eggs, and a shit ton of bacon, and then potatoes and beans and tortillas and a bunch of sour cream and shit for $10. I'll eat that any day over Chipotle.
I miss street tacos. I wish that place didn't turn into a shitty burger place. I also miss the simple joy of fucking, what the hell is that place called? Del Taco?
Shut up, stupid seatbelt.
Fucking Del Taco's great when it's like stupidly early in the morning. You're just like, I just want a dollar taco.
You don't have those there anymore?
Nah, the only Del Taco that was close to me turned into a Grandy's.
We got like
I am
2.
so burnt out on Del Taco.
You can't get fucking burnt out in Del Taco. They have fucking bacon biscuits and freaking burritos and French fries. You have all 3.
Yeah, but there's only like 3 I order from Del Taco. I get a order of chili cheese fries. I get a Del chili burger which is regular burger. You just gotta have the chili sauce to it, and then I get a chicken quesadilla. That's the only things I get from Del.
Oh shit, you're missing out on their breakfast fucking biscuits. They're fucking excellent.
Really? They got breakfast biscuits?
Yeah. And they got
I might have to
fucking
try those.
macho fries, which are fucking awesome. Just they take the biggest ass drink thing they got and they fill it up with French fries. That's fucking awesome. And then the burritos are alright. But that's the only place that we ever had that you could get French fries and Mexican food at the same time, except for like Beto's.
Yeah, I need a good enchilada place again, because I don't have a good. I mean, I do, but like my enchiladas.
So Stag makes military parts kits, right? For like the AR-15s, like they build M4 or M16 style like parts kits.
Damn. What the fuck is going on here? All right, you said Stag, right?
Yeah, Stag Arms.
Yeah, they make parts kits. That's what I have. That's the rifle I have is a Stag Arms.
Because I can't slap a BCM parts kit in it because that trigger is silver. And it comes with the wrong grip.
Are you moving? Are you
around?
It's G-Webs. He's hiding a body in something. It sounds like he's hiding a body in a Pelican case or something.
Sounds like he just fucking accidentally ran into a spider.
No, I'm just cleaning up and I keep hitting my punching bags.
It was funny. Me and my wife were having a discussion earlier, and she said, well, you know, I want to make sure our son can come to us and talk to us about anything. Like if he kills somebody, I want him to be able to come and talk to us. And I said, oh, okay. And she goes, so I can like hide the body. And I was like, really? So you're gonna hide the body? And she's like, well, yeah. And I'm like, I told you, what if I kill somebody? Would you hide the body for me? And she's like, no, I'd turn you in. I'm like, oh, thanks.
So then you just got to blame it on your kid.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
like, I don't know, sweetie. I came home and she was already dead. Oscar, why? Why, Oscar?
Oscar, why did you shove so many dollar bills down her throat? Was it because she was was she a stripper, Oscar?
Was she a dirty girl, Oscar? Was that it?
Yeah, and then he just gives a look like, I don't know what he's talking about. I'm scared.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know it's best for you, boy. You better tell Mom that was you.
It won't be the only dead hooker you'll find under your bed.
Oh, jeez.
I was gonna say, if you start pouring out dollar bills, she'll know something's up. You better start pouring change down her throat or something like that.
Hit her in the head, like break a piggy bank on her.
Oh God! Oh God! The family that killed
It's like, I didn't kill her because her mouth is like her throat isn't filled with credit cards. I'm an adult. I don't use piggy banks.
I'm an adult. I don't use pennies. What? I'm also cheap though. So.
Well, you'll get them back.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I think a Tijuana trip's in my future.
Yeah, I think spending lots of money is probably in my future.
Yeah, but how is that different than your normal?
Wasn't Tijuana where 2.5 Men always went for the donkey shows?
I don't know. I used to watch it, but I don't recall. But yeah, that probably sounds about right. I've only been there once, and it was I had 2 friends with me, and it was quite to say the least. So I feel that I need to go back before I leave California. The only problem is I don't speak Spanish, but they're so touristy over there. It doesn't really matter. They understand dollar bills.
So you want to go back because the first trip there was donkey eventless.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't get to see the donkey show, I guess. Isn't that like a California rite of passage?
According to 2.5 Men, it is.
I wonder how dangerous do you think Mexico really is? Like if you're just some touristy dork white guy and you just decide to hop on your motorcycle and decide to, tourist Mexico, how dangerous do you really think it is?
It depends wholeheartedly on where you go.
I'd say there'd be a dead white touristy guy without a motorcycle.
That's what I was thinking too. No, it sucks too, because it's like I always thought it would be a really cool trip to have a dual sport and just hit like all the lower go through Mexico all the way through Salvador to South America, just go the whole damn trip, like the whole continent. Like I thought that would just be incredible. That would be like that'd be an event right there. But
I want to do that someday.
Big fan of. Huh?
I'm gonna do that.
Really, that would be super awesome, dude. Like
I'm gonna start in
that would
Alaska.
be.
I'm gonna start in Alaska and go down to the tip.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be something else. I want to do that.
This is the best hemisphere, so that'd be the place to do it.
It's
I would totally want to.
the Drug Lord tour.
I don't know if I'd start in Barrow because it's too hard to drive from Barrow, so I'd probably start in Anchorage because it's pussy. So let's start in pussy-ass Anchorage. And then directions. And then we'll zoom out. And we'll go down to the tip of fucking Chile. Which I don't even know if you can drive all the way there.
Yeah, you're gonna be doing some bushwhacking for sure.
Dude, Chile is like the greatest. It's
Well,
like
you
you're
do-
either in the mountains or you're on the beach.
So if I go to Santiago, which is, I guess, the farthest you can go, still just flying.
How long do you think? How many miles is that?
I'm trying to figure it out, but it keeps wanting to fly me instead of let me drive. So I'll go to Peru. Nope, still fucking trying to get me to fly. How about I click on fucking driving? It won't even do it. Stupid Google can't handle it. So I'll start in Tucson and see. You remember back in the day, if you'd be like, I want to go from like Chicago to, or like New York to London, it would give you all the directions to get to the shore, and then it would go, then swim like 1,700 miles worth.
Really? It said that?
Yeah, that's how
I didn't
Google first started out.
I didn't start using all this stuff until like recently, really.
They couldn't calculate driving directions because they're pussy. Come on. So Peru. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's because it can't do. Don't even let me pick Costa Rica. Costa Rica. So driving from Tucson to Costa Rica is 3,000 miles.
Damn.
That would be pretty cool.
That would be epic.
Except it takes you through the middle of Mexico. I'd want to go down the Sonora. Go down the west coast. Then cut through the mountains, go down through Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua,
Yeah.
Rica. Now let's see if I can get down to Bogota. Nope. It's because they can't go across the fucking Panama Canal, I guess. Stupid.
But you totally can though. Like you could just People, I don't understand.
There's Route 1. Oh, no. Route 1 just ends in the middle of, whatever the fuck this is, Panama. I guess there's no road between Panama and Colombia. The fuck?
Yeah,
I know we spent that one night. Spent that one night in the chat talking about these caves that you was wanting to go see down there, Argentina.
Yeah, I'm gonna bail out. It's like 6.
What caves in Argentina?
Don't you remember the like the underwater caves along the coast and stuff?
Me? Argentina.
Yeah, I'm pretty. Yeah, it's in Argentina.
Didn't I see that in a movie or something? That looks just insane.
I'm pretty sure the mostly like this.
Oh, I also want to go to
Oh, okay.
I forget where that is, but it's like a bunch of mini little lakes, but they're like, I don't know, they're like miles deep, like they're ridiculously deep. I forget where it is. It's like out in the middle of nowhere. But
have you seen the thing? It was on Facebook where somebody was making a pipeline, I think in Mexico or someplace, and then they were making like a pipeline or a tunnel, and they found this room or like a cave with giant freaking crystals, like as big as freaking buses and shit. They're like, they look like tree trunks. Yeah, I'll see if I can find it, but it's fucking Facebook. I don't know, I bet you I can just find it on the internet. Yeah, here it is.
yeah, freaking Mexico, man, they got some ridiculously crazy stuff down there that I would just love to like go down and check out. And
Chihuahua, Mexico. Oh, I guess they discovered it in 2000, so it's not like it's that new. But look at this shit. I've never even seen such a fucking thing before. Like, those are people standing on them and shit.
Damn.
Wouldn't that be awesome? I mean, I've seen shit like this before, but not like, that looks like a movie or something. That
looks like a prop.
It looks like Superman shit. Of course, just a solid.
Yeah, it looks like freaking the Ice Palace or whatever the hell it is.
I don't know why they're all wearing masks. Maybe something. This guy's not.
It's probably super cold. Well, maybe? I don't know. Why
Because
would
it's
it be
300 meters underground. Was that 14 feet? I don't know how fucking far that.
Wait, 3 meters?
300 meters?
I think that's what it said.
Oh, 300? Oh, fuck, then that's...
900 feet?
Yeah.
The Nica mine, 300 meters below the surface, Chihuahua, Mexico. Where that is. The Cave of Crystal.
I want to go to Ecuador, too.
Ecuador.
I want to go to Ecuador and see the... What the hell is it? You know, the things from the desert. The lines. The Aztec lines. Or whatever it's called.
10 hours to drive there. I just go over to El Paso and then down.
Wait, what? Only what?
It's 10 hours.
Only 10 hours?
Those giant cave of crystals.
That's it?
Yeah.
That's
Right at the top of Mexico.
incredible. Oh, that's super cool. That actually is doable. I see.
Deadliest place on earth?
One of the deadliest places, yeah. It's 50 degrees and has a humidity of 100%. Less than a couple of hundred people have been inside, and it's so deadly that even with respirators and suits of ice, you can only survive 20 minutes before your body starts to fail. It's the nearest thing to visiting another planet.
That says 50 degrees Celsius. What does that equate to in Fahrenheit?
Degrees Celsius? That's not even cold.
No, 32 is freezing, so it's above freezing. 122 degrees Fahrenheit. What?
Yeah, see, you're telling me it's hot in there?
Oh,
Yeah.
suits of ice. That's why they're saying suits of ice. It's 120 degrees down there. That's why. It's hot as shit, I guess.
Oh, okay, that's what it is. Okay, I was under impression somehow it was cold. Why in the world would it be so hot?
Great. Well, it's underneath the ground, going towards hell. 1,000 feet down.
Or Hillary's house.
Where conditions were already exhausting. 55%. They say it's 100% humidity. So I don't know what that means. It's
Yeah.
Shit.
I still would go down there. I don't give a fuck. I can only go down there for 20 minutes. Plus, I'm more hardcore than these Mexicans, obviously, because I can handle 120.
Fog is 100%.
Okay.
So just imagine walking through 100 or 122 degree fog.
Odd. And you wouldn't even be able to see. You would just fucking fall off the side of the.
It's like July here. I can handle that. So it's like July. What is?
Dress like Ghostbusters.
Well, look, they wear these like suits that have like a bunch of mag carriers that they put ice in.
Yeah, they can't charge you a lot. Well, here's the thing. How much do you think it would be to get a tour down there? Like,
Well, if only a couple hundred people have been there, they probably don't even.
Yeah, that's like Everest, where they charge you ridiculous amounts of money to do Everest.
They didn't even find this till 2000. They were down there digging for coal, I guess. Well, if they take off these stupid ice suits, they'd be able to fucking get around more. Who the fuck is going to wear an ice suit? Oh, here, wear a bunch of fucking water around. Wonder how long it takes to go 1,000 feet below, though. It probably takes a while.
Yeah, that heat is probably what made all those crystals.
So, it doesn't say like how to get there or anything. But then they show you this fucking picture like it's a tourist thing.
Yeah, it's like it totally looks touristy, but you know they don't give you any information on how to do it. Oh fuck! Why am I so damn tired?
980 feet below the surface. You would think they'd chop those fucking giant crystals out and make like a giant fucking fence out of them or something. Above an underground magma chamber below the cave, the magma heated the groundwater, which was saturated with sulfide ions. Cool oxygenated surface water contacted the mineral saturated heated water. They didn't mix. Oxygen slowly diffused and crystallized. Extremely slow wait. It only took 500,000 years for them to form.
Oh shit! That's not a big deal. 500,000 years.
Yeah.
Wow. Long time.
Well, if there's a magma chamber, under there, does that mean there's a volcano right there close?
No, that's probably just the center of the earth or some shit. I don't know.
Rose, but here's the thing: how is that 1,000 feet isn't that deep into the earth? You shouldn't even be below the crust of the earth, in 1,000 feet. I mean, that's way too. That's not even getting into the I forget what crust that is below that.
No, it's got to be because there's zinc, lead, and silver. So those are all things that get shoved up by volcanoes. So it's probably a volcanic area. It says there's a fault nearby too. So it could just be where the plates are.
Yeah, that'd be it. Yeah, the fault line.
Yeah.
Oh, the crystals deteriorate in air.
Oh, really?
It's right where your cursor is.
So then, is attempting to visually document before they deteriorate further.
Oh, so they're actually deteriorating this whole time.
Oh, I see. The caves are only accessible because the company pumps the water out of there. So I guess those were all in water, and then
And as they get exposed to the air,
merged again, and the crystals deteriorate in the air, so they only live underneath the water. Well, you would think. Well, I guess they can't swim.
well, you would think that they would just leave the water there and then, like, once a year pump it out or something, so they could do a little touristy bullshit and then put all the water back. Because now, if they take the water out, it's gonna all disappear eventually.
They probably still want to just rip all that shit out and get to the lead or whatever. They're Mexican. They're
Probably do. They probably don't give two fucks about it. They're all like, "Oh, this damn shit's in our way."
Yeah, exactly. It's not like it happened in California. Yeah, the maximum age of the giant crystals is about 500,000 years, 500,000 years old. They found DNA from ancient bacteria in them.
That could be the creation of man right there.
So it looks like as the cave's accessibility is dependent on the mine's water pumps, when mineral exploitation is ended in the area, it is likely the pumps will be shut off and the cavern's water level allowed it to rise again. So they're not going to do nothing except flood them once they're done. Wonder how you can get down there, though.
Yeah, exactly. And if the only way you're going to get down there is to pump them out, I mean, okay, what is this she sent me? What the hell?
Yeah, that ancient DNA is probably the super alien bug that killed off the dinosaurs.
Yeah, seriously. They were like, we will put it in this cave where the humans will never find it, 1,000 feet down and in a freaking hot, like, water crystal chamber. And then we're like, what's this, a hot water crystal chamber? It's fucking, let's empty it and figure and start scraping on shit. So you go from Prudhoe Bay to Fairbanks, down to Edmonton, to Calgary, Albuquerque, San Antonio, Mexico City, San Salvador, Panama City. It looks like there's a fucking gap. Like I say, you can't drive between Panama and Bolivia. And then you gotta get back on the road and go to Peru and then down Chile. Then I would jump across to Buenos Aires and then down because I want to go all the way down.
So why don't you, here's what I don't understand. Why wouldn't you just go all the way down instead of crossing over? Why wouldn't you just go all the way down and then come up the other side?
Because you can't drive this. This isn't, there's nothing here. It's just wilderness and it's all islands and shit. It's not like, yeah, it's like, that's why you think you can't drive down the coast of Alaska because there's so many bays and inlets and shit. They would have to make like 1 million bridges. So you have to drive like in. So I figured go over to Buenos Aires, see what it's like before the fucking bug zaps them. And then go down to the tip.
Now see where this is on that map. Oh, okay, that's just a...
What is that?
That's that cave that I've got on my caves and stuff.
Oh, I'll bet you that's down where he was talking about.
Well, it's halfway down on the left side. It's on, down in Chile.
Oh, you saw it?
No, well, man, where's...
Is it by Valparaiso?
Let's see.
Oh no, shit, it's way inland. I figured it'd be on the coast, but it is way the fuck down there. Look at that. It's pretty far down. There is a road kinda to it. That's a big ass fucking lake. I figured that was on the ocean, dude. That's not a lake.
That's a lake.
Yeah, big ass
That is
one.
pretty good size.
And it's not even Titicaca. That's Loro. I never heard of that lake.
Damn, they got big ass lakes.
What is this gray thing? A road? Oh no, that's the border. So it's not just a system so vast, so incomplete, and so incomprehensible. It's not so much a road as it is an idea of Pan-Americanism, whatever.
So it's not even really a road.
No, it's just a route, but the fact is it can be done. So it's 30,000, fucking who cares? And it's 19,000 miles. So that's only 3 times bigger than the Gun Show Loophole Tour was going to be, right? 4 times bigger?
Right. But the thing is, you're really going to probably need a vehicle that can, like, really go off-road. Like,
That's why I'm thinking
I
of doing
don't
it on a... I would do the northern part, like in Alaska and Canada and America with, like...
Pop's camper.
Fuck no. Shit, that would be not half of it. That would be a third of it. That'd be a shit ton of money. But then I would probably do a motorcycle through Mexico.
yeah, but dude, fuck, I don't know. That whole going through Mexico on a motorcycle thing, it sounds great. Like, it sounds like amazing. I just don't know. I know how I would be, and I know I'd end up disappearing, and fucking somebody would be on my new KTM somewhere.
No.
They'd be like, oh, look, this dumb white guy just rolled into the middle of nowhere and is completely exposed. They're fucking one shot, and now we have a new bike.
That's not like that. That's like people in other countries going, oh, I would go to the United States, but I'll get shot.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I mean, I can't say anything. I guess you're probably right.
Well, I mean, many people have done it, and people hitchhike and shit. There's people that, I've never heard of people just disappearing. I mean, there are kidnappings and shit, I guess, but that's if you go down there acting like you're a fucking rich guy or something, I'm assuming. Maybe I can see.
They're going to see some douchebag on a KTM and automatically assume. They're going to be like, oh, fucking KTM. We got douchebag white boy over here. Like,
Yeah, that's where your knowledge from gun channels will pay off, because if you befriend one of the drug lords down there, you can tell him you need this gun and this gun, or you could fix his guns. And you'd be his friend forever.
Like, you're going to kill him.
Like, yeah, exactly. I just have to take out his armor and, knife fight him to death. So.
This one is saying it's 30,000 miles, so that's quite different.
Oh, evidently the challenge has been met. So Hasnashi threw it out there that he's going to go ahead and knife fight Bob.
Yeah, we've known that for a long time.
Yeah, so I didn't know.
If he goes to SHOT Show,
Whatever.
if Hosh goes to SHOT Show, they can usually do it.
Yeah. I don't know. I think Bob's got it.
In Alaska, you got to go through this thing called the Dalton Highway, a challenging drive with no services of any kind for 240 miles.
Actually, I've seen videos on it. There's guys that have done it on their KTM, like their dirt bikes. Holy fuck, it's like bad. Like, it's bad. The Dalton Road is like, it's ice and snow, and they have the truck drivers that go through there. It's bad news, dude. I don't know if I'd do it. Like, that sounds amazing, but fuck, that's scary. Like, it's bad.
The Alaskan
Maybe
Highway
you
was
could do
started in 1942 as a wartime project with 10,000 dudes. It took 10,000 people to make that highway for 200 miles.
You could get away with it on the summer, probably. You'd be good in the summer, but I wouldn't want to do it in the winter.
It used to be 2,000 kilometers long. Now it's 20. That's way more than 200 miles. That's on 1,300 miles. One of the most challenging sections, right, where it goes to Costa Rica, where it rises to 11,000 feet, and the summit of death. Cerro de la Muerte. Highest elevation on the highway, Central America. That's not that fucking tall. Mount Lemmon is 9,000 feet. So I guess you got to get a boat around the Darien Gap because there is no road between South and Central America. All but the most intrepid circumvent the gap by taking one of the ferries that go from Panama to Colombia or Ecuador. So with motorcycles, you might be able to actually run that gap.
Probably.
I imagine once you got about however many miles that is, 15,000 miles into a 30,000 mile trip, you'd be like, fuck this, I don't need no road. Let's just go.
How many gallon is your tank on that Enduro or whatever that you got?
Oh, it's like 3 gallons. yeah. You would have to put some safari tanks on, and you'd have to carry like 5 gallons with you. Like you'd have to do something. You'd have to have a.
You could drag a trailer.
Oh yeah, but if you're dragging a trailer, now all of a sudden your super nimble motorcycle that would get through the jungle is like a trailer. It's not going to do all of the cool shit.
Yeah. So the record for the fastest trip by car from top of Alaska to bottom of, what is that, Venezuela, is credited to these people, 23 days, 22 hours, and 43 minutes.
Holy crap. That's pretty good.
A month. So I figure I'll do it in a month. So the Darien Gap is an undeveloped swampland forest and mountain straddles the border between Panama and Colombia. There are no roads. Because of sheer difficulty, the pressure to protect the rainforest, concern by the indigenous groups, and concerns that the road would make it easier for foot and mouth to enter North America. Oh, nice.
And Jeeps, wait.
Oh, but people have driven through it. The first vehicular crossing of the gap was by Land Rover in 1959. It only took 136 days to get through there.
Jeep International.
In 1961, with 3 Chevrolet Corvairs, only 2 of which made it out of the jungle.
Wait, Corvairs?
Yeah.
Okay, if there's Corvairs making it, then we totally can make it.
Yeah, I'm not even getting out for the gap. I'm driving the gap. Oh, you could drive a bike. This guy went from Cape Horn to Alaska, so he did it fucking backwards because he's fucking Canadian or British. But he did it on a bicycle. You don't need no fucking gas for a bicycle. The first motorcycle, oh no, this is just the gap.
Yeah.
What? No. The first all land auto crossing in a Jeep, taking an incredible 740 days to travel 125 miles. So yeah, it took them 740 days to cross in gap.
Wow.
The first time I followed the
2
entire
years.
Yeah, just 2
years to go 124
That's like
miles.
60 miles a year. That's pretty good average. So this guy was the first guy to take a motorcycle the entire Pan American Highway, including the gap. There's a guy who walked it in 2,425 days. That's another way to do it. How long is 2,000 days? That's like fucking 8 years. Dude, I could spend 6 years walking. I'm not going to spend 8 fucking years walking. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, he's just pushing it right. That's just too much.
This guy
Yeah.
traversed the gap while carrying a 12-foot wooden cross. That's fucking right on. That's pretty fucking hardcore. Huh. Wonder why that gap must just be a fucking bitch. But it has to be passable if a fucking car can get through it. I don't know what the fuck they took 700 fucking days doing. Maybe they just camped a lot. They weren't in a big hurry.
Maybe they had to cut down fucking forest to get through and make a trip to get, you know, or not forest, but, you know.
6.64 years.
Wow.
So this people are doing it in Nissan Pathfinder XE. We didn't want a car that stands out. This one was just right, older, somewhat used, while at the same time extremely reliable.
Good gas mileage.
They're saying that 90.
Grandparents.
Take a spare oil filter. This will save you a lot of trouble.
Or a few.
Take a spare one. Yeah, exactly.
It says that in parentheses, or a few.
Yeah.
Oh, does it? Okay.
In Peru, synthetic oils cost double, so you probably want to bring oil. Consider taking snow chains.
A dummy wallet with a small amount of cash. An expired driver's license.
Most robbers know about the popular hidden belt or neck wallets. Creatively tucked away. Emergency credit card should be hidden. If the credit and debit cards, there's quite a bit of shit about the getting robbed. Why don't you just go the other way and be like, carry a fucking Glock?
What are you talking about? What do you mean there's all this stuff about getting robbed? That doesn't happen. It's not like that, right?
Reading the fucking thing about this, like, website for people that are doing it. It's a bunch of tips. So they're saying no matter how alert you are, you'll probably not be able to completely avoid dealing with some sort of security issues, loss, theft, damage of your belongings, sooner or later on the trip. The essential piece of advice is therefore to leave everything you would absolutely hate to lose at home. Have a plan B in case the things disappeared, got broken. As one of the travel books has correctly said, we should return a better person, not a bitter one.
Yeah, no, I believe that because, you know, it's like, and the suck thing is, yeah, I would totally want to carry a Glock, but here's the thing. I've noticed in other countries, their robbers are not by themselves. So you're going to get ambushed, and you're going to think there's two, but there's really like five. You know, that's kind of what happened to my wife when she went to another country. She basically got approached by one gentleman, and he robbed them, but then she started looking around and she started noticing that there were other people that were like around. So, and they were part of the deal too. So it's like, it sounds like a good
That's
theory.
why you carried the Glock. All those rounds of 9mm?
Yeah, but never mind. I'm not going to get all into it. I mean, I'm totally for self-defense, but here's the, like, when you're outgunned, you're outgunned. And if you start resisting, you're going to be dead by the time you ever, you know.
Okay, Glock 18. How's that?
There you go. There you go.
Well, that's why I want to do the Warlord tour, because then they fucking deem you cool and nobody fucking dares touch your ass.
Yep.
Oh, there you go. That works.
They introduce you to the next Warlord down, and then they introduce you to the next one. And it's fucking kick-ass. It's fancy Warlord dinners every night and, like, luxury or leisurely drives during the day. Probably a bunch
They
of
probably got
prostitutes.
They probably got a sticker they put on your motorcycle or something.
Yeah, exactly. You get that
The Warlord
pass, you know.
That
So it's like
special
every-
sticker that
Every city you
the
go
Warlord
into,
pass.
yeah, every city you go into, they see that sticker and they automatically like leave you the fuck alone and start offering you money and shit. They're like, "Oh, these are our women. These are our money. Take us." I'm like, "Okay."
They're saying, though, that you don't have to worry about your vehicle because nobody is going to steal a fucking American car that's all souped up. It's too hard. They can't do nothing with it. So they just steal all your stuff. They just don't walk away from it. They say twice. So fucking twice on a trip that long that somebody tried to break into their car, and it was like immediately after they walked away from it in a crowded place. So you just bring 3 or 4 people. So there's always, you know, everybody's got
one in the car.
You're probably the most fucked if like something happens. You got to go like into the doctor's office or something. You know, like where you can't, avoid it and you have to go away from the car. But it's not like you're gonna go down there and fucking shop or something. So I guess you get malaria, yellow fever, hepatitis A or B, typhoid fever, rabies, tetanus, and diphtheria. So you come out like Hillary.
Yeah, lockjaw.
You just get a bunch of shots for all that. You can get an international driving permit, except that they say you don't need it because a U.S. driver's license worked in every country we visited, until now. But IDP is cheap, $10 and easy to obtain. 5 minutes in your local AAA office. Oh, I'm gonna go get a fucking international driving permit, just so I can lord it over
Wow.
people. I can drive in Venezuela, punk.
That's pretty neat.
Yeah, I like that.
But like I'm permitted to drive wherever the hell I want to drive.
Because Chile was the first and so far the only country we were asked to show our IDPs.
And even then, I think they just go by the whole $5.
They're saying they were Lithuanian, the people that did this, and they say the only time they ever were asked for it was for their visa was in Canada, because they're fucking shitty. I don't believe in. They're not friendly.
Well, I was watching who was it? I was watching these guys on motorcycles.
Getting Brazilian visa is quite a challenge. They don't believe in overland travel and insist on seeing a detailed itinerary with the return plane ticket. Second of all, they believe that Brazil is the best place on earth and every visitor has a secret intention of staying there for good.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to go to Brazil, but I don't want to live in Brazil.
Look at this. If you're not planning on, so the Brazilian embassy insists on seeing a valid USA visa, a confirmation letter from the USA employer, and a plane ticket reservation. So they don't want you fucking staying in Brazil.
Actually, Russia is really hard too.
That's where all the fucking Nazis.
Yeah, Russia is crazy. Like, if you trying to do like a road trip and they will stop you and be like, no, you need to have everything lined up or you're going to jail.
I'm still gonna do it. If I gotta do it as an old man, I'll do it as an old man, but I'm gonna fucking do it eventually. And I'm not waiting until there's a tube all the way down, because that's not fun.
What?
Well, eventually there'll just be tubes, but I'm not waiting for no tubes. I want to do it hard. Huh. It started the first International Conference of American States. The USA proposed continent-spanning railroad, but nobody liked it. That was in 1889. So then in Chile in 1923, somebody said, "What about a highway?" And everybody was like, "Okay," except for a couple of people. And then in 1928, it was approved. See, I think this fucking continent, this fucking hemisphere needs to just unite. They should just make like a giant loop. So you can go down one side, turn around, come right back up the other. The U.S. federal government has declared all interstate roads to be part of the Pan American Highway. That's fucking easy. I wouldn't even go to Brazil. You don't even have to go to Brazil. They just went to Brazil to sightsee. So you can fucking not even go near Brazil. That's what I would do.
I need to look at some Brazilian booty. I can't do anything with the Brazilian booty, but I can look at it.
Oh wait, I guess this one does. No, this is a different one. Yeah, that doesn't go anywhere. It just goes up to Brazil for no fucking reason. Oh, I guess this is just somebody who is doing it. I thought this was like a whole bunch of people. Oh, amazing. Weird people. No wonder they got fucking weird as shit. Holy shit. Travel distance and time. USA, 8 years. What? Mexico. Oh, they're kidding. So, what? It took them 215 days. What? They only even started in the United States. What the fuck? They didn't even start in Canada. Oh, whoops. They didn't even do the whole fucking thing. So anyway, they started in USA, and they only took 215 days, 27,000 miles, 1,390 gallons. They got 18 miles to the gallon. That's pretty damn good. Oh, shit. Their highest altitude reached in the car is 16,000 feet, so that's a bit higher than that fucking bullshit other article.
Wow.
So they get
I don't even know how you.
broken resonator. They had a check engine light that cost them $7 or $20, fixed by cleaning some contacts. They had a flat tire, cost them $7. Greased wheel bearings cost $33. Alignment after hitting a big rock, $14. Altitude sickness, $13. Another flat tire for $2. Cost them a total of $94 to repair their vehicle.
That's pretty damn decent.
Yeah. I definitely want to do this.
How much was it? Just out of curiosity, how much was their total in gas?
Oh, I see. They're going up, maybe? Well, it just says 1,390 gallons. So I guess
Oh,
it just,
1,390 gallons.
yeah, just depend. And they got 18 miles
So
per gallon, so average.
Yeah, and let's just say round that off to $3 a gallon. And that's being generous because
Yeah,
I
who knows?
highly doubt it was even that.
Times $3 is 4,000 bucks, a little over 4,000.
That's not
But
bad
they
for
didn't-
as long of a trip as that is.
Yeah, but they didn't drive through Canada. So they pushed out and only went from America south. Or the United States south.
Sound like they started in Texas.
Yeah. 80 miles into the United States. That's nothing.
Have you ever noticed? I've met a lot of people that have done like traveling like that. They are like super eccentric. Like, I don't understand what it is about it, but everybody I've ever met that's like spent long periods of time, driving or across the country or doing whatever, is like just, I don't know if they're batshit crazy or if they're just super eccentric, but I don't know, I don't know. I met a guy one time. He was on a motorcycle, and he was just going like literally all over the country on a motorcycle. And he was so weird. He was just ridiculously weird.
So these people have been doing it. They answered this guy's question. They budgeted $80 a day for 3 people, camping and cooking out their own meals. And aside from about a petty theft in Costa Rica, kitchen stove stole off the porch of our hotel, we haven't had any problems. You should check out blah, blah, blah. He goes, you should definitely do it. They went from Seattle down to Argentina, and 16 months, 26,000 miles. So it's definitely way more if you go from Canada. All these people are just going from the United States. This guy, about 8 years ago, he drove from Jacksonville, North Carolina to Guatemala. He bought a Isuzu Trooper for $1,000 the day before I left. There were 2 of us that took turns driving. We had to bribe border guards in order to get into the country. It took around 10 days to drive, blah, blah, blah. What? It only took them 10 days to drive all the way down there, and probably under $700 for the trip, included some hotels and the $80 bribe.
They had to pay $80 to bribe the border guard?
In Guatemala. So then he moved up to Alaska, got sick of living there after 9 months, so he decided he wanted to go back to the lower 48. So I drove a van I bought for $900 without heat and took off from Palmer, Alaska in January, eventually ended up in North Dakota. 15 days of driving through frigid temps and almost crashing in a snow berm. Says Canada takes much better care of their snow-covered roads than the U.S.
No, it's just because they're pussy.
Cost under $800. There's nothing. I haven't found anything. I've been trying to figure out how many people have driven it. Maybe there's no way to know. I guess there's just no way to know.
Yeah, there's probably, you'd have to, I don't know. They'd all have to register that they were, doing it or not doing it. It seems like it's more of a, oh, let's do this, and they go and do it.
It says driving the average of 8 hours a day, it would take you approximately 3 months to get from Alaska to Argentina. Most travelers take longer, anywhere from 6 to 18 months. It's not that bad. None of this talks about if you know the languages, though, so I kind of want to learn Spanish before I go down there.
Yeah, that would be nice.
I would like to meet warlords.
You could sit there and tell them the history on their AK. You're like, this AK was developed and.
Here we go. How to meet Jamaican warlords.
Can you send them like an email and let them know what you're doing? Maybe you can like link up with them and be like, hey, I want to go do some warlord shit with you.
Yeah. I'm sure that's how you do it. You just fucking to ask them. I'm pretty sure I've seen things like, you ever seen those rooms full of money and shit? They like to brag about their shit.
Yeah. They're like, oh yeah, this is my room full of gold. This is my room full of pussy. This is my room full of, chocolate.
Exactly. If you know you're not coming down there to steal nothing from them because you're just one dude or a couple of dudes or whatever, I figure me and Haas will do it. Down for it. And then, we're just like, hey, we want to show off your cool shit and then brag about you. And then they'll be like, cool, here's the warlord south of me. I'll hook you up. Here's a little card or something. Or like Jose will go with you. And then just get passed off from warlord to warlord. Then you get passed through, probably, like I say, you fucking be eating all nice all the time and all kinds of good time.
That would be some serious partying, I could figure. You do realize
the food would have to be good.
You do realize once in a while you're going to have to throw in your services to the warlord to go take out a village or something.
No.
Yeah. How are you going to disrespect your host if he's out here showing you, letting you do his cocaine and fucking shoot off his AKs and stuff and screw his women? How are you not going to go, oh, let's go destroy that village if he wants to?
I think it would be rude for a warlord to pressure you into doing something like that.
Well, he is a warlord.
Well, that's where he gets his labor from.
Exactly. I mean, you don't think fresh pussy just comes out of the air, do you?
I don't know. I've seen some crazy things.
Oh, shit.
I know people who know warlords, so I'm pretty sure they're fucking cool. As long as you're not trying to kill them or take their shit, they're just fucking dudes.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, you have more experience about it than I do. I've never met any. So.
I know people who know them. I mean, I know people who have done business with them, so I know it's possible. That was in China, but still. They're all the same. Especially if I speak Spanish, I'll be good. Because they're just like the press or whatever, and you're totally non-threatening press because you got nothing to do with their government or nothing.
Yeah, probably. But what if you get the one that's all coked out and just super paranoid, like in Breaking Bad? Like that fucking guy he wasn't really a warlord, but
he's trying to do business with him, though. He's trying to fucking screw him out of money. I'm just down there to promote him and let him brag. So
okay.
the only thing
Alright.
you'd have to worry about is like, you'd want to meet up with the good warlords, because if you got some like wannabe warlord, he might get mad that you already hooked up with a better warlord or something. But just jealousy would be nothing I could think. And then working happens. All right, look at your cave stuff.
That's when you look at him and you probably really piss him off and be like, well, Pablo Sanchez over here, his cave is way bigger than yours, dude. Like that's bad. Like, are you gonna let him pimp you or slap you like that? Then you start off a whole international incident.
Yeah, just take a couple bottles of bourbon, gift wrap them, and
Oh, look,
go
right
visit the warlords.
Where are the Mexico's top 10 drug lords?
Here's the problem, though. You have to hook up with the actual dude, like not the little flunkies. Like,
No, yeah, exactly. Meeting the first one is the only trick, because then you're going to get passed off from warlord to warlord, and then it's good to go.
yeah, because if you have to deal with the flunkies, they're going to be total douchebags,
But if you do got to start with each one's flunkies, then you'll get really good at getting your way up. You'll be like, no, it's cool. The hand sign or something.
I guess you would start off as like a hang around or something, and then
Like I said, I think you're in danger if you were trying to do business or like screw them out of money or something.
Yeah, but I think you're right. If you're not trying to do business with them, I think you're good.
I'm pretty sure. I wonder what the first person. Actually, I already know what the first person. Wonder if you could do it by horse. That'd be fucking hardcore. You probably couldn't take horses across borders though.
Yeah, I don't know. They'd probably have some issue about it. And I don't know. I'd rather ride a motorcycle than a horse, man. Fucking that much, my ass would be so sore.
It'd probably take more than one horse too.
Yeah. Do like Pony Express.
I don't know if a horse could walk for 8 hours a day for 18 months. Probably not.
No, it couldn't. It would take like so much longer.
Oh well. I think I'm gonna take off.
All right.
You're having the chat, so when you that's because you didn't start it late, huh? It's still going.
Yeah, it's gonna be going off here in about 40 minutes. I started at midnight because Flippy was running late.
What is today? Saturday?
It is now, yeah. I would have started sooner, but I was having trouble with the Hangout.
Oh, it just wasn't technically working, you mean?
Yeah, when you know how the Hangout opens up into its separate window?
Yeah, that stupid pop-up.
Yeah. See, that's how I always did it. But for some reason tonight, every time it'd pop open, it'd go for a minute and then close on me.
Huh.
So as soon as I got it into a tab, opened it up into a tab, then it finally started working.
I do that all the time anyway. I let it open into that stupid pop-up until a little go live button shows up, and then I copy the link and kill it, and then open it up in a tab so I don't have to deal with stupid pop-up.
Okay.
I mean, I just do that because I don't like having a pop-up that I can't find ever. So I put it on a tab where I can find it all the time. Then I can keep the lobby right next to it and know where they're fucking at. But anyway, good chat. Talk to you guys later.
Yep.
All
Have a
right,
good one.
see you later. Have a good one.
Six.
See you later, Pink.
Yep. See you, man. Well, thanks everybody for sticking around this morning. This thing will be shutting down in about 15-20 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and shut it down early. So, same channel, same, well, earlier time tonight. I'll talk to everybody later. Bye.